Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I grew up in a small two-story house on the edge of town, just past the old railroad tracks that stopped working sometime in the 60s. It had a porch that sagged a little on the left side and stairs that creaked in a way that made you memorize which steps to skip when sneaking around after bedtime. It wasn't a fancy place, but it had character. Faded yellow siding, a lopsided shed out back, and a chain-link fence that leaned every which way like it was just barely holding itself up. We moved in when I was around 5, and I stayed there until I left for college at 18. My grandma lived with us too, in one of the downstairs bedrooms, the one closest to the kitchen. Strange things happened in that house. Not all the time, but enough to stick with me. Sometimes you'd hear cabinets closing when nobody was in the kitchen. The kind of sharp thud you don't mistake for anything else. Doors would creak open slowly, and then shut fast like someone had walked through in a hurry. We used to say it was just drafts from the windows, even though my dad sealed those windows up tight every fall before winter rolled in. Cold air would sometimes brush the back of your neck when you were sitting still. Not like a gust from a vent, more like someone passing by too close. But the thing is, when you grow up with stuff like that, you don't always think it's strange. It just becomes part of the place, like the squeaky pipes or the smell of the old carpet. You shrug it off because you don't know any better. Maybe it was just the way the house settled, I told myself. Maybe it was just in my head. I never really talked about any of it. My parents weren't the kind of people who believed in things they couldn't explain with a tool or a thermostat. Dad was a mechanic. Mom worked at the post office. My grandma, well, she might have had her own thoughts about it, but she never said much. The conversation that changed things for me happened just a few weeks ago, actually. I was visiting my grandma at her apartment. She's in assisted living now, doing all right, just needs help with stairs and groceries. We were sitting on her little balcony while she crocheted, and I scrolled through photos on my phone. Out of nowhere, I said, wouldn't it be funny to go back to the old house and ask the people who live there now if they've experienced anything weird? She stopped crocheting mid-stitch and gave me this look. Not confused, not amused, just still. Her eyes narrowed a little and she said, "Did I never tell you that the people we bought the house from came back and asked us the same thing?" It was such a simple sentence, but it knocked the breath out of me. I don't even know why. I felt my chest tighten, like my body had already known something for years and just hadn't wanted to admit it. I didn't say anything after that, and neither did she. We just sat there for a while listening to the wind. That one sentence rewrote the way I looked at everything that happened in that house. It confirmed something I'd tried not to believe for most of my life. And it brought back a memory I hadn't really thought about in years, a Christmas memory. It was Christmas Eve. I was maybe 7, maybe 8. My parents always made a big deal out of Christmas. We had a fake tree covered in mismatched ornaments from every year, blinking colored lights that sometimes half went out, and tinsel that somehow got everywhere even though we barely used any. That year, I was sleeping in Grandma's room. I think my uncle and his wife were visiting, so I gave up my bed for them and took the twin in her room. It was close to midnight when I woke up. At first, I didn't know why I was awake. The house was dark and quiet except for the heater ticking and the faint buzz of the tree lights we left on all night. Then I heard footsteps. Light ones, but quick, like someone trying to sneak, but not doing a great job. They were coming from the living room. My first thought was Santa. I was at that age where I kind of knew the truth, but didn't really want to know. The idea of magic still clung to me in those quiet hours between bedtime and morning. So I got out of bed without thinking. I didn't turn on any lights. The house was dim, lit only by the soft blinking glow of the Christmas tree. I padded quietly down the hallway and peeked into the living room. The tree stood there, the lights blinking red and green and blue. Nobody was there, but I heard the footsteps again, this time from the kitchen. I turned around and crept toward the kitchen, half giggling to myself. I remember thinking maybe I'd catch Santa in the act. Maybe I'd finally see him. I reached the kitchen doorway and looked in. Again, nobody, but the sound didn't stop. It kept moving, into the dining room, down the hall, back toward the living room. Always just one step ahead of me. I followed it without thinking, laughing under my breath like I was playing tag. It wasn't scary at the time. I was convinced it was part of the magic. I chased the sound around the house for what felt like forever. It would stop suddenly, then pick up again from a different room. Sometimes it sounded close, like it was right behind the next door, and I'd rush in and find nothing. Other times it seemed far away, like from the basement, but we never went down there at night. I ran through the house on bare feet until I got tired, out of breath, confused. Finally, I stopped in the hallway and leaned against the wall. I remember the quiet, the kind of silence that makes your ears ring. I didn't hear any more footsteps, just the tree lights blinking behind me. I walked back to bed, pulled the blanket over my head, and fell asleep. It didn't scare me then, not even a little. But thinking about it now, with what Grandma said, I can't make sense of it. I checked everyone's bed. My parents were asleep, snoring. Grandma was breathing steady. I even tiptoed past my uncle's door. Everyone was in their rooms. And yet something was moving. Something kept just out of reach the entire time. I've thought about that night a lot more since the talk with Grandma, trying to remember every detail. The feel of the carpet under my toes. The way the footsteps stopped the moment I entered a room. The way they always stayed one step ahead, like whatever it was knew the house better than I did, like it had lived there longer. Growing up, things didn't stop after that night. They got quieter maybe, or maybe I just got used to them. But now that I think back, there were other things, like how our dog, Scout, used to bark at corners. Not just once, often. He'd stand in the middle of the hallway barking at the top corner near the ceiling, tail stiff, ears back. We used to joke that he saw bugs or spiders, but there was never anything there. Or how sometimes, when I was home alone, I'd hear the TV turn on downstairs. I'd go down to check, and sure enough, the TV would be on, usually to static or some random channel. I'd turn it off, go back upstairs, and 30 minutes later it would be on again. My dad said the wiring in the house was old, and maybe it was just that. But it only ever happened when nobody else was home. One winter, my mom found her wedding ring on the windowsill above the sink. She never took it off, not even to sleep. She thought maybe it slipped off while doing dishes, but she hadn't done any dishes that day. She couldn't explain it. Even when I was older, like high school age, I'd get that cold rush up my spine sometimes walking down the hallway. You know the kind. Like someone's behind you, almost close enough to touch. You turn around fast, and there's nothing there. But you can't shake the feeling. You start walking faster without realizing it. There was one night in my junior year I still remember clear as day. I'd stayed up late studying for finals. Everyone else was asleep. I got up to get a glass of water and passed by the front window. I glanced outside and froze. There was a man standing by the tree in our front yard. Not close to the house, but close enough that I could see him under the porch light. He was just standing there, arms at his sides, not moving. I stared for what felt like minutes, then blinked, and he was gone. No sound, no footsteps. Just gone. I stood there until my legs felt like jelly, then ran back to my room and locked the door. I told myself it was my imagination. Maybe a shadow, maybe a reflection. But I knew what I saw. After I left for college, I didn't think about the house much. It stayed in the back of my mind like an old dream. We sold it a few years after I moved out, once my parents retired. I didn't think I cared. But now, hearing Grandma say what she said, that the people before us came back and asked the same thing, it makes my skin crawl. It makes all those memories feel connected. Like whatever lived in that house wasn't just tied to us. It was part of the house. It had always been there. And maybe still is. It didn't hurt us. It didn't scare me as a kid. But it was there. I know that now. I don't think about it every day, but sometimes I do. When I can't sleep. When the heater clicks on in the middle of the night, and I hear a thump from the other room. I live in an apartment now, so noises are easy to explain. Pipes, neighbors, wind. But I always pause just for a second, just long enough to wonder. And now that I know other people felt it too, that it wasn't just me or my family, it settles something inside me. Like putting the last piece into a puzzle you didn't know was missing a piece. I don't need to go back there. I don't want to. Some places are better left in the past. But I know what happened, and I know I wasn't alone. I never really believed in any of that spooky stuff growing up. Haunted houses, bad energy, cursed land. Whatever you want to call it. It all seemed like stories people told to scare each other or explain away stuff they didn't understand. I'm not saying I believe in it now either. But something happened a few years ago with my cousin that I still can't quite explain. The whole thing sits in the back of my mind like a memory I try not to unpack too often. But every once in a while, something will jog it loose, and it comes flooding back. And I remember how cold it made me feel hearing it the first time. My cousin Jay is not a guy who gets scared easily. He's one of those guys built like a truck, broad shoulders, thick hands, grease under his fingernails from working on engines all day. He's a heavy engine mechanic, tough as they come, not the type to startle over a noise in the night. His wife A is smart, grounded, pretty no-nonsense. The kind of woman who'd probably be rolling her eyes while someone else told a ghost story. They were solid, the both of them, steady. But life has a way of chewing people up sometimes, and a few years back, they hit a stretch of bad luck. Jay got laid off after the shop he worked at downsized, and A's job cut her hours way down. Bills started piling up, and eventually they had no choice but to move out of their apartment and crash with some family. A's uncles had this property in an older suburb of Toronto. They flipped houses for a living, buying up junk homes cheap, fixing them up, and selling for a profit. They had one sitting vacant, hadn't started the renovations yet, so they offered Jay and A chance to live there temporarily. It wasn't much, but it was warm, had working plumbing and electricity, and it came with its own bedroom and some privacy, which they desperately needed. The house itself was, well, it was rough. Built maybe in the 50s or earlier, 2 stories with a basement, faded aluminum siding, and a sagging front porch that creaked no matter how lightly you stepped. Inside, it smelled faintly of mildew and something old, like stale air that hadn't moved in years. But it had heat and space, and beggars can't be choosers. They moved in with their 2 cats and tried to settle into a rhythm. For the first few months, things were manageable. Jay worked odd jobs with A's uncles, helping them haul tools or tear down drywall, and they picked up shifts wherever she could. Money wasn't great, but they had food, they had each other, and the cats kept them company during long, quiet nights. The house creaked a lot, old pipes, old floors, that kind of thing, but nothing too out of the ordinary. If something went missing, it was chalked up to forgetfulness or clutter. Jay, to be fair, can be kind of scatterbrained sometimes. He's the type of guy to leave his keys in the fridge or put a wrench down and not find it for a week. But everything started to shift around the 4-month mark after the uncles brought in 2 more cats. They'd found them abandoned at one of their job sites, both skinny and filthy, and figured they'd be better off in a warm house with other cats than stuck outside in January. So they brought them in, fed them, got them checked out at the vet, and just like that the cat count doubled. At first, it was just the usual adjustment period. Some hissing, some territory stuff, litter box drama. But soon, the cats started acting strange. All 4 of them, without fail, would gather in front of the basement door late at night and just sit there staring. Sometimes hissing, sometimes growling low in their throats, tails puffed up, ears pinned back. One night, the yowling got so loud it woke up Jay and A from a dead sleep. They went to check, thinking maybe something had gotten into the house, but as soon as they stepped into the hallway, the cats scattered in all directions. Jay thought maybe rats were in the basement, so the uncles called in an exterminator. The guy came out, did a sweep, laid some traps, sprayed around, and left. But something he said stuck with them. Something about keeping the cats out of the basement because of the poison. They all nodded, but then stopped and realized at the same moment. None of them had ever seen the cats even attempt to go down there. In fact, thinking back, it was like the cats treated the basement door as some kind of barrier, a place they wouldn't cross even when it was left wide open. After that, things started to get weirder. Objects that disappeared didn't come back. A ring A swore she left on the bathroom counter was gone for good. Jay's wallet vanished for 2 days and showed up in the hallway closet, tucked under a pile of towels neither of them had touched. Food went missing. Not a lot, but little things, slices of bread, half a banana, a box of crackers with the top ripped off. I started locking the fridge, thinking maybe one of the uncles was grabbing snacks and not saying anything, but that didn't explain the missing ring or the wallet. Then there was the smell. It wasn't strong, just this faint, sour odor that seemed to come and go. Sometimes it hung near the bottom of the stairs, sometimes in the hallway. Jay tried to track it down, even crawled under the house one afternoon to check for dead animals, but found nothing. They cleaned, bleached everything she could. They burned candles. The smell would vanish for a day or 2, then return without warning. A couple weeks before the final incident, Jay said he started hearing noises in the early morning. like someone walking around upstairs, slow, dragging footsteps, sometimes a faint creak, as if someone was shifting their weight on an old floorboard. But every time he went up to look, there was no one there. He thought it was the house settling. Or maybe he'd imagined it. Maybe he was just overtired. Then came the day everything boiled over. It was a Saturday afternoon. I was in the kitchen doing dishes. Jay was upstairs helping the uncles install some new shelving in one of the upstairs bedrooms. It was a normal day, bright outside, a bit chilly. Nothing out of the ordinary. The cats were quiet for once, lounging in the sun. I was halfway through a stack of plates when she heard footsteps, fast, heavy, unmistakably Jay's, coming down the stairs in a rush. Then the basement door slammed so hard it made the whole floor vibrate. I jumped, and one of the dishes slipped out of her hand and shattered in the sink. She wiped her hands, turned around, and yelled at Jay for barreling down the stairs like a maniac and slamming the door like that. The slam had been violent, like someone trying to keep something out. Or in. About 20 seconds later, Jay came down the stairs from the second floor. He was calm, casual, asked if she'd fallen or dropped something because he and the uncles had heard the noise from upstairs. I just stared at him. She couldn't speak at first. Her face went pale, and her hands started shaking. She told him someone had run down the stairs and slammed the basement door. But Jay swore he hadn't moved. Neither had the uncles. They all went down to check the basement. The door was still closed, the air behind it still and heavy. Jay opened it slowly. They flicked on the light, the kind that hangs from a string in the center of the ceiling. The basement was empty, cold. The air smelled like damp concrete and dust. There was no sign of forced entry, no broken window, no footprints in the dust near the base of the stairs. Jay said he felt something then, just a heaviness in his chest, like the kind of pressure you get when something's about to go wrong. He said it felt like the whole house was watching them. They moved out the following week. I found a friend who let them crash in a spare room for a while. The uncles stuck it out for maybe another month, but even they admitted they started hearing things, doors opening and closing on their own, footsteps when no one else was home, tools going missing, strange sounds in the walls. They sold the property as is to a development company. A few years later, a Tim Hortons and a Wendy's and a Subway were built on the lot. The whole house, and whatever came with it, got paved over. Jay didn't talk about it much after that. Neither did A. They moved on, eventually got their own place again, and tried to forget about it. But about 2 years later, A was working at a new job and got to talking with a coworker about weird stuff they'd experienced. She told the story, not thinking much of it. When she described the house, the coworker's face went pale. She asked where exactly the house had been, and when A told her, the coworker just nodded. She said she'd grown up in that neighborhood. Everyone knew that house. An old woman used to live there, alone with her cats. No family, no visitors. She'd been a bit off, they said. Reclusive. The kind of person who let the yard grow wild and stared out the window without blinking. One day, someone noticed the mail piling up and called it in. The cops found her in the basement. She'd taken her own life, no note. The cats had gone a long time without food before anyone found her. They'd eaten parts of her. It wasn't a secret. Kids in the neighborhood dared each other to look in the basement window for years after. I don't know what to make of all of it. Maybe it was just a string of weird coincidences. Maybe Jay and A were just stressed, and the mind plays tricks. But I've never seen Jay look the way he did when he told me that story, like he was remembering something he wanted to forget. And when he told me how loud that door slammed, how real those footsteps sounded, I felt something cold settle into my gut. Sometimes when I drive past that plaza, I look at the spot where the house used to sit. People go in and out with coffee, sandwiches, smiling and chatting. No one has any idea what used to be there. And maybe that's for the best. Some things are better left under concrete. I used to stay at my grandma's house a lot when I was a kid. It was one of those old two-story houses, built maybe in the 40s or early 50s, with creaky stairs, heavy wooden doors, and that permanent smell of dust and fabric softener. It sat just a little ways outside town on a quiet street with no sidewalks. My grandma's yard had a big tree in the front and bushes that always needed trimming. It wasn't a scary place on the surface. It had big windows with those thin white curtains that blew in the breeze in the summer. The kitchen had this ticking clock that echoed in the hallway. And the fridge always had grape juice, and that sliced bologna my brother and I liked. There was comfort there. Safety, even. But something changed after my grandpa died. I was 7 when he passed. He was the quieter one between him and my grandma, always working on puzzles, sitting in his recliner with a glass of water by his side, sometimes with a book he wouldn't finish. I remember watching him shave in the hallway bathroom, humming softly. I never saw him get angry or raise his voice ever. He died in the same house, in his sleep. I remember waking up and seeing my mom and grandma crying at the kitchen table, my dad taking my brother outside, and just the kind of heavy quiet that settles in when something big is gone. I didn't really get it then, not like I do now, but even as a kid, I felt something had shifted in that house. After that, every time I stayed there, something in me felt off. Not scared, exactly. Just anxious. Nervous in a way I couldn't explain. I didn't tell anyone, but I started dreading going there. Even when I'd be playing with my brother, or watching cartoons in the living room, I had this nagging feeling like I was waiting for something bad to happen. I didn't know what that bad thing was. I just felt like the house had changed, like it was watching or waiting. Still, there were nights I stayed over and nothing happened. I got through them fine. I'd play outside, have dinner, watch TV with my grandma, go to bed. Most of the time, it was just that, a normal visit. I even laughed sometimes, forgot about the heavy feeling. But other nights, that anxiety would creep back in, usually around bedtime. I used to have a hard time sleeping as a kid. I'd wake up in the middle of the night almost every night. At my house, I'd get up, go to my parents' room, try to crawl into bed with them. Sometimes they let me, sometimes they didn't. When they didn't, I'd stand at the top of the stairs in the dark, just staring down, waiting. I never knew for what. I would just watch the darkness and imagine footsteps coming up or a shadow shifting in the black. I had this weird habit of not blinking, like if I looked away, I'd miss it. When I stayed at my grandma's, it was worse. The house was quieter. My parents weren't there. The darkness felt heavier. Every creak, every gust of wind outside, every pop from the old wood settling felt louder. At night, I'd lie in that twin bed with my brother asleep in the other one, and just stare at the ceiling or the shadows in the corners of the room, my body stiff with tension, waiting for something to move. There was one night that I remember clearer than any other. I must have been around 8, maybe a little older. My brother and I were staying over for the weekend. It was just the two of us in that bedroom at the end of the hallway upstairs. The room was small, 2 beds, a dresser, a nightstand with a lamp, and this little shelf mounted on the opposite wall that held a few handmade crafts and dolls. My grandma was big into crafts, cross-stitch, knitting, sewing, and for some reason, those dolls were always there. I never asked why. There were a couple other knickknacks up there too, but what always stood out were the Raggedy and Raggedy Andy dolls. They sat side by side, propped up on little stands, heads tilted slightly, button eyes staring straight ahead. They weren't pristine either, kind of faded, like they'd been there a long time. Their yarn hair was frayed, their red triangle noses a little rubbed off. I never liked looking at them. I never said anything out loud, but they made my skin crawl. Especially at night, when the moonlight from the window would land on them just right, and you could see their faces glowing faintly in the dim light. Sometimes I'd turn the lamp on just to avoid seeing them in the dark, but I couldn't sleep with the light on either. That night, I woke up needing to pee. It must have been around 2 or 3 in the morning. The room was pitch black except for that little sliver of moonlight cutting through the side of the curtain. I was already nervous before I even moved. I lay there, trying to talk myself out of it, but I knew I couldn't fall back asleep like that. So I slid out from under the blankets, careful not to wake my brother. The floor was cold. The air was colder. I walked softly across the room toward the door, head down. I think a part of me knew to avoid looking at the dolls, like how you avoid looking at something in your peripheral vision because you're afraid of what you'll see. But I looked anyway. I don't know why I did. Maybe curiosity. Maybe that anxiety pushing me. Maybe something else. I turned toward the shelf, and I froze. Raggedy Ann's arm was raised. Not fully straight up, just halfway up, bent at the elbow, hand extended like it was midwave. Her head was tilted more than usual, just slightly to the left. Her eyes, those black buttons, were still staring straight ahead, but the posture, it wasn't right. It didn't match how she looked before. She had always sat there stiff, arms at her sides. I was sure of it. I'd seen her that way dozens of times. But in that moment, she was waving. I didn't scream. I didn't say anything. I just ran. I didn't even close the bedroom door. I didn't think twice about my brother. I sprinted down the hallway and into my grandma's room like my life depended on it. The floor felt endless. The hallway felt longer than it ever had. When I got to her room, I climbed into bed and pulled the covers over my head. She stirred, but she didn't get up. She didn't ask questions. I think she was too tired. I don't remember her saying anything beyond a soft sigh. I just lay there, shaking, heart pounding so hard I thought she could hear it. I didn't sleep again that night. I kept the covers over my face and peeked out only when I thought it was light enough that the sun might be coming up. Eventually, I fell asleep, only for an hour or two. By the time we had breakfast, I convinced myself I must have dreamed it, that I'd imagined it in the dark, that maybe I had gotten up mid-dream and confused it with being awake. That's what I told myself. That's what I told my parents when I mentioned it in passing. That's what my grandma said. Maybe I'd been dreaming. I wanted to believe it, but I know what I saw. Over the years, I went back to that room many times. The dolls were always there. Raggedy and sat in the same stiff position, arms at her sides, head tilted slightly, just like before. I checked more than once. I'd walk slowly into the room during the day, glance at the shelf, and stare. Never moved again. Never changed position. Nothing ever happened like that again. But the memory never left. Even now, at 22, every time I go upstairs in that house, I feel that same pressure in my chest. I see that shelf and those two dolls, and I remember that one night like it happened yesterday. My brother doesn't remember anything. He was asleep through all of it. He doesn't even recall me running out. And my grandma still says I must have imagined it. Maybe she's right. Maybe I was half asleep. Maybe I saw the shadow of a curtain or a breeze moved it somehow. Maybe. But deep down, I know I wasn't dreaming. I've seen dreams. I've felt the weirdness of waking up and trying to make sense of a half memory. But that night wasn't like that. I remember the cold floor under my feet. I remember the sound of the clock ticking in the hallway. I remember the exact angle her hand was raised, how the yarn fingers curled, how her head tilted, just slightly wrong, like something was trying to mimic a gesture it didn't quite understand. I've never told anyone the whole thing. Not like this. I've mentioned the dolls before, and people laugh. They say I was just scared, just a nervous kid with too much imagination. They're not wrong about that. I was anxious. I used to get scared of the dark. I used to stare at the stairs like a lunatic. But none of that changes what happened that night. I've gone back into that room many times since then. Sometimes I'll even sit on the bed, stare at the shelf in daylight, try to get over it, remind myself that it's just cloth and stuffing, just old toys. I've taken photos. I've moved the dolls myself, just to prove I'm not afraid. But I never sleep in that room anymore. Even now, if I stay the night, I sleep downstairs on the couch. My brother doesn't think anything of it. My grandma doesn't ask. The dolls are still there, still unmoving, still waiting maybe. The house is smaller than I remember. The ceiling's lower, the room's less intimidating. But that room at the end of the hallway, it still makes me uneasy. And every time I visit, I avoid walking past it in the dark. Some nights, I wonder why it never happened again. Why that one time? Why me? Why not my brother? Why not another kid, another night? I don't have answers. I only have the memory, clear as day. I don't think the doll was haunted. I don't believe in ghosts, not really. I don't think it was my grandpa, either. That doesn't make sense to me. But I do believe that memory matters. That some things imprint on us. That maybe for whatever reason, I saw something real, or something real to me. And that was enough to scar a part of my mind forever. I still think about it. Not every day, but often enough. Especially when I'm in quiet houses or dark rooms. It creeps in at night, when everything's still, and I catch myself listening for the sound of fabric shifting or the faint creak of wood. It hasn't moved again, and that almost makes it worse. It was sometime in the fall of 2007, I think early October if I had to put a date to it. The leaves were already starting to crisp up, and the smell of dirt and dry grass was strong in the air. My son was about 5 back then, still in that phase where everything was a game, and every walk turned into some kind of adventure. That day, we didn't have much of a plan. I just remember wanting to get out of the house for a while, and he was bouncing off the walls, so a walk through the woods behind our place seemed like a decent idea. We lived in a small rural town back then. You could walk maybe 15 minutes in any direction and end up surrounded by woods. There was an old, overgrown set of logging trails about a mile or so from our backyard that I used to explore when I was younger, and that's where we ended up heading. I hadn't taken my son that far into the woods before, not because I was scared or anything, but just because it always seemed like too much of a hike for a little kid. But that day he was full of energy and seemed determined, so I figured why not. We walked along the main trail for a good while, just kicking leaves and pointing out squirrels and the odd mushroom patch here and there. He talked a mile a minute about whatever came into his head, dinosaurs, cartoons, what color jelly beans are best, that kind of thing. I wasn't really paying close attention, just letting him go on. I was mostly focused on watching where we were walking. Even though the trail was wide enough and worn in, there were still enough roots and rocks around to trip up a kid if he wasn't careful. We were maybe a good 45 minutes into the walk when he stopped all of a sudden and tugged at my sleeve. He looked up at me with this serious expression and said he wanted to show me something. I figured he meant a weird rock, or maybe a tree he thought looked like a monster. He had an imagination like that. I smiled, told him sure, go ahead and show me. That's when he veered off to the left, down a narrower trail I hadn't really paid much attention to before. I'd seen it, sure, passed by it more than a few times when I used to come out here alone, but it always looked like a dead end. It narrowed pretty quick and seemed to just fade into the underbrush after maybe 30 feet. I'd never actually walked it myself, and I always assumed it was just a runoff path or a deer trail that didn't go anywhere. But my son just marched right down it like he knew exactly where he was going. I followed behind, figuring I'd humor him. Worst case, we'd end up in a thicket of brambles and have to turn around. But it wasn't like we were on a schedule. The trail, surprisingly, kept going. It started tight, sure, maybe shoulder width, but after a minute or two of ducking under low branches and stepping over some half-rotted logs, it opened up a bit more. Not by much, but just enough to suggest that, at one point, this had been a proper trail, like maybe decades ago. The way the trees arched over it and the underbrush stayed relatively thin, it looked like something had once kept this path open. Maybe people used it to get somewhere, way back when. About 5 minutes into the walk, I started to feel a little off. Not scared, not exactly, just alert. A little too aware of how quiet it had gotten. You ever notice that? Sometimes when you're deep in the woods, the air gets so still and the silence so thick that your own breathing sounds too loud. It was like that. No birdsong, no rustling in the brush, just the crunch of our boots on dried leaves and the faint swish of his little coat. He didn't seem fazed at all, just kept walking like he was on some mission. Then we came up on it. At the end of the trail, sort of tucked between a pair of skinny, crooked-looking pine trees, was this little shack. I say shack because I don't know what else to call it. It wasn't a cabin or a house, not really. It looked like it might have started out as one a long time ago, but nature had been working on it for years. The roof was sagging on one side, covered in what looked like a mix of moss and old shingles. The walls were a patchwork of wood and metal, maybe pieces of old siding, maybe even scrap. It had clearly been built piecemeal, with whatever was available at the time. I stopped walking and just stared at it for a second. I'd never seen it before. That alone creeped me out a little. I knew these woods. I'd been coming out here on and off for years. The main trails, the cut paths, the little hideouts we built as teenagers, they were all burned into my memory. And yet, here was this busted-up shack I'd never once laid eyes on. It wasn't hidden in a ravine or buried under a hill. It was just there, like it had always been there, waiting. My son turned and looked up at me. No expression on his face, just a kind of casual interest, like this was something he saw every day. I asked him how he knew this was here, and he just said, real matter of fact, that this was where he and his buddy Tom came to hang out when Tom couldn't sleep. That stopped me cold for a second. Tom, his imaginary friend. He'd been talking about Tom for maybe a couple months by then. I didn't think anything of it at the time. Lots of kids have imaginary friends. Hell, I had one when I was a kid, though I can't remember his name now. My son mentioned Tom now and then, said he was older than him, liked old cartoons, liked to sit in the dark. That kind of thing. Just weird, harmless kid talk. But now here he was, standing in front of this rotting shack, telling me this was Tom's place. That this is where they came when Tom couldn't sleep. I tried the door, half out of curiosity, half out of some weird sense of needing to know. I don't know what I expected. Maybe to find a pile of old trash, or some half-finished tree fort somebody gave up on. But when I reached for the handle and pulled, the door barely budged. just opened an inch or two before hitting something solid. It didn't rattle like it was locked. It felt like something heavy was stacked up against the other side. I pushed a bit harder, but it didn't give. I could see just a sliver inside, enough to see that it was dark, real dark, and maybe something draped in a dusty sheet. But that was it. I was about to try again when my son tugged on my coat and told me not to worry about it. Said Tom blocks the door with stuff, so no one can steal his things. That's when I felt a chill crawl up my back. Not because of what he said, but because of how calm he was about it. Like this was a normal thing. Like he'd been here before. I didn't say anything. Just stood there for a few more minutes, looking at that place, trying to figure out how the hell a 5-year-old could have known about it. Trying to come up with a reasonable explanation for what the hell I was looking at. Eventually, I turned us around and started walking back. He didn't protest. Didn't say goodbye to the place. Just followed along, talking again about whatever popped into his head. It was like the shack didn't matter anymore. I didn't sleep much that night. Over the next few weeks, I asked him a few more times about that place. He always gave the same answers. Said it was Tom's house. Said Tom didn't sleep much. Said they only hung out there when it was really quiet and everyone else was asleep. I pressed him a little, asked if he'd ever gone there alone. He said no. That Tom always came and got him first. I didn't like that answer. Not at all. Eventually, I stopped bringing it up. After a few months, he stopped mentioning Tom entirely. One day I asked him, just offhand, what happened to him. He just shrugged and said Tom got sick and had to leave. That was the end of it. I thought about going back out there more than once. To look at that shack in the daylight, really give it a proper look. Maybe even try to break the door open, see what was inside. But something always kept me from doing it. Maybe it was the unease, the pit in the stomach kind of feeling I got just thinking about it. Maybe it was because it felt like crossing some invisible line, like I'd be stepping into something I wasn't supposed to. Or maybe I was just scared of what I'd find. Or scared I'd find nothing at all and have no answers. A couple years later, the land got sold off. Developers came in, cut down most of the trees, bulldozed the trails. They built a Kroger and a gas station where the woods used to be. Concrete and lights where there used to be shadows and old paths. The place my son took me to, Tom's house, it's gone now. Probably got smashed by a backhoe or buried under a parking lot. I've walked through the area a few times since, and I can't even be sure where that trail used to start. He's a teenager now, doesn't remember much about that day. I brought it up once, just asked him if he remembered that time we found the shack in the woods. He looked at me like I was making it up, said he didn't remember any house, didn't remember Tom either, not even a little. Maybe he really forgot, or maybe he just doesn't want to remember. But I do. I remember the way the trees bent over that trail, like they were hiding something. I remember the way that shack felt like it had been waiting. I remember the sound of the door hitting something solid, something unmoving. And I remember my son, 5 years old, looking up at me with absolute certainty and telling me not to worry about it, because Tom keeps it blocked. I'll never know what was behind that door. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was just junk, an old couch, some wood, boxes of crap left by someone who used to squat there. But that place didn't feel like a junk pile. It felt like something older, something forgotten, something real. And now it's gone. And I'm not sure if I'm relieved, or if I just missed my only chance to understand what the hell I saw. I had been working in the inpatient psych ward of a children's hospital for a few years when this happened. It wasn't my first job in mental health, but it was the most emotionally intense. We saw everything in that unit. Kids as young as 5 or 6 being brought in under hold orders. Some because they had threatened to kill themselves, others because they'd hurt animals or other kids, and some just because they couldn't be managed anywhere else. A lot of these children had been through hell. The things they'd seen and endured, it wore on you. It changed the way you looked at people, especially the way you saw adults. The units smelled like antiseptic and worn-down plastic. The floors were always scrubbed too clean. The windows were reinforced, doors were thick, the walls padded in the isolation rooms. It wasn't a place you forgot. I was part of the admin side, not a therapist or a tech. My job was mostly paperwork, chart updates, filing patient records, answering the intercom, buzzing visitors in and out. I sat in a small, enclosed space up at the front, kind of like a reception booth, but more secure. It had a high wraparound counter, almost like a bank. Nobody was allowed in there except staff, and even then only certain staff. The kids definitely weren't supposed to be in there, ever. That space was where I felt safest in the whole building. But even that didn't mean much, not really. I learned that the hard way. This story isn't about everything I saw in that hospital, though there's enough in my head to write a book if I wanted. It's about one kid, one patient, one night, and something that still sticks with me long after I left. He came in on a weekday, early afternoon. I remember because it was quiet that morning, and then everything got louder all at once. The nurses were talking in low, serious voices. Security walked him in, not just an aide. That didn't happen often. He was maybe 11 or 12 years old, tall for his age, with this mop of dark hair that stuck to his forehead like he'd been sweating for hours. He looked like a regular kid if you didn't know better. That was the thing, most of them did. If you lined them all up and told someone to pick the ones who'd been through the worst, they'd probably guess wrong every time. His file was thick. I didn't read the full history until later, but it was bad, real bad. Multiple placements, multiple failed foster situations, and a long list of diagnoses. Some you'd expect for a kid with trauma, and others that made my skin crawl when I read them. He'd been hurt, physically, sexually, by people who were supposed to protect him. His body had healed, mostly, but his mind, not so much. He was wild in a way that wasn't just defiance. It was like he didn't understand what safety was, or boundaries, or trust. It made it hard for the staff to manage him, even though they were used to kids like him. His behavior went from charming to dangerous fast. He could be sweet, funny even, then shift into something else in seconds. Staff had to stay alert, redirect him constantly. He had a way of testing limits that wasn't just about seeing how far he could go. It was like he was watching to see who would let him get away with something, and then pushing harder when they didn't. He made other kids uncomfortable too. Not overtly threatening, but just off. Like something in him didn't match the rest of the world. One night, I wasn't there, but I heard about it the next morning in a hushed staff meeting. He'd somehow gotten hold of a chain. We didn't even know where from. Possibly from the janitor's closet, or something one of the maintenance guys had left behind. That part was still being investigated. But somehow, he'd wrapped the chain around his arm and was threatening to hit anyone who came close. He wanted out. He was screaming, crying, sweating, pacing the halls. It took a nurse and a psych tech to corner him, not physically, but with words and positioning. I was told the nurse calmly told him, "You might get one of us, but not both." They kept just enough distance, using a soft voice, waiting him out. Eventually, he dropped the chain, and they got him into a timeout room. Those rooms were bare, with a mat on the floor and soft walls, no corners to hurt yourself on. They weren't locked, couldn't be. We had rules about that. It made things difficult sometimes. The door would stay open, and someone would have to be posted nearby to supervise. Kids didn't always stay in those rooms. They'd come out if they wanted. That was part of the job, talking them back in when they left. Repeating things 100 times in soft, even tones. It wore staff down. I saw people break down and cry in the break room more than once. 2 nights after the chain incident, I was working a late shift. It was cold outside, winter almost here. I remember I had my space heater on under the desk, humming softly at my feet. I was going through patient charts, making sure everything was documented from the day's shift. Paperwork was endless in that job. Everything needed to be recorded, even the stuff that seemed minor, especially with kids like him. He had been acting up again that day, nothing violent, but just uncooperative. Loud, destructive. He'd broken a few crayons, then thrown the pieces at another kid, called a nurse a bitch, refused meds, tried to climb the bookshelf in the activity room. Typical behavior for him, not enough to warrant a hold or isolation, but enough that everyone was on edge. At one point, the nurse on duty had enough and escorted him to timeout. Not a punishment, just a place to calm down. The door was propped open like always, and she sat on a chair in the hall a few feet away, reading a clipboard and occasionally glancing in. It should have been safe. Should have been. It must have been past 9 p.m. The unit was quiet, mostly. Kids were supposed to be in bed, though a few always took longer to settle. I was in the reception area, going through forms. My mind was foggy from staring at the screen. That's when I heard it, a sound behind me. Not loud, just wrong, like a shift in the air. A breath, maybe the squeak of a shoe. But I wasn't expecting any sound behind me, because nobody should have been there. I turned. He was standing right there, inside the counter space, right behind my chair. I can still see it, burned into my brain. His chest was rising and falling fast, like he'd been running. His eyes were dull but wide, his mouth slightly open. There was sweat on his upper lip, and his hands were clenched. He looked like he'd been crying or holding back tears, red around the eyes, face blotchy. He didn't speak, just stared. I stood up fast, heart hammering. The chair scraped behind me, and I backed up a step. My words came out stupid and slow. I think I should get the nurse. He didn't move. I eased past him and walked out of the reception area as calmly as I could, trying not to run. My mind was blank, buzzing. He had gotten in. That space wasn't supposed to be accessible. How had he even gotten past the desk partition? There was a door with a push-button lock, and it was always closed. Had someone left it open? Had he watched someone use the latch and copied them? As soon as I was out in the hall, I turned to find the nurse. She was already walking toward me, eyes narrowed, probably having noticed he'd left the timeout room. That's when we both heard the buzzing sound, the click of the door mechanism unlocking. My heart stopped. He had jumped up on the counter and hit the exit button, the one that opened the doors leading out of the unit. They only stayed open for a few seconds after the button was pressed. He was trying to escape. We ran, but he didn't make it. The lock re-engaged just before he could push through. His hands slapped against the door, and he let out a sound like a whimper mixed with a scream. Not quite a word, just a guttural burst of frustration and fear. The nurse gently pulled him away, speaking low and firm. He didn't fight her. Just let himself be led back to the timeout room, eyes blank again. The rest of the night was tense. He kept getting up, wandering, refusing to stay in bed. The nurse had to shadow him, guide him back each time. I stayed behind the desk, shaken. Not scared exactly. Nothing had happened, but rattled in a way I couldn't shake. I thought about it a lot after that. What if he had the chain that night? What if he'd used it on me before I even turned around? What if he'd gotten out the door? Would he have run? Would he have hurt someone in the parking lot? Gotten hit by a car? It wasn't about fear, not really. It was about something deeper, a feeling that I wasn't safe, that none of us were. That all our procedures and rules and locked doors didn't matter when a child was desperate enough, determined enough, smart enough. That boy had planned it. He'd waited until things were quiet, until the nurse was distracted, until I was alone. He'd watched someone press that door button and remembered how to do it. He knew the timing, the placement, the risk, and he went for it. I left that job a few months later. It wasn't because of that night alone. There were other things, burnout, the weight of it all. But that boy stayed with me. I've wondered where he is now. If he got placed in a long-term facility. If he's in prison. If he got help. If he hurt someone. If someone hurt him again. I'll never know. But I remember the way he looked when I turned around. Eyes wide, silent, trembling. I've seen people full of rage, full of hate. That wasn't what I saw in him. What I saw was a kind of pain I can't put into words, not really. Pain so deep it twisted everything else out of shape. He didn't want to hurt me. He just wanted to leave. That's what stays with me the most. He just wanted to leave, and he didn't know how. I still remember the way the air smelled when we stepped out of the airport. It was damp, like the world had just been rinsed off. The kind of smell that sticks in your nose, heavy with jet fuel and old rain. We were tired, wired, and halfway delirious from the flight. It must have been around 2 a.m. by the time we got through baggage claim, customs, the usual chaos, and finally picked up the rental car. It was me, my friend Ellie, and her friend Lucy. We were going to stay at a holiday house that belonged to Ellie's parents' friends. Ellie had been there loads of times before, but she'd never done the drive herself. She always just got driven up with her parents or tagged along when someone else was in charge. I remember thinking at the time that maybe someone should have printed off directions or at least downloaded a map, but we were too casual about it, too tired to think ahead. The plan was simple: get in the car, drive a couple of hours out of the city, follow the signs, and crash into bed once we arrived. The rental car was small, a compact silver hatchback that still smelled faintly of the last renter's cheap air freshener. The kind that's meant to smell like pine, but just ends up making you slightly nauseous. Ellie took the wheel since she was the only one who felt confident enough to drive in a new country, and Lucy sat in the passenger seat navigating, or at least trying to. I was in the back, legs stretched across both seats, trying to stay awake, but already regretting not sleeping on the plane. The roads out of the city were pretty quiet, just the odd truck now and then or another tourist car like ours, crawling along the motorways half asleep. At first, it felt fine. The road signs looked unfamiliar, but not unreadable. The city lights slowly gave way to darker stretches, where the street lamps were further apart and the houses fewer and fewer. I remember staring out the window at empty fields and thinking how peaceful it looked. I even dozed off for a while. I think we all let our guard down a little too much. Eventually, we hit the point where we were supposed to turn off onto a smaller road. Ellie wasn't totally sure it was the right one. She kept saying, "This looks kind of familiar," but didn't sound too confident. Lucy squinted at her phone, which was showing barely a sliver of signal, and said something like, "Yeah, this must be it." That was our mistake. We turned off way too early. What we thought was the road to the holiday house turned out to be a narrow, muddy back road that led us deep into some kind of rural area. There weren't any signs, just thick trees on either side, and the occasional farmhouse set back from the road, all of them dark and asleep. The further we drove, the worse the road got. It was no longer even gravel, just dirt and thick wet mud. Potholes every few feet. The kind of road that hadn't seen maintenance in years. At first we thought we'd find a good place to turn around, but the road just kept narrowing, winding in unpredictable curves, as though it was leading us deliberately into nowhere. That's when things started to get stressful. The car was skidding slightly as we went, the tires sliding in the mud. Ellie slowed right down, hands tight on the steering wheel, face pressed close to the windshield, trying to see through the darkness. We didn't have any more streetlights now, just the car's headlights cutting through the pitch black. Outside the windows, we couldn't see anything but shapes. Trees, shadows, outlines of bushes, the occasional fence. After about 10 minutes of slowly crawling up that awful road, we finally found a sort of wider patch on the side where we thought we could turn around. Ellie tried to reverse, but the tires just spun in place. The mud was so soft it was almost like wet clay. We kept lurching forward and back, trying to pivot the car, but we couldn't get any real grip. And that's when it started to feel bad. Really bad. It was silent outside, dead silent. No crickets, no breeze. Just the distant sound of the engine straining every time we tried to move. I remember the air inside the car getting weirdly still. None of us were talking much anymore. You could feel that kind of fear setting in, the kind that doesn't announce itself loudly, but instead creeps up your spine, one vertebra at a time. We all knew we were in a bad spot. The car was stuck. We were lost. None of us spoke the local language well enough to explain ourselves if we needed to call someone, and our phones were now barely clinging to any signal. Even Google Maps was just a frozen screen with a little blue dot in the middle of a gray nothing. Then Lucy looked into the rearview mirror. There's a car," she said. Ellie glanced up. I leaned forward between the seats to look too. In the mirror, we saw a pair of headlights, far back at first, but definitely moving toward us. Not fast, but steady. Bright beams growing bigger with each second. At first we thought maybe it was another tourist, someone else who'd gotten lost. But that made no sense. What were the odds? Nobody should be on this road at this hour. Nobody. We all went silent again. The headlights got closer. Still no other noise. Just the hum of their tires, the crunch of gravel, and mud under their wheels. Ellie gripped the steering wheel tighter, and Lucy's hand went to her phone, but there was still no signal. Panic started bubbling up. My brain began flipping through every horror movie I'd ever watched. 3 girls alone, stuck on a remote road, in the dead of night, in a foreign country, headlights approaching from behind. It was practically the start of every nightmare scenario. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat. Lucy kept glancing behind us, and I could tell from her face that the car wasn't just passing by. It stopped, right behind us. Its headlights filled the inside of our car with blinding light, casting hard shadows across the dashboard. We couldn't see anything beyond them, just white light and the dark outline of a car behind it. None of us moved. I don't even think we were breathing. Then the door of the other car opened. We saw a shape, a man, get out and start walking toward us. Slowly. No flashlight, no phone light, nothing. Just him walking through the beams of our own headlights. I think my hands were shaking at that point. I couldn't see his face clearly. Just the shape of a man walking toward 3 stuck, terrified strangers in a car with nowhere to go. We didn't know if we should open the windows, lock the doors, get out and run. Everything felt surreal, like time was stretching and shrinking at the same time. But then something changed. As he got closer, I could see his face in the side mirror, calm, relaxed. He wasn't yelling. He didn't look angry or threatening. He had some kind of reflective vest on, like official gear, and something clipped to his chest. He raised one hand, palm out, in a kind of reassuring gesture. We still didn't open the windows, but he gestured toward us, and then pointed to his chest, where we could see the glint of a badge. He was a police officer. He didn't try to open our doors or say anything, just stood back a bit, letting us process it. I think we were all still too freaked out to really believe it at first. But after a long second, Lucy rolled her window down just a crack, just enough to hear. The man spoke in clear, calm English. "Are you going to /location?" he asked, naming the town where the holiday home was. We were too stunned to answer properly, but I nodded fast. So did Ellie. The officer gave a small nod back and motioned with his hand. "Follow me," it seemed to say. Then he walked back to his car, got in, and slowly reversed far enough down the road so Ellie could try turning the car around again. This time, maybe from nerves or just dumb luck, the tires managed to catch enough grip on the edge, and we were able to make the turn without getting totally stuck. The police car waited until we were ready, then started forward, slow and steady. We followed. He drove ahead of us the whole way, taking turn after turn like he knew exactly where we were meant to go. The road smoothed out after a while, and we started recognizing landmarks Ellie had vaguely remembered from years past. A stone wall, a barn with a red roof, an old gas station long shut down. Eventually, the houses got closer together again, the roads got clearer, and we saw the sign for the little town we were headed to. We passed through a few quiet streets until we reached the hill with the holiday home near the top. The police car stopped just before the last turnoff and put on his hazard lights. We rolled to a stop behind him. He stepped out again, gave us a little wave, and pointed up the hill. Then he got back in his car, made a slow U-turn, and disappeared the way he came. Just like that, he was gone. We sat in the car for a full minute, none of us talking, just breathing, trying to come down from the panic, trying to reset our nervous systems. We eventually drove the last bit up the hill to the house, unlocked the gate, parked, and just sat on the porch under the yellow glow of the outside light, not even going in right away. It was probably 4 a.m. by then. The sky had just the faintest glow, like the sun was somewhere behind the mountains, waiting to rise. We didn't talk much that night. We were too tired, too emotionally drained. But I remember lying in bed, still dressed, heart still pounding, thinking about how close that whole night had come to going very, very wrong. How quickly a mix-up and a bad road could turn into a perfect setup for something awful. How afraid we'd been. And how lucky we were that the person walking toward our car in the pitch black just happened to be someone who spoke our language, knew exactly where we were trying to go, and didn't ask for anything in return. We'd thought it was the start of a nightmare. Turned out it was someone just doing their job. Someone who saved us from what could have been a disaster. And I never saw him again. I was 17 when it happened, back in the summer before senior year. It's been 3 years since, but I still remember every detail like it just happened yesterday. That summer, I flew to Korea to visit a friend of mine who had moved back after middle school. We hadn't seen each other in person for years, so we made big plans. We were going to spend as much time together as we could, hang out late, eat street food, and just enjoy the short break from school and everything else. It was late July, one of those hot, sticky Friday nights where the heat doesn't go away, even after the sun sets. We had gone out for some dinner and wandered around afterward. The streets in that part of town were still awake. People were walking dogs, eating at stalls, couples holding hands. It felt safe. The air was thick with the smell of grilling meat, street food oil, and summer sweat, but it didn't bother us. We found this small park tucked between two streets, barely more than a patch of grass with some benches and trees. It wasn't busy, just quiet enough to catch our breath before heading back to her place. We sat on one of the benches, just talking and sipping from the cold drinks we had picked up at a convenience store. Her neighborhood wasn't dangerous. Families lived nearby. It was the kind of area where kids rode bikes alone, and grandmas sold snacks on folding tables. We weren't worried. That's when we noticed the kid. He looked maybe 10 or 11. A little small, wearing a white shirt that looked slightly too big for him, the sleeves hanging near his elbows. He walked past us carrying a red and white takeout box of fried chicken. I remember the smell hit me hard, greasy, peppery, fresh. He sat down a few benches away and just started eating. We didn't think much of it. It's not that unusual to see a kid out alone in a safe neighborhood like that. We kept chatting, not paying attention to him after that. But about half an hour later, we decided it was time to head home. We stood up, gathered our trash, and started walking toward the edge of the park where the sidewalk curved back to the main street. That's when we saw him again. The kid stood up too. As he did, he dropped a piece of chicken, like a half-eaten wing, and left it there on the ground. Then he turned and started walking in our direction. I remember thinking it was weird. Not terrifying, just strange. Why drop food like that? Why walk the exact same way we were going? My friend whispered that maybe his house was in the same direction, and we were overthinking. I nodded, and we picked up our pace a bit. We crossed the street at the intersection just ahead, and I glanced behind us. That's when I saw him standing on the opposite corner. He wasn't walking anymore. He just stood there, watching. When we looked directly at him, he smiled. Then he waved. It wasn't a big, friendly wave. Just this small, casual flick of his fingers, like he was waving at someone he knew well. My stomach twisted a little. I looked at my friend and asked if she recognized him. Her face was pale in the streetlight, and she slowly shook her head. Neither of us said anything for a moment, and then she gave a little half-wave back, awkward and unsure. We turned and started walking faster. We didn't run. Not yet, but the tension between us was building. We cut through 2 more blocks, trying to stay on well-lit streets, and ducked into a coffee shop that was still open. It was a small place, almost empty, except for one couple sitting near the back. The air conditioning blasted us as we walked in, cold and sharp against our sweat. We ordered something, mostly just to look like we weren't panicked. My friend ordered a lemonade. I asked for an iced tea. We sat down by the window and looked out. I tried to calm myself by staring at my phone, but then she stiffened next to me. I looked up. He was there. He had turned the corner and was walking slowly down the street toward the coffee shop. Same pace, same blank look. No expression this time. Just walking. It was him. We both froze. I remember feeling like I couldn't breathe right. My heart was racing, but it felt muffled, like my body wasn't reacting fast enough. I couldn't understand how he'd followed us for that long. We hadn't taken a direct path. We had turned multiple times. How would a kid even know where we were going? My friend suddenly stood up and said she wanted to go to the bathroom. I nodded. The bathroom in that place wasn't inside the main cafe. Like many Korean buildings, it was in the hallway that connected to other businesses. You had to go through a door in the back, into a hallway with flickering lights and signs in Korean pointing to other offices or stores upstairs. We walked quickly to the door. I remember looking back one last time before we went through. The boy hadn't entered the cafe yet. He was still on the sidewalk, looking toward us. But I couldn't tell if he was making eye contact or not. Inside the hallway, everything changed. It was dim, the fluorescent lights overhead buzzing with that soft electric whine. The walls were a pale cream color, scratched and stained in spots. It smelled faintly like mop water and dust. The bathroom was at the end, past a vending machine and a locked stairwell door. Inside, the bathroom was small. Just 2 stalls and a sink with a cracked mirror above it. It smelled like cleaner and something else I couldn't place, like rust maybe. My friend went into one stall, and I followed into the other, because I didn't want to be alone. We locked the door behind us and just stood there. She was whispering that this was all too weird, that she didn't understand what was happening, that maybe we should call someone. I was trying to calm her down when the lights went out. All of them. Total blackness. I didn't hear the sound of a switch. Just that soft hum of electricity vanish, like someone had killed the whole floor. My breath caught in my throat. Then the door slammed open. Hard. The bang echoed off the walls. Footsteps, fast and heavy, rushed in. We barely had time to move before the stall door was kicked in. The lock snapped, and I was thrown backwards. I crashed against the metal wall, hitting my elbow and shoulder, and someone grabbed my hair. Rough, fast hands. Another hand clamped over my mouth. My friend was screaming, but it was muffled, choked. There was movement beside me, struggling, more gasps, and the panic exploded in my chest. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't move. My scalp burned from where fingers were tangled in my hair. The hand over my mouth pressed hard, almost suffocating me. I felt my knees give out. I slid halfway to the floor, twisting and trying to fight, but nothing worked. Then I felt something cold press against my throat. Not sharp, but solid, like metal. I froze. I couldn't scream. My entire body went cold. In the darkness, I could hear everything more clearly. My friends crying, the shallow, fast breathing of whoever was on top of me. And then, he stopped. There was a long pause. And then, in a low whisper, the voice said, "Wrong one." Just those two words. Nothing else. His voice wasn't a child's. It was deeper. Maybe a teenager? Maybe older? I didn't know. And then, as suddenly as it started, the pressure was gone. The hand lifted. The weight left my body. I heard him run. Footsteps slamming out of the bathroom. Then down the hall. The door outside banged shut. It took a few seconds before either of us moved. I couldn't even cry. I just sat there on the cold tile, back against the wall, heart pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. My friend slowly reached for me, and I held on to her like we were drowning. The emergency lights finally flickered on about 30 seconds later. Just enough dim light to see each other. Her face was streaked with tears. Mine probably was too. We didn't say anything. We didn't want to speak. I remember crawling out of the stall, looking around. Nothing had been stolen. There was no blood. No broken bones, just bruises, scratches, fear. We got up and walked back to the cafe in silence. We didn't tell anyone. Not that night. We went straight to her apartment. We locked every window and door. Neither of us slept. The next morning, we told her parents. They were furious that we hadn't called right away, and I understand why now. The police were brought in. We gave our statements. Described him in as much detail as we could, the shirt, the face, the way he walked. But here's the thing. The cafe had no camera facing the hallway. The building's shared hallway had no cameras either. No one could find footage of the boy from outside. It was like he vanished the second he left. The police didn't accuse us of lying, but they couldn't do much. We hadn't been robbed. There were no witnesses. It was two frightened girls describing an attacker they couldn't even see properly. The fried chicken box? They never found that either. Weeks passed. I left Korea in August. It's been years now, but I still think about it. What if he had picked the right one? What if he hadn't stopped? What if no one had been around, even in the cafe? The words he whispered, "Wrong one," chill me even now. They suggest that there was someone else he was looking for. Someone specific. A target. And we weren't it. That means he might have tried again. Might still be out there. I've never been able to forget his face. Not because it was particularly unique, but because it was so normal. Just a kid. Small frame. Soft features. A little dirty maybe, but nothing you'd think twice about. That's what makes it worse. There's no way to recognize him again. No scar, no limp, no strange clothes. Just a boy. And I'll never know what he wanted, who he thought we were, or what he planned to do. All I know is, that night changed something in me. I don't sit in parks after dark anymore. I don't go to the bathroom in unfamiliar places alone. And I don't ever assume that someone harmless looking is safe. Because they might be looking for someone. And next time, they might not get the wrong one. I was 16 when it happened. It was a Saturday afternoon, and I remember the light in my room was soft and kind of golden, the kind of light that comes in after a long day, when the sun starts to lower but hasn't quite set. My room faced west, so this time of day was always my favorite. The rays would hit the walls in a way that made the dust hang in the air, and the whole space felt quiet, like time slowed down a little. I was lying on my bed, one leg stretched out and the other bent, the way I always seemed to rest when I wasn't thinking about it. I was reading a paperback novel I'd picked up a week before from a used bookstore downtown. It wasn't anything special, just a mystery, I think. Something about a detective and a missing kid. The story wasn't even that good, but it was just good enough to keep my eyes moving across the pages, which was all I needed. At some point I realized I was getting hungry. Not starving, just that dull, creeping feeling in your stomach that tells you it's been a while since you last ate. I marked my place with a receipt I'd used as a bookmark, dropped the book next to me on the bed, and sat up. My plan was to go downstairs, maybe microwave some leftovers or grab a granola bar or something, just enough to hold me over until dinner. But for some reason, instead of swinging my legs over the edge of the bed and standing up like I normally would, I paused. I lay back down. I don't know why. It wasn't that I changed my mind or felt too lazy. It was more like something just told me to stop. It wasn't a voice or anything like that. It wasn't even a real thought. Just a kind of pause in my body, like someone had hit the brakes and I went with it. The moment I lay back, I felt it. That's the only way I can put it. I felt it, not just physically, but mentally too. It was like I became aware of something I wasn't supposed to be aware of. My body felt light, like all the weight in my chest and legs and arms had slowly drained away. Not all at once, not like flipping a switch, but gradually, like if someone was pulling it out thread by thread. I remember thinking it was a little like falling asleep, that weird in-between part where you're still kind of awake, but not really there anymore. Except this wasn't that. It was close, but different. Then I started floating. I know how that sounds. I get it, but I'm telling you I floated. I don't mean in a dream. I don't mean I felt like I was floating. I mean that I literally rose up off the bed. I was face up, flat on my back, and I could feel the air between me and the mattress. It was real. The ceiling got closer, and everything else in the room started to feel distant. Not visually, just in a strange, disconnected way. Like I was part of the room, but not really inside it anymore. The next part is where it starts to get harder to explain. Because even though I was the one floating, I was also standing in the doorway. I saw myself. I don't mean that in a dream logic way. I mean I was floating about a foot above the bed, and at the same time I was standing in the doorway of my bedroom, maybe 6 or 7 feet away, leaning just slightly against the doorframe like I'd been watching for a while. I could see the bed, the floating me, and the open book lying on the mattress. I could see everything. The light from the window hitting the wall, the shadows stretching across the carpet, the way the curtain was fluttering just a little from the fan blowing across the room. I could see the fine hairs on my arm catching the sunlight. I could see the texture of the blanket under me. But I wasn't scared. That's the thing that gets to me now, when I think about it. I wasn't scared. None of me was. Not the me that was floating, not the me that was lying down, and not the me in the doorway. There was no panic, no rush of adrenaline, just quiet. As I floated there, my body began to turn. Slowly at first, like the way a leaf spins on water. I tilted to my right, gently, not like I was being pushed, but like gravity had changed directions a little. It wasn't a full spin at first, just a slight angle, but it kept going, and eventually I was fully upside down. I could feel the blood rushing to my head, except it didn't feel uncomfortable. More like I just noticed it, like someone pointing something out to you. I was suspended in the air, upside down, maybe 15 inches above my own body. That's when I saw it, my face. My actual face, the one still lying on the bed. My eyes were closed at first. That's how I knew it was me, really me, not just an image or a reflection. It was the exact position I had been in before I floated. I could even see the small crease between my eyebrows from the way I'd been squinting at the book. The me in the doorway could see it too. I could tell. Somehow I was aware of all three at once, like different cameras focused on the same moment. I hovered there, upside down, looking at my own face. Then my eyes opened. It was fast. Less than a second. The eyes on the me lying on the bed opened, and they looked straight into the eyes of the floating me. Not past me. Not through me. At me. We locked eyes. I don't even have the words for how that felt. It wasn't like looking in a mirror. It wasn't like watching a video of yourself. It was like staring at a version of yourself that you didn't know existed until right then. And it knew me. Both of us knew each other. There was no confusion. No panique. Just recognition. Total, deep, wordless understanding. Like every version of me was aware of what was happening. The me in the doorway didn't move. Just watched. I wasn't breathing. None of me was breathing. Everything was still. Then the floating me began to fall. Not hard, not fast. It was more like being pulled back. The floating me sank back toward the body on the bed, and the moment they touched, it was like something clicked into place. Like two puzzle pieces locking together, or a switch being flipped. As soon as we connected, everything blurred. The me in the doorway blinked, and just like that, it was gone. The connection broke. There was a moment right before that when the floating me wanted to scream. Not out of fear, but out of something else, some instinct, some need to express something huge and unspoken. But the me on the bed felt nothing. No fear, no confusion, just silence. The scream never came. And the me in the doorway, the one who had been watching, was cold. Not in the sense of being mean or cruel, but literally cold. Detached. Empty. Like an observer without emotion. Watching because it had to, not because it cared. When I snapped back into myself, I was lying flat on the bed again. Same position. The ceiling above me. The book next to me. The soft light of the afternoon still glowing against the wall. Nothing had moved. The fan still buzzed quietly on the dresser. The curtains still fluttered gently. But something was different. I felt heavy, like all the weight that had drained away earlier had come back all at once. My chest was tight. My hands were tingling. I sat up slowly and looked around the room. Nothing was out of place. Everything was exactly the same, and yet it all felt wrong. It was like walking into your house after someone else has been there. Nothing stolen, nothing changed, but everything off. I didn't move for a long time. I just sat there on the edge of the bed, staring at the floor. My heart was beating fast, but not in a panic. More like it was trying to catch up to something. My mouth was dry. I remember rubbing my hands together and noticing how cold my fingers were. I looked at the doorway. It was empty. No one there. No shadow, no figure. Just a doorway. But I kept staring at it for a long time. Eventually I stood up. I walked out of my room and down the stairs, every step feeling like it echoed louder than it should have. I made it to the kitchen and opened the fridge, grabbed a bottle of water, and took a sip. I wasn't really thirsty. I just needed to do something normal, something physical. I leaned against the counter and stared out the window at the backyard. The trees were still, and the sky was starting to shift into that deeper orange that comes just before sunset. Nothing had changed, and everything had changed. I didn't tell anyone about what happened. Not then, not now, not really. People always expect a twist at the end of stories like this. Some kind of hidden meaning, some message. But there isn't one. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a hallucination. It was real as anything else in my life. I don't pretend to understand it, and I'm not trying to explain it. I'm just telling it the way it happened. What I do know is that after that day, things were different. I was different. I started paying more attention to how I moved through the world. I'd catch myself staring into mirrors a little longer, trying to figure out if I still looked the same. I started journaling, trying to make sense of how I felt. I couldn't put it into words. I still can't, not fully. But I knew something had shifted. It wasn't a ghost story. It wasn't some near-death thing. I didn't see a tunnel of light or talk to anything from beyond. It was something else. Something quiet. Something buried inside the cracks of normal life. I don't know if it was some kind of sleep state mistake my brain made, or if I'd briefly become aware of something we aren't usually supposed to notice. I don't care about the label. I just know it happened. And sometimes, even now, I catch myself looking toward the doorway, half expecting to see something standing there. Something that looks like me. Something that's just watching. Waiting. Cold and still. It was one of those cold, dry nights where everything just felt slightly off. The kind where the air is thin and your instincts are dialed a little sharper than usual, even if you don't know why yet. We'd just come out of the theater after watching the Rocky reboot, the kind of movie that makes your blood pump and gives you that urge to punch something or run a few miles, even if you haven't exercised in months. I was with my two friends, John and Jack. We'd grown up together, stuck in a town that was constantly trying to hold itself together between waves of gang violence, poverty, and the daily grind of trying to act like things were normal. Our area was weird. You had these really rough city centers that faded into small towns and suburbs so fast you could blink and miss the transition. It was like someone had taken puzzle pieces from different maps and just jammed them together. In high school, it got so bad that the National Guard had to step in to help the police. I remember seeing Humvees parked next to gas stations and armed soldiers patrolling grocery store parking lots. That was normal for us. If you wanted to do anything, see a movie, go bowling, even grab late-night food, you had to go into the sketchier parts of the city. That's just how it was. That night, it was me behind the wheel. John was riding shotgun, his massive frame squeezed into the passenger seat like a bear in a folding chair. The guy was a beast, our school's linebacker, the type who didn't talk unless he had to. But if things got ugly, you wanted him next to you. Then there was Jack in the back seat. Jack was chaos in human form. Hilarious, constantly screwing around, and always looking for trouble without ever meaning real harm. He was also built like a pitcher, and was on his way to playing semi-pro ball, which meant he could throw a rock through a moving car window if he wanted to. When we came out of the theater, the parking lot was quiet. That's when we saw the car. It was parked just 2 spots away from mine, and it looked like it had gone through a war. Every window was busted out. Trash had been dumped on the roof, with what looked like dirt or mulch stuffed into the driver's seat. The tires were slashed, and dents covered every panel. Sitting perfectly upright on the roof was a massive 7-Eleven Big Gulp cup, like someone had placed it there as the finishing insult. Jack, being Jack, picked up a rock from the edge of the lot and started sizing it up. "Think I can hit that cup?" he said. We were about 90 feet away. Even for him, that was a stretch. John and I immediately shut that idea down. We just wanted to get out of there. This wasn't a good place to linger, and we all knew that. Jack hesitated, gave us a look, and we walked to my car. As soon as I unlocked it and slid into the driver's seat, Jack came sprinting across the lot. "We need to go. Now," he said, panting and wide-eyed. "What did you do?" He didn't answer, but we already knew. He'd thrown the damn rock. Whether he hit the cup or not didn't matter. What mattered was that the timing couldn't have been worse. Behind us, yelling erupted from the direction of the theater. Not just yelling, furious, violent shouting. Someone had just discovered what happened to their car, and to them, it probably looked like we were the ones who did it. Without a second thought, I turned the key and started the engine. Jack was laughing hysterically, that high-pitched kind of laugh you let out when you're terrified, but pretending to be amused. He kept saying, "That guy can't catch us, his car's wrecked," over and over like a mantra. What none of us considered was that the guy wasn't alone. 5 minutes later, as we rolled through a stretch of road that ran parallel to a dark strip mall, I noticed high beams flicker in the rearview mirror. I thought it was just a tailgater at first, but the lights didn't just follow, they closed in fast. I made a snap decision to turn off at a side street near a gas station. As I pulled in, the car behind us didn't follow us directly. Instead, it cut across the gas station parking lot and blocked us by pulling out in front of my car and slamming into park. My heart shot into my throat. Another car rolled up behind us and came to a hard stop. Doors opened. Shadows spilled out. I didn't wait to count them. John was stone-faced. Jack was no longer laughing. I couldn't hear them clearly because my blood was roaring in my ears, but I caught phrases like, "We can take them," and "We got this." John was calmly removing his chain and stashing his wallet and phone in the glove box, like he was preparing for a boxing match, not a life-or-death scenario. I caught a glint of silver in the hand of one of the guys standing near the front car. My stomach dropped. That glint changed everything. Whether it was a knife or a gun or a pipe didn't matter. It was a weapon. We weren't going to fight. This wasn't high school parking lot drama. This was a whole other level. Adrenaline took over. I slammed the gas, jerked the wheel hard, and managed to squeeze past the front car by cutting back through the gas station. Tires squealed. We blew through a red light. Behind us, engines roared. We were in it now. For the next few minutes, it was a blur of turns, acceleration, and yelling. Jack was in the back calling everyone he knew, trying to find a place we could pull into for backup. A house party, a hangout, anything. John stayed calm as ever, eyes on the side mirror, giving updates on how far back they were. We caught a lucky break. A light turned red behind us just as we zipped through it, and the two cars chasing us got stuck in the traffic. I used that window to veer onto a bigger road, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. I hit 95 and held it there for as long as I could. Jack eventually said they were gone. Like an idiot, I let up on the gas. About a minute later, Jack started freaking out again. "They're back," he shouted. I looked in the mirror and saw them. The same two cars, gaining ground fast. This time, I didn't run. I don't know why, but I decided to play it cool. I kept the same speed, kept my hand steady, pretended we were just another car on the road. The lead car pulled up alongside us, slowed down when they got parallel, and I saw faces peering in. Then I did something I didn't plan. I turned off at the last second, taking an exit I hadn't intended to, and completely caught them off guard. The lead car sped ahead, not expecting the turn. By the time they tried to correct, we were already off the ramp and into the side roads. Only one car followed us now. We were in familiar territory. These were the back roads we grew up on, narrow, twisting, no lights, and surrounded by fields and trees. If they were going to chase us here, they'd be out of their element. I pushed the car hard, hugging curves, accelerating through dips and over small hills. The lights behind us bounced like a boat in rough water. We couldn't keep running. That was the truth of it. Eventually we'd run out of road or gas or luck. We talked quickly, between breaths. We figured they hadn't shot at us, because they didn't have guns. There'd been opportunities, wide open chances. If they were going to shoot, it would have happened already. So maybe they didn't want to kill us. Maybe they just wanted a fight. Still, none of us were confident. But the only plan we had left was to stand our ground. I pulled off into a field on the edge of a long stretch of road bordered by corn and brush. It was pitch black. No houses nearby, no streetlights. Just a quiet, open field, and whatever was going to happen next. The other car pulled up about 100 feet away and stopped. Its headlights stayed on. John stepped out first, calm as ever. Jack followed, bouncing nervously on the balls of his feet. I got out last, still holding the car keys in my shaking hand like they were going to help. We didn't run. We walked toward them. Slow, steady. The kind of walk you do when your brain is screaming to run, but your pride won't let you. Then Jack started waving. At first, I thought he'd lost it. But then I realized he was waving into the cornfield, gesturing like we had people hiding there, waiting for a signal. He waved big, exaggerated arm circles, then pointed at the gangbanger's car, making motions like he was coordinating an ambush. There was no one in the cornfield. It was just us. But the guys in the car didn't know that. Their headlights dimmed as the engine was thrown into reverse. They backed up, slowly at first, then faster. Then they turned and took off down the road without another second of hesitation. We stood there for a long time after they were gone. No one said anything. Jack finally let out a nervous laugh. John just stared at the empty space where the car had been. I felt my legs go weak and had to sit on the hood of my car, just breathing. We got back in and drove off. No one chased us again. We didn't stop for food. We didn't talk about what had happened. I dropped John and Jack off and went home. That night, I lay in bed for hours staring at the ceiling, every second of the chase playing on a loop in my head. I kept thinking how close we came to something that could have ended everything. A wrong move, a slower turn, a mistimed acceleration. Any one of those things could have been the end. But we made it. And as messed up as it sounds, part of me knew I'd never feel that alive again. My mom lives in a nice, quiet neighborhood tucked into the foothills just outside of town. The kind of place with manicured lawns, kids riding scooters after school, and the distant sound of sprinklers ticking on in the evenings. It's the sort of neighborhood where nothing ever really happens, which is probably why I never minded staying there for a night or two when I visited her. I moved out years ago, but my old room still has the bed, the same desk by the window, the same posters curling at the edges. Nostalgic, in a slightly sad way. Across the street from my mom's house lived a family with a young boy. He was around 12, but tall for his age. Lanky, with long arms and legs that made him look like he hadn't quite figured out how to fit into his own body yet. I didn't know much about him personally, but my mom had mentioned once or twice that he was autistic. She didn't go into detail, just said he kept mostly to himself and had a full-time caregiver who stayed with him. Sometimes I'd see him outside, pacing the yard or bouncing a ball, always under supervision. He didn't cause trouble, never made much noise, just there. I remember one afternoon in early fall, I pulled up in front of my mom's house after a grocery run. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows over the street. The dry leaves scattered across the road rustled in the breeze. As I stepped out of my car, I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. When I turned, I saw him, the boy, crouched down near the front bumper of my car, peering underneath it. At first, I wasn't sure what he was doing. I hesitated, half worried he might be trying to mess with something. But then I spotted the bright red rubber ball partially wedged under the frame. He must have lost it under there. He didn't say anything when I approached. He just kept slowly circling around the front of my car, eyes glued to the shadowy space underneath, like he was trying to figure out how to get it out without touching anything else. "No worries," I muttered out loud, mostly to break the silence. I crouched down, grabbed the ball, and stood up to hand it to him. That's when he looked at me. Slowly. His head tilted sideways like it wasn't fully attached to his neck. His mouth hung open a little. Not wide, just slightly ajar like he'd forgotten it was supposed to be closed. His eyes, though, that's what stayed with me. They didn't have that sparkle most kids have when they make eye contact. They were just blank. Not sad or scared or angry, just void of anything. Like staring into still water at night. I offered a small, awkward smile. He didn't move. He took the ball gently, his fingers curling around it like it was something fragile. Long, spindly fingers with surprisingly pale skin. Then he stood there on the curb, cradling the ball like an infant, and just stared at me. I walked back up to my mom's front porch. I glanced back once. He was still there, still staring, still holding the ball in that weirdly careful way. Eyes locked on me like I had done something wrong, and he was trying to figure out what. Later that evening, I told my girlfriend about it over the phone. She thought it was sweet. He probably wanted to say thank you, she said. He just didn't know how. Poor kid was probably overwhelmed. Maybe. Still, something about it stuck with me, like a splinter you can't find but still feel under your skin. That night I decided to stay over. I hadn't planned to, but my mom was happy to have me, and I figured why not. I didn't have work in the morning, and the wind was picking up outside, the kind of dry, powerful Santa Ana wind that rattles the trees and blows patio chairs across driveways. We'd been warned about fire danger on the news. The air had that electric charge to it. Even the house felt tense. By 1:30 or 2 a.m., I was still awake in my old room, scrolling through old YouTube videos and listening to the wind howl outside. Every few minutes I'd hear something slam or roll down the street. Trash cans mostly. One loud crash even made the walls shake slightly. My mom had already gone to bed hours before, and the house was quiet except for the occasional groan of wood in the wind. Then I heard it. The chime from the house's alarm system. Beep beep. Front door open. I paused, staring at the door to my room like it would give me an answer. It wasn't unusual. The wind had blown the front door open before, especially if it hadn't latched all the way. The house was old. The doorframe was warped slightly from decades of weather. I sighed, stood up, and pushed open the bedroom door. The hallway outside was pitch dark. I felt around the wall for the light switch, brushing my hand across the textured wallpaper until I found the cool plastic of the switchblade. I flicked it on. That's when I saw him, standing at the top of the staircase. The boy. He didn't move. He didn't flinch or turn or make any noise at all. He just stood there, one foot slightly forward, like he had frozen mid-step. His head hung crooked to the side, and his mouth was still open, eyes still empty. That same stare. No expression, no emotion, just watching. My chest clenched. For a second, my brain refused to make sense of what I was seeing, like it was a dream or an illusion. Then adrenaline surged, and I took a step back, heart hammering in my ears. He shouldn't have been there. He wasn't supposed to be in the house. I hadn't heard him come in. I hadn't heard the door open, just the alarm chime. He had somehow walked across the street, opened the front door, and made it all the way upstairs without a sound. I stared at him, my breath shallow. He wasn't threatening. He didn't raise his arms or walk toward me. He just stood there, motionless, as if he'd been carved out of wax and left in place. After what felt like an hour, but was probably just seconds, I gathered myself. I stepped carefully toward him. "Hey," I said softly. No response, just that same unsettling stare. I reached for his hand. His fingers wrapped around mine like strands of wire, long, cold, and oddly firm. He didn't resist when I gently tugged him toward the stairs. He followed silently, barefoot on the carpet, his ball still cradled in the crook of his left arm. The way he moved reminded me of someone walking underwater, slow, deliberate, slightly delayed. When we reached the bottom of the stairs, I paused at the front door, which sure enough, had blown open from the wind. The night air gusted in, swirling leaves and grit across the tile floor. I closed it behind us, feeling the click of the latch to make sure it was secure this time. The street outside was deserted. Trash cans lay on their sides, rolling a few inches back and forth in the wind like restless dogs. The neighbor's porch lights flickered faintly across the pavement. No sign of his caregiver. I walked him across the street, holding his cold, bony hand the whole way. The moment we stepped onto his lawn, he pulled slightly ahead, still silent, and led me to his front door. It was open, just like my mom's. No lights on inside. No voices. No one calling for him. It was hard to tell if anyone was home at all. But he let go of my hand and stepped inside without a word. I didn't follow. I just watched as his figure faded into the darkness beyond the threshold. Then I turned and walked briskly back to my mom's house, my skin crawling. I locked the front door behind me, double-checked it, triple-checked it, then went back upstairs and sat on the edge of my bed for a long time. I barely slept that night. Every time the wind hit the house and the walls creaked, I opened my eyes and listened. I kept imagining him standing there again, not doing anything, just watching, just there. In the morning, everything felt normal again. Blue sky, bright sun, birds chirping. The world didn't care that something had been wrong the night before. My mom made coffee, and I pretended nothing had happened. I even stepped out onto the porch, scanning the house across the street. He was outside again, in the yard, bouncing his ball, slowly, deliberately, under the eye of a new caregiver I hadn't seen before. A woman, maybe in her 30s, sitting in a folding chair with a paperback book. He didn't look at me, didn't acknowledge me at all. But as I turned to go back inside, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. The ball in his hand wasn't red. It was blue. The red one, the one I'd handed him the day before, sat neatly on the edge of my mom's porch, as if someone had placed it there on purpose. I picked it up slowly. It was clean, untouched. No there, no scratches. Just there. I didn't ask questions. I didn't tell my mom. I didn't even say goodbye when I left later that day. I just put the ball in the trash and drove home. I've been back to visit a few times since then, but I never stayed the night again. Every time I pull up to the curb, I glance across the street. He's always there, somewhere on the lawn. Quiet, slow-moving, eyes distant. Always watching something I can't see. And every time I leave, I check the back seat of my car before I drive off, just in case. When I was a kid, around 10 or 11, our house went through a pretty big renovation. We lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood, one of those places where all the houses looked similar, but ours stood out a bit after the work was done. My parents had decided to extend the back of the house to make the kitchen and living room bigger, and they converted the attic into a new bedroom, which ended up becoming mine. The attic room was sort of cool at first. It had sloped ceilings that followed the angle of the roof, and one small window that faced the backyard. The renovation made it open plan, so instead of a door at the top of the staircase just opened right into my room. It was a bit weird not having a door for privacy, but I liked the space. I just moved up there after sleeping in a smaller room downstairs, and it felt like a little apartment just for me. I used to listen to the radio to fall asleep. It helped drown out the occasional creaks from the house settling or the distant hum of traffic. My parents' room was on the floor below, right next to where the radio sat at the foot of the stairs. I had to be careful about the volume because if it was too loud, they'd hear it and tell me to shut it off. I never wanted to get in trouble, so I always kept it low, just enough to hear it clearly when I was in bed. The radio was one of those older digital ones, not fancy, just simple buttons and a small display that showed the frequency. I'd cycle through stations depending on what mood I was in. Sometimes I'd put on talk radio or easy listening, but on this one night, I switched it to a classical music station. I don't remember exactly why. Maybe I thought the soft strings and piano would help me relax. That station never played anything with lyrics, just instrumental music. It was peaceful. That night, after brushing my teeth and checking my alarm clock, I climbed into bed like always. I remember lying there, staring at the ceiling, watching faint shapes of tree branches shifting through the window light. The classical music was playing gently, a slow cello piece, I think, barely above a whisper. I drifted off not long after. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. My clock had a dim orange glow, but I didn't look at it right away. What pulled me out of sleep was a sound. At first, I thought it was part of a dream, like some strange echo or chant bleeding through my half-conscious mind. But the sound grew clearer, more distinct. It was coming from downstairs. My heart picked up a bit. I sat up slowly, trying to figure out what I was hearing. It wasn't music. It wasn't the usual soft piano or violin. It was something else. A voice. Singing, but not like any normal singing. It sounded distorted, warped, like someone had recorded a voice and was playing it backwards, or through some broken speaker. The words didn't make any sense. They were stretched out and twisted, like the syllables were being pulled apart. The voice didn't sound happy or sad. It didn't sound human in a normal way. It was too off, too wrong. The strange part is how loud it was. It wasn't just faintly coming through the vents or from a neighbor's house. It was loud enough to fill the space, echoing up the staircase and into my room. My chest tightened. I stared down the stairs from my bed, the glow from the radio's screen barely visible below. That's when I realized the sound was coming from the radio. I threw the covers off and got out of bed, moving slowly at first. I don't know why I didn't just run. I guess I was trying to make sense of it. Maybe I thought it was a broadcast glitch. Maybe I wanted to believe it was some weird experimental piece of music the station was playing late at night. But the closer I got to the stairs, the clearer the voice became. It didn't follow any melody. It rose and fell unevenly, like someone struggling to sing underwater or through a fan. I stopped halfway down the stairs and just stood there listening. I still remember how dry my mouth felt. The whole house was dark and still, but this sound was just pouring out of the radio, echoing off the walls. It felt like it didn't belong, like it was intruding into our home. I felt cold, but I wasn't sure if it was the temperature or just fear. Eventually, I moved again. I didn't want to stay on those stairs any longer. I rushed down the rest of the way and turned the corner where the radio sat on the small table next to the wall. The screen was glowing like normal, the station name still showing. I hit the power button. Silence. Sudden and total silence. My ears rang a little from the sudden absence of noise. I stood there, staring at the radio, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. The house was completely quiet again, like it had been all night. I turned to look down the hallway toward my parents' room. The door was shut. No lights were on. No one was awake. I waited for a second, thinking someone would come out and ask what I was doing. Nothing. I tiptoed down the hall and stood outside their room for a moment, listening. No sound. Not even snoring. I should have gone back to bed. I should have just told myself it was a dream or a glitch. But I didn't. I sat on the bottom step of the stairs, just staring at the radio. I remember checking the dial, the buttons, everything. Nothing looked out of place. The volume was turned to just below halfway. Not nearly enough to explain how loud it had been. Eventually, I went back upstairs, but I didn't turn the radio back on. I lay in bed with my eyes wide open until the sun started coming in through the window. The next morning, I got up early. I couldn't stop thinking about what happened. I checked the radio again. It was still set to the same station. Classical. Still at the same volume I'd left it the night before. I turned it on, just to make sure. It played a soft piece on piano. Normal. Nothing strange. I told my parents that day, in a roundabout way. I didn't tell them I was scared. I just asked if they heard the radio playing loud the night before. They both looked at me blankly. My dad said, "No, I didn't hear anything." And my mom just shrugged and said I probably dreamed it. But I hadn't. I know what I heard. I know how loud it was. I know how off that sound was. I stopped listening to the radio at night after that. For a while, I couldn't sleep in silence, so I used a small fan instead. The white noise helped, and it felt safer. I didn't want to hear voices in the dark, especially not ones that made no sense. I started thinking more about what might have caused it. Maybe the station had a rare experimental show that played odd soundscapes. Maybe the signal had crossed with another, though I'd never experienced that before or since. I even thought maybe it had picked up interference from something nearby. A baby monitor, maybe, or a CB radio. But no one near us used those, and this didn't sound like regular speech. It wasn't talking. It was singing, or trying to be. A couple of months passed, and nothing else happened. But every night when I went to bed, I'd glance at the bottom of the stairs and feel that same tight feeling in my chest. I eventually asked my dad to install a door at the top of the stairs. He thought it was weird, but didn't argue. Said it might help with heating bills anyway. I never told him the real reason. Years went by. We moved out of that house eventually. New family moved in, and I never heard anything weird from them. I don't know if they even used the attic room the same way we did. I still think about that night, though. I don't talk about it much. Not because I think people will laugh at me, but because there's just nothing more to say. I heard what I heard. And it wasn't a dream, and it wasn't some dramatic horror story with shadows or faces in the walls. It was just a moment, one night, where something didn't line up with the way things are supposed to be. Sometimes weird things happen in totally normal places. They come and go without a reason, and they leave you with nothing but questions. I don't need to know what that sound was. I don't want to know. It didn't come back. And I don't listen to the radio anymore when I sleep. Even now, years later, if I wake up to the sound of music, any music, my heart races. I turn it off immediately. There's something about sound, especially when it comes at the wrong time, in the wrong way. It can hit you deeper than anything you see. It can make you feel like you're not alone, even when you know you are. And sometimes it makes you feel like something else is trying to reach you, not in a spooky, ghostly way, but like something is just off, broken, misaligned. Whatever that voice was, it didn't belong. Not in my house. Not in that room. Not in the soft quiet of a classical station I'd listened to 100 times. And that's enough for me. It was the afternoon of Halloween. The air was cold and dry, the kind that prickles at your nose when you breathe in. The trees had almost all lost their leaves, and the sky was already starting to shift to that dull gray that comes before dark. My sister had been nagging me for a couple days to take her and her friends to this house they swore was haunted. They were all about 16 at the time. I was 20, and I guess they thought I'd be the one dumb enough or bored enough to say yes. They were right. They'd heard about it from some kid at school who said his older brother went there years ago on Halloween. Supposedly, it was an old farmhouse at the end of a dirt road somewhere off Highway 19. The story was that it had been abandoned since the 60s or 70s, and sometimes lights would be on inside, or you'd hear sounds when no one was there. Pretty standard small-town ghost story stuff. I wasn't expecting anything real, but I figured it would give them a little scare and make for a decent night. We left just after sunset. It was already getting dark, and the farther we drove from town, the less traffic there was. I remember the silence of it, how after just a few miles, all the Halloween noise and porch lights disappeared. My sister and her two friends were in the back seat. They were loud at first, excited, talking over each other, but the deeper we got into the country, the quieter they became. I had directions written down from a screenshot they took on one of their phones. It said to take the third gravel road past a green sign that just said Morris Creek, and follow it until we saw an old rusted mailbox on the left. That would be the turnoff to the house. We passed the Morris Creek sign around 7:45 p.m. I slowed and counted the gravel roads. 1, 2, then the third one. It didn't have a name, just a wooden post with a bent reflector nailed to it. I turned. The gravel crunched under the tires, loud in the quiet. Trees were pressed up close on both sides, and even with the headlights on high beam, the light didn't reach far. It felt more like a tunnel than a road. We crept along for maybe 10 minutes. Everyone in the car had gone silent now. Not even music was playing. I was focusing hard, looking for any sign of a mailbox or a clearing, but the woods stayed tight and unbroken. Then the trees opened up. We came to a clearing about the size of a football field. Just wide open grass and brush, flat as a plate. I slowed the car to a crawl, looking around. This had to be the place. There was nothing else nearby. No houses, no barns, not even a shed. Just a low patch of overgrown weeds and grass. I drove a little farther, turned around in the clearing, then stopped. The girls were confused. One of them said maybe we passed it, or maybe the house had been torn down. My sister said the directions must have been wrong. I agreed. I was starting to feel stupid for even bringing them out here. I put the car in drive again and headed back the way we came. About a mile down, we came to a fork I hadn't noticed before. I figured maybe we should check it out in case the house was farther ahead than we thought. That's when we saw the bridge. It wasn't really a bridge anymore, just the remains of one. The middle was washed out. It looked like it had been hit by a flood or something years ago. The wooden planks were snapped and scattered in the creek below, and the railings were leaning in at weird angles. I stopped the car and got out, shining my phone flashlight on it just to make sure, but it was definitely not passable. No way any car could have crossed that without falling straight in. I got back in the car. Everyone was dead quiet. I turned around again and headed back toward the clearing. I don't know what made me slow down when we got near it again. Maybe it was just a reflex, or maybe something in me was still looking for the house, even though we'd already decided it wasn't there. But as we got close, something caught my eye. There was a faint reflection, like the headlights had bounced off something in the distance. I slowed more. We were just about even with where the clearing started when I saw it. The house was there, right in the middle of the field, maybe 100 yards off the road. A 2-story farmhouse. Big front porch. Broken shutters. Tilted chimney. I stopped the car completely. None of us said anything. I don't think we could. It was like we all forgot how to speak at the same time. I stared at it. There were no lights on, no sign of movement, but it was absolutely there. There was no mistaking it. It was a full-size house, just sitting there like it had always been. But we had driven by this spot not 10 minutes ago. I had even pulled into the field, turned the car around in it. There was nothing here. Nothing. I remember leaning forward in my seat, trying to see if maybe the angle had hidden it, or if there had been fog or something. But the night was clear. The moon was even out. It wasn't hidden. We just didn't see it, and I didn't have an answer for how that was possible. We sat there in the car for a while. Nobody said a word. I don't think any of us really wanted to get out and walk over to the house anymore. It didn't feel like a fun little Halloween trip anymore. It felt wrong, like we weren't supposed to be there. Then I noticed the lights behind us. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw headlights way back down the road. They were dim and far, but definitely moving toward us. I figured it was another car, maybe someone else going out for Halloween. It didn't occur to me until the last second that the only thing in that direction was the broken bridge. I kept watching in the mirror. The headlights moved up to the turn where the bridge was, and then they didn't stop. They kept going, and then the beams swayed slightly, the way a car does when it crosses a bridge. Except there was no bridge. I sat there frozen, watching the lights move closer. I didn't see a car shape yet, just the beams of light, but they were definitely coming down the road, heading straight toward us. The only sound in the car was breathing. Everyone had noticed by then. No one said a word. I hit the gas. We tore off down the road, faster than I should have been going on gravel, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away from that spot. I didn't even check to see if the other car was still following us. I didn't want to know. When we hit pavement again, I kept going. No music, no talking. Just the sound of tires on road and the occasional bump when we hit a pothole. Nobody said anything for the next 30 miles. Not until we got back into town. When I dropped them off, I didn't wait around. I didn't go inside, didn't talk to their parents, didn't even say goodbye. I just drove home and sat in my driveway with the engine running for a while before going inside. That night I didn't sleep. I lay in bed thinking about everything. About how the house wasn't there, then it was. About the way the lights reflected off the windows like they'd been there the whole time. About the car that came from a direction it couldn't have come from. I didn't talk to my sister about it for a long time. I didn't want to make it a big deal, or maybe I didn't want to believe it was one. We all kind of pretended it didn't happen, but we never went back out there. Years later, we do laugh about it sometimes, mostly about how freaked out we were, about how dead silent the ride home was. But the laughter is always a little forced. No one ever suggests going back, not even as a joke. It's one of those memories that just sits in the back of your head, waiting. I tried to find the spot again once. Just once. It was maybe 4 years later. I had some time to kill, and I figured maybe I could drive out there and see if the house was still there. I thought maybe I'd bring a camera, document it, prove to myself it was just an old house that we somehow missed in the dark. I never found it. I followed the same directions, found the Morris Creek sign, took the third gravel road, but it didn't feel the same. The trees were different, the road was shorter, and there was no clearing, no washed-out bridge either. Just a dead end with a rusted gate and a no trespassing sign. I even checked maps. Old ones, new ones. There was no record of a house ever being out there. No property lines, no listings. Nothing. I don't know what we saw that night. Maybe it was just a trick of the dark. Maybe we were jumpy and imagined more than we saw. But I can still remember the way the headlights bounced off the windows. The way the shape of the house stood out perfectly against the night sky. The way the road looked as that car came toward us, somehow crossing a bridge that wasn't there. It doesn't keep me up at night anymore, but I think about it more often than I should. And when I drive out past old roads or past empty fields at night, I catch myself checking for reflections, for windows, for anything that shouldn't be there. I haven't seen it since, and I'm not looking for it either. Once was enough. It was one of those slow, sticky summer nights, the kind where the air feels too warm, even after the sun has been gone for hours. My twin brother and I, both 13 at the time, were lying on the living room floor with our legs up on the couch, watching a rerun of something dumb on TV. We had a habit of staying up too late during summer break. There was no school, no homework, no real reason to go to bed early. We just did whatever we wanted until we got tired, which usually meant sometime around midnight. Our parents didn't mind too much, as long as we stayed quiet and didn't mess around. That night felt no different. The TV buzzed softly in the background, and a fan hummed by the hallway, trying its best to cool the place down. The lights in the kitchen were off, and all the windows were open because it was too hot inside without a breeze. The only light came from the glow of the screen, casting long shadows on the walls. I remember glancing at the clock. It was almost 11 p.m. We were both kind of zoning out by then. I was getting that spaced out feeling you get when you're not really watching the show anymore, just letting the sound roll over you while your brain floats somewhere else. That's when we heard it. A knock. 3 quick knocks, a pause, then 2 more. It wasn't loud, but it was clear. That rhythm was unmistakable. Our dad had this habit. Anytime he forgot his keys, he'd knock in that exact pattern. 3 pause, 2. It was his way of letting us know it was him. He did it so we wouldn't open the door to some stranger or freak out. It had happened enough times that we both recognized it immediately. We both sat up, looked at each other, and kind of smirked. "That's Dad," my brother said. He had gone out earlier that evening, I think to see a friend or maybe run to the hardware store. We didn't think much of it. It was summer. People came and went. But at 11 p.m., him coming back seemed about right. My brother got up and walked over to the front door. I followed behind, not too far. Just before he reached for the knob, he hesitated and asked, just to be safe, "Who is it?" No answer. That gave me a weird feeling in my chest. Nothing dramatic, just a small flicker of discomfort. The kind that says, that's a little off, but probably nothing. My brother looked back at me. We both kind of shrugged. Maybe we heard something else. Maybe it was someone down the street. Our neighborhood was quiet, but not silent. Sound traveled weird on hot nights when windows were open. We stood there for a moment longer, just listening. Nothing. Then, as we turned around and walked a few steps back toward the living room, knock, knock, knock. Pause. Knock, knock. Louder this time. We stopped mid-step. My brother turned back, and I followed. He looked at me, eyebrows raised, almost amused. But there was something else in his eyes, too. A little tension. He asked again, "Who is it?" Still nothing. No sound. Not even the usual creaks from the porch or a voice saying, "It's me." Just silence. We waited a little longer, then walked away from the door again. Still nothing. I was starting to feel uneasy. Not scared yet, but the kind of feeling where you wish someone else would say it's all fine, and you'd believe them. "Maybe Dad's messing with us," I said. "Like playing a prank." "Maybe," my brother replied, but he didn't sound sure. Neither was I. We went upstairs. Our room was at the top, at the far end of the hall. We turned on the hallway light as we passed the bathroom, then flicked it off again when we got to our room, like we always did, trying not to wake Mom. We sat on our beds for a second, not doing anything, just listening. The fan downstairs still hummed. Nothing else. Then something changed. A sound. It was soft, but both of us heard it, like a doorknob turning. We froze. Our bedroom door was shut, fully shut. But that sound, metal clicking, the faintest squeak of a hinge, the motion of something slowly opening a door, it wasn't in our heads. It was real. We jumped up. My brother rushed to the door and opened it fast. Nothing was there. The hallway was dark again. We had left it that way. But we both knew what we had heard. Someone had turned the knob, or at least tried to. I walked out first. The carpet felt too soft under my feet, like I was suddenly aware of every step. My brother followed close behind. We passed the bathroom again, looked downstairs, dark. Everything was still. We stood there, trying to listen over our own breathing. Then we heard it. Footsteps. Heavy ones. Running. Coming up the stairs. Fast. We both turned and bolted. My heart was thudding in my chest, hard and fast. I remember the way the air felt as I sprinted down the hallway, my bare feet slapping the carpet. It felt cold suddenly, or maybe my body just reacted that way out of fear. I could feel something behind us, nothing I could see, but the sound of footsteps pounding behind me made it impossible not to imagine someone, or something, right on our heels. We reached our room. My brother got there a split second before me and slammed the door shut, or tried to. Instead of the satisfying slam and click of a locked door, we heard a loud, dull thud. Not wood on wood, but wood on something. Like we hit someone, or something hit us. Then the door flew back open, like it had bounced off something. We both screamed, probably louder than we ever had in our lives. We ran to our beds and dove under the covers like little kids, hearts racing, breathing hard, too afraid to move. The beds felt like the only place we could go, like they would somehow protect us. Under the blanket, it was too hot. The air felt thick and hard to breathe. But I stayed there, barely able to see through the gaps in the covers, expecting to see someone or something walk into our room any second. Nothing came, but we could hear something. It wasn't clear, just this low rustling sound. or breathing. It was hard to tell. We shouted again, as loud as we could. Not words, just yelling. Fear in its purest form. Then came the sound of footsteps again, but not running this time. Walking. Fast steps up the stairs. Then voices. Our parents. The bedroom light snapped on. I yanked the blanket off my head and sat up, still shaking. My brother was already sitting on the edge of his bed, eyes wide, skin pale. Mom was standing in the doorway, her robe pulled tight around her. Dad was right behind her, looking confused and a little angry. "What's going on?" he asked. We both started talking at once, too fast, overlapping, trying to explain what happened. The knocking, the footsteps, the door slamming against something invisible. We were out of breath and stumbling over our words, but we got it out. Dad looked at us like we were crazy. Then he said the words that I still remember, clear as day. "I didn't leave the house tonight." That stopped both of us cold. "You were out," I said. "We heard your knock." He shook his head. "No, I was in the garage working on the shelves. I didn't go anywhere." Mom looked from him to us, then down the hallway. She didn't say much, just turned and walked toward the stairs. Dad followed her. We trailed behind, sticking close together. They checked the front door. Locked. They checked the garage door. Locked. All the windows. Locked. There were no signs of anything being forced open. No footprints. No moved rugs. Nothing. We even checked the cameras later. We had an old system that covered the front porch and the back door. But there was no footage of anyone approaching. Not at the time we heard the knock. Not before. Not after. We stayed in our parents' room that night. We didn't ask. We just brought our pillows in and laid down on the floor. They didn't say no. The next morning, everything looked normal. Sunlight came through the windows. Birds chirped. The house smelled like coffee and toast. But we didn't forget. We never did. Dad kept saying maybe we were tired. Maybe we dreamed it. Heard something from the TV. Imagination. Summer nights and too much sugar. But we know what we heard. We both heard it. We both saw the door bounce back, felt the weight of something hitting it. We both heard the footsteps chasing us up the stairs. Even now, years later, we talk about that night sometimes. Not often. Just once in a while, when we're remembering weird stuff from childhood. We never figured out who was at the door. If anyone was. We never figured out what hit the door. We never figured out who, or what, ran up the stairs after us. But we know what happened. And we know it wasn't just a dream. I was in middle school when this happened, 7th or maybe 8th grade. It was one of those cold nights in late fall when it gets dark early, and everything outside feels quiet and still, like the world's just waiting for winter to finally hit. I remember the sky being that deep blue color that turns almost black by 6 o'clock. My parents had gone to some dinner party at a friend's house about 10 or 15 minutes away. Nothing fancy, just one of those adult gatherings they'd go to every now and then when they wanted a break from us kids. That night, it was just me, my younger brother. He's 2 years younger, and 2 of our friends. My friend Spencer and my brother's friend Daniel were over, and the 4 of us were hanging out in the basement. We were playing some game on the Xbox, Halo, maybe, and just being loud and dumb the way middle schoolers usually are. The basement had this lived-in feel, like it had seen too many sleepovers, pizza nights, and video game tournaments. There were old couch cushions on the floor, bags of chips half open, soda cans on the coffee table, and the occasional buzz of the heater kicking on. It was warm down there, cozy, and we were all wrapped up in the game. I only got up because Nugget, our family dog, started pacing around near the stairs and whining. Nugget was a mutt, mostly golden retriever with maybe some collie mixed in. She was sweet and smart, and always seemed to know when something was off. She was sitting by the sliding door at the back of the basement at first, but then started pawing at the steps, clearly needing to go out. I told the guys I'd be back in a minute and headed up with Nugget trailing behind. Our house had a pretty normal layout. Living room off to the right as soon as you walked in, kitchen straight ahead, and a small hallway to the left that led to the bedrooms. The front door had double doors, the kind where one side is meant to open, and the other stays bolted at the top and bottom. You'd have to crouch down to unhinge the bottom, and then reach up on your tiptoes to undo the top latch if you wanted both doors open. We never did that. Ever. That second door was basically never used. My parents were firm about keeping the house locked when they weren't home, and they made it a point to drill that into me every time they went out. I always made sure the doors were locked when I was the oldest one home. I wasn't trying to mess that up. I opened the regular door and let Nugget out into the front yard. There was a little patch of grass, some bushes lining the edge of the walkway, and a tree off to the left. Our street was usually quiet, especially on nights like that. I stood there for a minute while she sniffed around, did her business, then trotted back up the steps. I let her in, gave her a little pat on the side, and closed the door behind us. I locked it, deadbolt and knob, and pulled on the handle just to be sure. I did that every time. It was habit. I remember standing there, hands still on the knob for a second, looking at the door like I always did, making sure it didn't rattle. It didn't. It was shut and locked. Nugget went back down the stairs ahead of me, and I followed, slipping back into our little basement bubble like nothing had happened. I didn't even think about the door again. We kept playing, shouting over each other, trash-talking in the way that only middle school boys can do without ever meaning it. Maybe 20 minutes passed. Maybe 30. I wasn't checking the time. Then, in the middle of a game, Spencer says kind of casually, "Hey, who let Nugget back in?" I remember looking over at her. She was lying on the carpet near the couch, totally relaxed, her tail thumping lazily against the floor when she saw me look. At first, it didn't register. I just stared at her for a few seconds, confused, like something in my brain wasn't connecting. I could feel the room go quieter around me. Everyone was just staring at the dog now, not saying anything. It hit me like a slow wave. I had let her out, locked the door behind her, but I didn't let her back in, and no one else had gone upstairs. I was sure of that. I stood up slowly and said I'd go check if my parents were home. It made sense for about half a second. Maybe they came back early and let her in without saying anything. But as I climbed the stairs, I didn't hear any footsteps or voices. No rustling upstairs. No car in the garage. The kitchen was dark. I called out, "Mom." Nothing. "Dad." Silence. I turned the corner toward the front door and froze. Both doors, both asterisk of the front doors, were wide open. Not just unlocked. They were open, swinging slightly like someone had just walked through them. The porch light was casting this pale yellow glow across the entryway, and the cold air from outside was creeping in. It was the kind of chill that seeps right into your skin and stays there. I remember standing there for a second, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. My first instinct was to shut the doors. I rushed over, slammed them closed, locked the knob and the deadbolt, and then stood there just staring at them. I don't know how long I stood there, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I checked the garage. My parents' car was gone. I ran to the back door just to be sure locked. All the windows I could see were closed. I called my parents. I don't even remember what I said at first, just that my voice was shaking and I couldn't quite get the words out right. They were still at the party, still eating, still talking with their friends like nothing was wrong. I explained everything as clearly as I could, and I could hear the shift in my mom's voice right away. She told me they were leaving immediately and to lock every door and stay inside. I grabbed a kitchen knife from the block by the stove. It felt weird in my hand, too big, too cold, but it was all I could think to do. I turned off all the lights upstairs, crept down the stairs with Nugget following behind me, and told the guys what I saw. Their faces went pale. We all squeezed into the storage room in the back corner of the basement. It was this cluttered little space with shelves full of old paint cans, holiday decorations, and a couple of half-broken chairs. We sat on the concrete floor, lights off, trying not to make a sound. We stayed like that for what felt like forever. Every creak in the house made us flinch. Every gust of wind outside felt like footsteps on the porch. I kept replaying the moment in my head, locking the door, pulling the handle, making sure it was shut. I know I locked it. There's no way I didn't. And even if I hadn't somehow, that second door was bolted top and bottom. You'd need to bend down and reach up and know exactly what you were doing to open it. It wasn't something that just happened by accident. And if someone had come in, Nugget would have barked, wouldn't she? She always did when someone came to the door. Always. But she didn't bark. She didn't make a sound. And somehow, she got back inside without anyone opening the door. When my parents finally got home, the headlights of their car sweeping across the front yard felt like sunlight after a long storm. My dad came through the front door calling our names, and I bolted out of the storage room so fast I nearly tripped over Nugget. We all did. My mom hugged me hard, and my dad did a quick walkthrough of the whole house, knife in hand. Nothing was missing. Nothing seemed out of place. No broken windows. No muddy footprints. No sign of anything at all. They asked me again and again if I was sure I had locked the door. I kept saying yes. I knew I had, but it didn't matter. The fact was, the doors had been wide open. Someone had opened them, and someone had let Nugget back in. We installed a security system that week. Cameras, motion detectors, the works. My parents didn't leave us alone at night for a long time after that. I didn't ask them why. I think we all understood that none of us had an answer for what happened. It wasn't ghosts. It wasn't anything paranormal. It was just something real, something unknown, and that made it worse. Looking back, the scariest part wasn't the doors being open, or even the idea that someone might have been inside the house. The scariest part was how normal it all felt. There was no crash, no scream, no big noise that told us something was wrong. Just a quiet dog laying on the carpet, and the realization that something didn't add up. Something had happened while we were all downstairs, and we never heard a thing. I still don't know how Nugget got back inside. I still don't know who opened those doors or why. Maybe it was someone trying doors at random. Maybe someone thought no one was home and bailed when they heard us in the basement. Maybe they just wanted to see if they could get in. But whatever it was, they didn't leave a trace. Just that open door and a question that never got answered. I've lived in a few places since then, but I still check the locks. I still pull on the handle, make sure the deadbolt is all the way turned. I still think about that night sometimes, especially when it's quiet and the air outside feels cold and still. Because the truth is, the scariest things aren't the ones you can explain away with monsters or ghosts. They're the ones that never leave evidence. The ones that just happen. About 10 years ago, I used to run at this walking path near a river, not too far from a quiet park. It wasn't anything fancy, just a dirt path following the bend of the river, lined with trees and bushes, with the occasional bench or trash can. The area was peaceful, mostly silent except for birds, the rustle of wind in the leaves, and the sound of the river sliding past. It always felt like a good spot to clear my head. The park itself had a few soccer fields and a playground, but it never seemed busy. Most times, especially in the mornings or evenings, the parking lot would be nearly empty. That was fine by me. I liked the solitude. I'd park my car in one of the spots furthest from the entrance, stretch out for a few minutes, and then make my way to the path that started just behind a chain-link fence near the last soccer goalpost. I remember this particular day was cool. Not cold, just enough of a breeze to keep things comfortable. The sky had that pale, hazy look that comes with early evening in late spring. The sun wasn't gone yet, but it was low, casting long shadows over everything. I parked like I always did, pulled out my water bottle, locked the doors, and started toward the trail. I had my usual route, 3 miles out, 3 miles back. I was never fast, more of a steady jogger than a sprinter, but I liked the rhythm. My shoes hit the packed dirt in a familiar cadence. I passed the same old tree that had been struck by lightning years ago, its blackened trunk still standing tall. I passed a bench with someone's initials carved into it, and a rusty trash can that always seemed to be overflowing. No one else was out there, which again, didn't surprise me. That's how it usually was. Peaceful, predictable. I made the turnaround at the big bend in the river where the bank widens and the trees thin out. There's a wooden fence there with a faded sign about wildlife conservation. I stopped briefly, took a few deep breaths, and turned around for the return jog. Nothing felt off during the run itself. No one was on the path. I didn't hear anything weird. It was just another normal day out there. I finished the last stretch and walked the final bit from the trail to the parking lot, letting my heart rate slow. I wiped my face with my sleeve and took a sip of water as I reached the chain-link fence. That's when I noticed the van. It hadn't been there when I arrived. It was parked in the spot directly next to mine, which stood out right away. The rest of the lot was empty. Completely. There were probably over 20 spaces, and this guy chose the one right beside mine. Not just near it, right next to it. Close enough that his driver's side door would barely open without dinging mine. It was an old, pale blue cargo van. No windows on the back or the sides, just 2 front windows and a windshield. One of the headlights had condensation built up inside it, and there were scratches along the panel near the wheel well. The paint was faded, patchy in places. It looked like it had seen a lot of years and a lot of miles. The kind of van that instantly makes you alert, even if nothing has happened yet. I slowed down as I approached. The driver was sitting behind the wheel, engine off, window down. He had sunglasses on, which was odd because the sun was low now, barely clinging to the horizon. His face was mostly in shadow. He wasn't looking at anything in particular, just sitting there motionless. I gave a quick, polite smile as I unlocked my car door. A kind of instinct, just a friendly acknowledgement like, "Hey, I see you, no big deal." He didn't smile back. He didn't nod. Nothing. Just sat there. I got in my car and locked the doors right away. Didn't usually do that. Normally I'd stretch a bit more, check my phone, maybe sip the rest of my water before pulling out. But not this time. I just wanted to leave. Something felt off. I reversed out of the space and pulled onto the small paved road that curved past the playground and toward the main exit of the park. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The van didn't move. Okay, maybe it was just a weird coincidence. Maybe he was waiting for someone. Maybe he had just pulled in. Maybe he didn't like runners. I tried not to think too much of it. Still, I kept checking the mirror. I turned onto the main road, picked up speed, and settled into the normal route I took to get home. 2 minutes later, I saw it. The van was behind me. Not close, not tailgating, but far enough back that someone else might not have noticed. I did. My stomach tightened. It could still be a coincidence, I told myself. Maybe he was just heading the same way. I took a right turn at a light, even though I usually went straight. The van turned too. I kept driving, trying not to stare in the mirror, but it was impossible not to. Every turn I took, the van followed. Not always immediately. Sometimes with a delay, like he was giving space on purpose. I started to feel heat in my chest. I knew these roads well. I'd lived in the area for years. I knew shortcuts and side streets and weird little loops that most people didn't bother with. I turned left onto a small neighborhood street, then right onto a dead-end cul-de-sac. I looped through it quickly and came back out. The van followed. At this point, I wasn't trying to pretend anymore. I knew what was happening. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't someone who just happened to be going the same direction. He was following me, intentionally. I started weaving through the neighborhoods. I turned off main roads and took side streets that snaked through housing tracts. I drove faster, not speeding but definitely not obeying every posted limit. I tried to lose him through tight turns and backtracking. Every time I'd think maybe I shook him, he'd appear again, just far enough back to stay out of reach, but close enough to be seen. My hands were sweating. I remember that clearly. I kept wiping them on my jeans at stop signs. My mouth was dry too, like cotton. My heart wasn't just racing. It felt like it was thudding in my throat. I didn't want to drive home. That was the main thing on my mind. I couldn't let him follow me all the way there. I didn't want him to know where I lived. That felt like a line I couldn't afford to cross. So I kept driving. I looped through an apartment complex and took an alley behind a strip mall. I cut through an old industrial area with busted fences and graffiti-tagged dumpsters. I passed a school and took a sharp right onto a road I hadn't used in years. And finally, I didn't see him. At first, I thought maybe he was still back there, hiding in a driveway waiting. I circled a block. Nothing. I circled again. Still nothing. I drove up a hill, parked under a tree, and sat there for several minutes, engine running, foot hovering over the brake. Watching the mirror. The van never came. I stayed there for a long time, just breathing, trying to slow everything down. I didn't get out. I didn't move. My phone buzzed a few times with notifications, but I ignored them. When I finally felt calm enough, I took a long, winding route home, checking my mirrors every block. No one followed. I parked down the street from my house and walked up quietly, listening, looking. There was nothing there. Nothing unusual. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the van, about the way he parked right next to me when the whole lot was empty. The way he didn't respond when I smiled. The sunglasses. The silence. The turns. The way he kept just enough distance to avoid suspicion, but not enough to go unnoticed. I didn't go back to that park again. Not once. Not in the days or weeks after. Not even once the weather changed and the trees filled out with leaves. I found other places to run. Other routes. I started running with music in one ear and the other ear bare, so I could hear everything around me. It took me a long time to fully shake it. And even now, a decade later, it's still with me. That awareness. That instinct to check over my shoulder. To scan a parking lot before I pull in. To notice who's parked near me, who's waiting in their car, who's sitting too still. I never saw that van again. Never got a license plate. Never got a better look at the guy inside. Nothing ever came of it. No police reports, no follow-ups, no endings that tied it all up neatly. But that's the thing about close calls. You don't always get an answer. You just get the memory, sharp and unshakable, and the awareness that things could have gone very differently. And that's enough to change how you live. When I was a teenager, I was stuck in a kind of darkness that I didn't even realize I had sunk into until much later. I didn't really care about anything anymore. Not school, not sleep, not food, not the future. I didn't care if I lived, and I didn't care if I died. Everything felt so far away, like I was trapped behind glass, watching other people exist while I just drifted. It started after a breakup. I know that sounds stupid. I know people go through that all the time. But I wasn't built to handle emotional wreckage well, not back then. I poured so much of myself into that relationship, time, trust, hope, that when it ended, it was like someone had just scooped out my insides and left an empty shell walking around. It wasn't just sadness. It wasn't just pain. It was this numbness, like I had lost the ability to feel anything at all. That was the worst part, not the crying, not the loneliness, but the absolute silence inside. Just nothing. And because of that silence, I started doing things. Stupid things. Dangerous things. I don't even know if I was trying to hurt myself, or if I just wanted to feel something. Anything again. There were days where I would go on long drives, speeding on roads I barely knew, rolling the windows down in winter, and blasting music that made my eardrums ring. I'd climb on rooftops at night and sit on the edge, looking down like maybe if I leaned just a little too far, I'd fall and I wouldn't care. Sometimes I skipped meals for days, and other times I binged on junk food until I made myself sick. There wasn't really a plan. I wasn't trying to get attention. I just didn't care. Not about myself, not about anyone. And I kept functioning somehow. I still had to go to work. I worked a dumb job at a coffee shop back then. It was boring, repetitive, and filled with small talk that felt like nails on a chalkboard. I showed up because I had to. My parents didn't know how bad it was. I was good at pretending I was fine, or at least passable. I smiled when I needed to. I made it seem like I was okay when I wasn't. That was one of my talents, faking normal. One morning, I was running late. I hadn't slept more than 2 hours the night before, too busy staring at the ceiling and thinking about everything I had lost, everything I would never be again. I didn't shower. I barely brushed my teeth. I threw on clothes from a pile on the floor, grabbed my keys, and walked out the front door like a zombie. It was cold outside. I remember that clearly. The kind of morning cold that seeps through your hoodie and makes your skin sting a little. The sky was overcast, dull gray, and everything felt muted. The world felt just as dead as I did. I climbed into my car, slammed the door shut, and started the engine. My hands were shaking from the cold, or maybe from something deeper. I remember staring blankly at the steering wheel, then gripping it tight like I needed it to hold me up. And then I did something that to this day makes my stomach twist. Without looking, without checking mirrors or windows or anything at all, I slammed my foot on the gas and reversed out of the driveway as fast as I could. It wasn't planned. It wasn't some elaborate act of rebellion. It wasn't even anger. It was just that I didn't care. I didn't care who or what was behind me. I didn't care if I wrecked my car. I didn't care if I wrecked myself. The impulse hit, and I acted. The tires squealed as I flew backward, the car bouncing slightly over the edge of the driveway where it met the street. And then I saw her, a mother, pushing a stroller, walking along the sidewalk in front of my house. She was right there, inches away, close enough that I could have reached out my window and touched the handle of the stroller. If I had reversed just half a second earlier, I would have hit them. Maybe killed them. Maybe both. Time froze. I remember her face, the look in her eyes. Pure shock, then horror, then something worse, understanding. The way she looked at me, like she suddenly realized what had almost just happened. And I looked at her, frozen in my seat, hands still gripping the gear shift like a lifeline, mouth slightly open, heart pounding so hard it hurt. And then I drove off. I didn't apologize. I didn't stop. I didn't say anything. I just pressed the gas and sped away like a coward, my brain numb, my stomach turning, my throat tight like I was about to throw up. I couldn't process it. I couldn't even think straight. The image of her face, the stroller, the way she pulled it back just in time. It all burned into my brain like a scar I couldn't remove. I don't remember the drive to work. I don't remember parking. I don't remember walking into the building or clocking in. Everything after that moment was a blur. I went through the motions like a ghost. All I could see in my mind was what could have happened. What I almost did. That moment haunted me. That's not just a phrase. It haunted me. For days, weeks, even years after, I would think about it at random moments. I'd be brushing my teeth, and suddenly the image would flash in my head. I'd be at work, taking an order, and suddenly I'd see the mother's eyes again. The worst was at night. I'd lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, and think about the alternate version of that day. The version where I didn't stop in time, where the stroller didn't escape my path, where I had to live the rest of my life knowing I had taken something so innocent away from the world because I couldn't manage my own pain. I didn't tell anyone about it. Not for a long time. I kept it buried because I was ashamed. Deeply, horribly ashamed. That's what people don't talk about when it comes to depression. It makes you selfish. Not on purpose. Not out of cruelty. But because your world shrinks so small that all you can see is your own pain. You become blind to how your actions affect other people. You forget that they're even real. That morning, I almost destroyed 3 lives, hers, her child's, and my own, because I was so trapped in my own head that I forgot the rest of the world even existed. But something changed after that. It wasn't immediate. I didn't suddenly wake up and become healed. That's not how it works. But that moment lit a fire under me in a way that nothing else had. It was like someone had shaken me awake and forced me to look at the damage I could do. I realized that my depression wasn't just hurting me anymore. It was putting other people at risk. And that was something I couldn't accept. I started making changes. Small ones at first. I started seeing a counselor at school, even though I didn't think it would help. I showed up to every appointment anyway. I started taking care of myself in little ways, eating better, sleeping more, trying to move my body instead of lying in bed for hours. I still had dark days. I still had moments where everything felt heavy and pointless. But I kept reminding myself of that mother's face, of how close I came to crossing a line I could never come back from. Eventually, I started talking. I opened up to a friend, then another. I started learning how to sit with my feelings instead of trying to numb them. I learned that healing isn't a straight line, and that being depressed doesn't make you a bad person, but it does come with responsibility. You have to fight for yourself, not just for your own sake, but for everyone around you. Because the truth is, we don't live in a vacuum. Our actions matter, even when we feel invisible. Years later, I still think about that morning. It doesn't haunt me in the same way it used to, but it's always there, sitting quietly in the back of my mind. A reminder, a warning, a moment frozen in time that I never want to forget, because forgetting would mean I learned nothing. If that mother somehow ever reads this, if somehow this story finds its way to her, I hope she knows that I saw her, that I remember, that she and her child were real to me and are still real to me, that their lives mattered more to me than I knew at the time, that they were the wake-up call I didn't know I needed. And for anyone out there who feels like I did, numb, broken, reckless, please believe me when I say, your pain matters, but so do your actions. You may feel alone, but you're not. You may think no one sees you, but they do. And even in your darkest moments, you still have the power to choose something better. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to try. That day could have ended in tragedy. It didn't. And for that, I'm endlessly grateful. But I'll never stop trying to make sure nothing like that ever happens again. This experience scared the absolute hell out of me. Even now, almost 8 years later, I still catch myself thinking about it sometimes. It doesn't make any more sense now than it did then, and it still makes my stomach feel like it's flipping over whenever I pass by that place on the streetcar. I was 20 at the time, and my best friend and I were both desperate to find a place. We didn't have a lot of money, and we were both going through rough spots in our lives. We just needed something cheap and fast. We found a basement apartment not far from downtown. I remember the ad didn't have many pictures, which should have been a red flag, but the price hooked us right away. 2 bedrooms, $650 a month. That's unheard of even back then, so we jumped on it. I remember thinking, this place can't be that bad. It's small, but how bad can a basement apartment really be? Well, it was bad. Really bad. It smelled like mold the second we stepped in, and everything felt damp no matter the weather. The walls had water damage. The carpet in the living room was this nasty brownish color and looked like it hadn't been vacuumed in months, maybe years. It crunched in some places when we walked on it. There was a busted heater cover half hanging off the wall in the living room. The kitchen was tiny, and the cabinets were all crooked, like someone had tried to pull them off and gave up halfway. There were stains on the ceiling tiles in the hallway, probably from old leaks. The bathroom sink made a high-pitched whining noise if you turned it on more than halfway. But it had 2 bedrooms and a private entrance, and we were in no position to be picky. So we took it. My room was at the back of the apartment, close to the laundry room and the back door. It was bigger than my friend's room, which barely fit a twin mattress and a nightstand, so we agreed that once we got settled in, she could use my room too, and we'd turn hers into a makeshift storage space. At first, things were quiet. Not pleasant, but tolerable. We scrubbed every surface. We lit candles. We got a cheap second-hand rug to cover the weird stains in the living room. It felt like we were patching holes on a sinking boat, but we were trying. About 3 days in, I started waking up terrified in the middle of the night. I'd shoot upright in bed with my heart pounding, sweating through my clothes, but I couldn't remember what I had dreamt. I'd look around the room and feel completely convinced something was about to happen, like someone was in the room with me, even though I was alone. At first, I told myself it was just stress. Moving into a new place, new environment, adjusting to change, that kind of thing. But it didn't stop. After about a week, it got worse. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was on the other side of the wall beside my bed. That wall backed up to a locked storage area that the landlord accessed from outside. But there were times, always late at night, when I could swear I heard faint movement through that wall. I tried to tell myself it was rats or something, or maybe just the house settling. But it didn't feel like that. It felt too deliberate. I'd lie in bed, staring at that wall, heart racing, waiting for something to happen. I'd imagine someone breaking through the drywall with their bare hands, dragging me out of bed. I told my friend how I was feeling. She admitted she felt weird too, said she didn't like her room and that it made her feel sick. She moved into my room with me that same night. We crammed both our mattresses onto the floor, side by side, and tried to make it feel normal. But something just wasn't right about that place. One night, I was out back letting the dog out for a quick bathroom break. There was a tiny patch of grass just behind the house. We had a little side entrance with rickety wooden stairs that led down to our door. It was dark, and we didn't have a proper porch light. I remember standing out there, leash in hand, just staring up at the house. Something caught my eye, a shape or a movement in the window on the top floor. It looked like someone was standing there watching me. I couldn't see their face, but I could tell they were looking straight at me. I told myself I was being paranoid, that maybe it was a curtain blowing or a shadow, but it kept happening. Every time I went out there at night, I felt watched. And not in a vague, spooky way, in a very specific, very uncomfortable way. Like someone was studying me. My friend came out with me a few times and said the same thing. We started avoiding going out after dark unless both of us were together. We had a guy friend we met through mutual acquaintances. He was over all the time, practically our third roommate. He was funny, grounded, and always down to hang out. One night the 3 of us had gone out late. It was a chill night, just wandering around downtown, grabbing snacks, wasting time. When we got back to our place, he decided to go home instead of crashing. We said goodbye, and my roommate and I stayed up for a few more hours watching TV and talking. Around 3 a.m., we realized we needed to let the dog out before finally going to sleep. We were both hesitant. It was cold and dark, and neither of us wanted to deal with the yard. But we figured if we went together, it would be fine. I grabbed the leash, and we went out. The dog was sniffing around like usual, but the second I stepped off the bottom step, I felt this crushing sense of fear. Not nervousness or unease, pure panic. My eyes adjusted to the dark, and I started seeing shadows moving in the yard. Not small movements, people-sized shapes. One here, another over there, just at the edge of where the yard met the trees and alley. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't even think. I just turned around and shouted at my roommate to get inside. I think she was mid-sentence or saying something confused, but I didn't wait to explain. I bolted for the door with the dog yanking me forward. She followed. We slammed the door behind us, and for a moment everything was dead silent. Then we saw them. Red eyes. In the basement window facing the backyard. 2 of them, not glowing like in a horror movie, but lit up in the dark like light was reflecting off them. Human height, not animal eyes, just hovering, unmoving. I screamed so loud it echoed through the tiny apartment. It felt like my chest would cave in. My roommate's phone rang. It was our guy friend, the one who had gone home earlier. He said he had this weird gut feeling something was wrong and wanted to check in. She was shaking as she picked up the call. We told him what happened, and he said he was on his way. He got to our place in record time, probably less than 15 minutes. He stayed over that night, and the next, and the next. For nearly 2 weeks straight, he either slept on our floor or the couch. None of us talked much about what happened. We were all on edge. We stopped using the backyard. We started sleeping with the lights on. Every creak, every thump from upstairs made us jump. We never felt alone, even when it was just the two of us girls in the apartment. And that's when we started paying more attention to the landlord. The man lived upstairs. We had only seen him in passing when we signed the lease. He was older, probably in his 50s, with this cold, distant way about him. He didn't smile, didn't talk much, and never seemed particularly friendly. At first, I chalked it up to him just being a grumpy landlord. But after everything that happened, we couldn't shake the feeling that he was involved somehow. There were little things. Scratches on the basement doorframe that hadn't been there before. The sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor above us in the middle of the night. Once, I came home from work early and found muddy boot prints on the stairs leading to the storage area. Our door was locked, but it didn't feel like enough. We started keeping a kitchen knife next to the bed, just in case. I couldn't sleep. My friend couldn't sleep. Even the dog was on edge, barking at nothing, growling at the walls. We lasted another 2 weeks before we broke our lease. Told the landlord we had to leave for family reasons, and we were willing to lose the deposit. We didn't care about the money. We just needed to get the hell out. The day we moved out, it felt like a weight lifted. We never looked back. Never even considered asking questions. We didn't want to know. Some things just aren't worth investigating. It's been 8 years. I live in a better place now. My life has changed a lot. But every time I'm on the streetcar and we pass that stretch of houses, my stomach turns. That basement apartment is still there. Different people live there now, and the outside has been cleaned up a bit, but the window's the same. That same little window looking out from the ground level. And every time I see it, even just for a second, I remember those eyes. I remember that feeling, like something was watching, waiting. I don't believe in ghosts. I never have, but I believe in people. And I believe some people are capable of things most of us can't even imagine. I don't know what was going on in that place. I don't know who or what was watching us, but I know that it was real. I know how it made me feel, and I know I'll never forget it. I never thought that night would still haunt me years later. It started like any other late summer evening when I was 16, a time that felt endless and free, even if we were doing things we shouldn't. We'd been hanging out all day, smoking, drinking, laughing too loud on the porch of my friend Jessica's first-floor apartment. I was half drunk, half high, and mostly tired, my head spinning with the heat and the haze. By 11, I was sick of the spinning and decided to crash on the couch in her bedroom. It was dark, but the streetlight filtered through the blinds just enough to cast stripes across the shag carpet. I flopped down, thinking I'd sleep right through the night. By the time I settled into a semi-comfortable position, my eyes heavy, I watched the window across the room drift open with a soft groan. I thought it was just Jessica or Kim letting in some fresh air. I heard them whispering, clinking bottles, moving things around. My head nodded once or twice, but I didn't bother to question anything. At that age, I barely noticed what was normal and what wasn't. I remember dreaming I was back home, my mom calling me in for dinner, but in real life I was still lying on the couch. My head throbbed slightly, and my vision felt thick. I blinked a couple of times and drifted off again. Then I heard a rustle, a soft but distinct sound that came from inside the room. That's when the dread lit in my chest. I sat up fast, heart hammering, and squinted toward the window. The window opened again, but slower this time. I thought, maybe it's just the breeze. But the rustling didn't stop. Instead, it got closer. My head pounded. I felt tears sting the corners of my eyes. Something moved in the shadows, something that shouldn't be there. I blinked hard. My eyes adjusted. Right at the edge of the window, there was a shape. It wasn't wind-blown drape or tree branch. It was a person. A man. He slid further into the room. I could see his hands, wrapped around the window frame, his arms pulling his body in. I didn't even process that once he was halfway in, his eyes locked onto me like he was stunned to see me there. He wore a dark beanie that obscured his eyebrows, and a scarf covered everything below his eyes. His breath was ragged, a whisper in the silence. For a moment, just one awful second, we stared at each other. I could feel it like an electric shock to the skin. My pulse changed from slow to runaway. Something inside me screamed to push him, to get away, but I couldn't. My body was paralyzed by fear. Then he moved. He pulled himself further in, creeping forward like a cat stalking prey. I tried to scream, to call out Jessica's name, but my throat squeezed tight. I felt something scraping the thin carpet by my head, and I realized it was him claustrophobically close. So close I could see the twitch of his eye. My skin crawled. The man reached for something at his waist, or so it looked in the shadowy glow. In that moment, the single most terrifying thought gripped me: gun. I screamed. It tore out of me raw and loud. The man froze. He pulled back, paused, and reached for his belt again. Panic roared through me, hot and overwhelming. I lurched off the couch, trying to run, but I stumbled. My limbs were lead. I crashed to the floor on hands and knees. The man stepped forward, or maybe he did, maybe he didn't. My brain hashed it out in chaos. Then a heat, so sharp, so immediate, blinded me. My eyes streamed, my scalp bit, my skin felt on fire. My vision blurred into pain. I collapsed backward, fumbling on the floor, sobbing, tears mixing with pungent burn. He disappeared from view, slipping back through the window, sliding out into the night. When I regained some sense, I lay on the floor, clutching my face, gasping for air. I couldn't hear anything but my own breathing, sharp, wheezing, desperate. After what seemed like forever, I managed to crawl to my feet and stand by shaking, turning slowly to face the couch. Everything looked normal, except it didn't. The couch looked untouched, but I felt violated. I called out, whispering, then screaming for anyone. Jessica and Kim bolted in alarm, throwing open the door. I could barely stand. I pressed my hands against my cheek. They smelled strange, like chemicals, and worse, my eyes felt swollen, stinging so badly I thought I would pass out. They helped me sit, got me water, and held me while I sobbed, telling me it was okay, that he was gone. But I knew different. I knew I had seen him. We called the police. When they came, they took my statement, muttered about no sign of forced entry, scraped their gloves across the windowsill. They shook their heads, their flashlights drifting over the clean frame. No fibers, no fingerprints, no forced seams. They took pictures of the window, the floor, the couch. But when I looked at those photos later, everything looked so stately, so clinical. The window slightly open, the couch untouched, the room neat in the camera flash. That dismissive attitude in their voices when they said, "No sign anyone was here. Probably a dream." That's what hurt the most. They didn't look at me. They never once asked me to see my injury. I begged them, "Look at my face, look at my eyes." But they left apologizing, calling it likely a false alarm, something they'd been called to dozens of times before. I was a 16-year-old lying kid, they decided. For the next few weeks, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I would feel his hand in mine, his fingers brushing against the skin on my cheek. I flinched if I heard cars go by slowly, if I saw shadows drifting on walls. I'd lie awake next to my pillow, hyper-aware of windows, doors. I moved the couch in my own bedroom away from the window. I propped my blankets across my neck for protection, tiny walls of fabric that made me feel less exposed. Mom worried. She saw me pale, dark under the eyes, jittery. She tried to soothe me, to put on music, to talk. I cut her off, showered late, dropped plates, couldn't focus at school. My friends worried. They tried talking to me, but I could only stare at them, eyes red, voice quiet. It was real, I dare repeat with a lost, hollow edge. They nodded, hugged me, said yes. But I could feel them glancing sideways when I went quiet. They started sleepover rules, no open windows, no smoking. But nothing fixed it. Months passed. I was afraid of my house. I thought the man knew where I lived. I checked locks obsessively. I tried counseling, they call it trauma. But I felt broken, like I'd lost a piece of feeling safe. Then a few weeks after the first night, it happened again, only marginally less real. I awoke to rustling, something shaking the screen door at my aunt's house. I was staying there for a couple nights. The next morning, I found the screen pushed loose. She blamed the wind. I blamed him. I knew deep down I couldn't outrun it. He'd noticed me. He'd remembered where I lived, what I looked like, and he had the nerve to come back. That second event, proof that I hadn't gone mad, was my turning point. I inscribed every detail in a notebook, date, time, description. I taped screens shut. I bought pepper spray. I forced all my friends to sleep with doors locked, lights on. I moved to the couch downstairs whenever I stayed at Jessica's, just for safety. I slept with my phone under my pillow. But every time I did, I wondered, will this be the one night he breaks in? A year later, I moved towns for college. I graduated, became an adult with a job, moved again. The anxiety eased. I got better. I started dating, traveling, making plans. But the memory didn't fade. It was a shadow at the edges of my mind. If people asked what's your biggest fear, I couldn't say falling or spiders. I'd say someone watching me while I sleep. I haven't heard from the man since that second night. I've moved several times, across states, across homes. I still sleep with my head away from any window. I learned self-defense. I sleep with blinds closed, a bedside lamp on low. I even started training a dog, partly for company, mostly for comfort. He can sense when something moves outside and barks, a guard against my old terror. Those nights of nightmares came back sometimes in dreams. But I made myself strong. I studied, practiced, fought my weakness. I learned it's okay to admit fear, but not to let it rule me. Now I wake each day, breathe, close the apartment door with my key 3 times. I look out the window before bed and tell myself, no one is out there. And so far, there hasn't been. I don't know if he's still out there. Maybe he's on to someone else now. But I stopped waiting for him. I stopped letting him live in my head. I moved on. I built a life that resists that moment of panic. The ending isn't magical. There's no catching him, no heroic twist. There's just me living. Scarred, cautious, strengthened. I'm healing. I've reclaimed my nights, one locked window at a time. At the beginning of the year, I was on a new medication for my type 2 bipolar disorder, lamotrigine. I'd only been on it for maybe 3 weeks. I was hopeful at first because I wanted something to level things out, you know? But I started noticing things, small things, little off feelings. But it was subtle enough that I thought maybe I was just overthinking it, that maybe the drug was still settling in. I hadn't seen my doctor yet since starting it. I had planned to soon. My sister, who I lived with, was away in Sydney for university, and I was alone in the duplex. I liked the quiet, but I also liked having her around. Her energy kind of balanced things out. It was a Friday night. The other half of the duplex was throwing a party. Loud music, laughter, the occasional slam of a door, or someone tripping on the steps. It was the kind of noise that would usually annoy someone trying to sleep, but not me. I've always been oddly comforted by sounds like that. It makes me feel like the world is still moving, that I'm not so isolated, that people are near, even if they're strangers. So I crawled into bed around midnight, took my meds, lay down, let the noise of the party fill the silence in my room. I passed out quick, like someone flipped a switch. Lamotrigine had this heavy effect, like my limbs weighed more, my brain slowed, but not in a bad way, just in a way that made sleep easy. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but the room was dark except for a little bit of moonlight filtering through the curtains. And those curtains, thin, pale ones, were moving slightly, like a breeze was pushing them, even though the windows were closed. And beside my bed, a man stood, all in black, clothes enough that I could smell something weird, like sweat and soil, or wet clothes left too long in a laundry basket. His face wasn't fully visible, just a silhouette, but I knew he was facing me. I screamed. Not just a yelp, a full scream. I grabbed my pillow and hurled it straight at him. But the second the pillow left my hands, something in my brain clicked over. I just knew it wasn't real. That sharp shift from terror to understanding, and I started laughing, giggling like I was 6 again. It didn't make sense, nothing about it did, but it felt like the only response my brain had left. I remember lying back down and falling asleep like the whole thing never happened. That's what scared me more later, that I could just fall asleep again after that, like my brain had filed it away as not a problem. In the morning, I told my parents, not in a dramatic way, just casually like, oh, weird thing happened last night. But even just saying it out loud made it more real. My mom told me to make the doctor's appointment on Monday. No arguments. That night, still alone, I sat in bed around 10, reading for a while before pulling the curtains open to watch a lightning storm. It doesn't rain much where I live, so storms are special. The kind of thing I've always loved, big flashes of light in the sky, the low rumbles you feel in your chest. My cat was tearing around the house like a lunatic, sprinting from one room to the next, skidding on the tiles, then zooming past again. It was kind of funny, actually. I was staring out the window at the street, at the empty stretch of pavement under the single street light across from our house. The rain had just started, fat drops hitting the road in slow, spaced-out splashes. I thought to myself, out of nowhere, wouldn't it be freaky if someone was just standing there? And I hated that I even thought that. I shook it off, noped out of bed, went to pull the curtains shut. But as I grabbed the fabric, a bolt of lightning lit up the entire street, and in that second, someone was standing under the light. Not walking, not moving, just standing. I dropped the curtain and backed up. My chest felt hollow. I stood there for a minute, frozen. Then I told myself what I needed to hear. It's not real. It's just like last night. It's not real. I kept repeating that. I called Mom, asked if she was still awake. She was. I told her what I saw. She offered to come get me, said I could stay the night at their place. I said no. I don't know why. I think I needed to prove to myself that I could handle it, that this was just a blip, that I was still in control. I barely slept that night. Every creak in the house felt too loud. Every shadow looked like something it wasn't. I left a few lights on. The party was over, obviously, so the silence felt heavier than usual, like the air was thick with it. The next night, I stayed up playing games. Not really because I wanted to, more because I was avoiding sleep. I knew the moment I turned off the light, my brain would start making shapes in the dark again. I finally laid down around 5 a.m., when I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. As I walked past the hallway toward my room, I saw my cat go into the laundry. I reached down to pet her, flicked on the light. Nothing there. No cat. I walked to the spare room, and there she was, curled up on the bed, fast asleep, not a care in the world. It chilled me in this quiet, slow way, like a cold hand just gently pressing down on my back. My stomach twisted. I didn't cry or panic or call anyone. I just stood there, looking at her, wondering what the hell I'd just seen. It was a small thing, but in a string of small things, it felt massive. By the time I got in to see my doctor, the hallucinations had stopped. I'd stopped the medication myself. Probably not the smartest thing to do cold turkey, but I didn't trust what it was doing to my head. I told her everything. The man beside the bed, the figure under the streetlight, the fake cat. And I told her the worst part was that I didn't know if it was the meds or if it was something deeper. Something I'd never seen in myself before. She was calm. Said it was possible the lamotrigine was causing those symptoms in me. That hallucinations, while rare, were a known side effect in some patients. And that, yes, my family history meant we had to be cautious. I had an uncle who had schizoaffective disorder. I never knew him well, but I'd heard stories. Dark ones. My brain kept jumping to that possibility, over and over again. Like I was next in line. Like it was genetic inevitability. But it wasn't. Not yet. And maybe not ever. We adjusted my meds. Found something else that didn't mess with my perception. I stayed off anything for a little while just to let my system level out. For weeks after, I flinched at things that weren't there. I'd turn a corner too fast and expect to see someone. I'd hear a car outside and think someone was coming in, but none of it lasted. And when it stopped, completely stopped, I remember lying on the couch one night and feeling this wave of peace. Like my brain was finally mine again. Clear. Quiet. It's hard to explain the fear of your own mind turning on you. People joke about hallucinations like it's something quirky or harmless. But when it's you, and you can't trust what your own eyes are seeing, it's isolating in a way nothing else is. It's not like watching a scary movie. It's like being in one alone, and knowing the monster might just be a part of you. The thing that messed me up the most wasn't the man or the cat or the figure under the light. It was how normal those things felt in the moment. How easily my brain accepted them, how real it all seemed, and how I reacted not with panic, but with familiarity. Like my brain was saying, yeah, this makes sense. That's what made me question everything. I'm doing better now. I've been back on track for months. I've got a good routine. My new meds are working fine. My sister's back sometimes for holidays. I see my parents more. The duplex is quiet again. The neighbors moved out, no more late night parties. I still leave a light on some nights. Not because I expect anything, just because it helps. Makes things feel solid. I'll never forget those few nights, though. Never forget how the brain can warp things. How a simple thing like a shadow or a cat or a movement at the edge of your vision can become a threat when your mind isn't grounded. It taught me something important about medication, yes, but also about vulnerability, about how fragile our perception really is. Most people won't understand what that kind of fear feels like. The fear not of a ghost or an intruder, but of your own thoughts, your own senses betraying you. And that's okay. I wouldn't wish it on anyone, but it happened to me, and I came through it. And I'm still here, still myself, still watching the storms when they roll through, cat curled up next to me, curtains open wide. I wouldn't call myself someone who scares easily. I've been through enough in life to know when someone's trying to spook me and when there's a real reason to be cautious. But what happened that night, years ago, still sits with me in a strange way. It's not something I talk about too often, mostly because people either laugh or look at me like I'm lying. I don't blame them. I probably wouldn't believe it either if it hadn't happened to me. But it did. I was in Mexico, a small town in the mountains, the kind of place that doesn't show up on most maps. My wife was visiting her family in another town maybe 30 miles away, and I had stayed behind for a few days to handle some work. I don't remember the name of the town I was in, only that it was quiet, dusty, and full of the kind of folks who live slow, careful lives. The kind of town where people sit on their porches in the evenings, drink black coffee in tiny cups, and say very little unless they need to. I'd planned to meet my wife that night in her family's village. We were supposed to stay the weekend there, and I figured I could leave in the early evening, get there just after dark, and not have to deal with the midday heat. When I went to the local store to grab some things for the road, water, snacks, just the basics, I mentioned my plans to the guy behind the counter, just making conversation. "You going now?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. I nodded. "Through the mountains? That's the only way, right?" He hesitated for a second, and then looked back at the older man sitting in the corner of the store, who had barely moved the whole time I was there. The old guy spat into a can and muttered something in Spanish I couldn't catch. The storekeeper looked at me again and said, "People don't drive those roads at night. Dangerous." I nodded, half listening. I assumed he was talking about the condition of the road, unpaved, narrow, maybe some sharp turns with no guardrails. Ida driven bursa. I'd been in tougher situations. A mountain road wasn't going to scare me off. I said thanks, paid for my things, and walked out into the warm air. I remember clearly how quiet it was, even with the sun still low in the sky. Just that heavy kind of silence you only get in the hills. The road out of town turned from paved to gravel pretty quick. Dust kicked up behind the truck as I drove, little clouds catching the last of the sunlight. I had a bottle of water between my knees, the radio set to a station that kept cutting out, and about half a tank of gas. I wasn't worried. I figured I'd take it slow, and I'd be there in an hour, maybe a little more if the road was bad. The climb started gradual. The road twisted and bent around the hills, and soon the land flattened out before dipping again into another set of ridges. It was beautiful in that rugged, raw way. Jagged trees pushing up through the rocks, cliffs opening up beside the road, giving you views of the valley below. Every once in a while I'd pass a goat tied to a post, or a weathered little shack that looked like it had been abandoned for decades. But as the sun dropped behind the ridges, everything changed. The light disappeared fast, and with it went the sense of calm. The air got colder, and the road started to feel tighter. No lights, no signs, just the steady sound of the engine and my tires over dirt and rock. I hadn't passed another car in over an hour. That's when I saw it, right in the middle of the road, a massive tree trunk. It was too perfect, too squarely placed across the path. Thick, wide, freshly cut from the looks of it, and blocking the entire way forward. I stopped about 10 feet in front of it, engine still running. At first, I just sat there, staring at it, trying to figure out how the hell it had ended up there. It was too big to have just fallen on its own. No other broken branches, no sign of a storm. It looked like it had been laid there intentionally. I reached for the reverse gear, ready to back up and maybe find a way around it. But before my hand even touched the shifter, they came out. For maybe 5 guys, just stepping out of the trees like they'd been waiting. No masks, no yelling, Just calm, quiet, and fast. I didn't have time to react. One of them yanked open my door, grabbed me by the shirt, and pulled me out of the truck before I even registered what was happening. My knees hit the dirt hard. They didn't say a word, didn't make any demands at first. Just fists and boots and elbows. I'll be honest, I thought I was done for. It wasn't the pain that got to me, it was the silence. They weren't screaming. No threats. No insults. Just the sound of impact, over and over. My head hit the ground, and everything got dizzy. I tried to speak, but the air was gone from my lungs. I remember thinking how stupid I was for ignoring the warning, how dumb it was to think I was invincible. And then for some reason, I don't know why, I said something. A joke. I don't even remember what it was. Something about how this wasn't exactly the warm Mexican welcome I was expecting. Or maybe it was something about the tree blocking the road being the worst kind of landscaping I'd ever seen. I don't know. I was bleeding from the lip, my eye was swelling, and my ribs felt like they were cracked. But they paused. One of them laughed. Just a little at first, like he didn't want to. Then another one. And just like that, it shifted. I was still lying there in the dirt, but suddenly hands were pulling me up. Not rough anymore, but firm. I stood wobbly, blood running down my face, shirt torn, shaking from adrenaline. They looked at me for a moment, and then one of them slapped me on the back, hard, like we were old friends. It didn't feel like forgiveness. It felt like they were testing me, and I'd somehow passed. One of them said something in Spanish I didn't catch, and the others started walking toward the trees. They turned back to look at me, motioning for me to follow. I hesitated, of course. I didn't have much choice, but something about the moment felt like it demanded a decision. Go with them, or stay behind. I'd already been beat to hell. If they wanted to kill me, they would have done it. So I followed. We walked maybe a quarter mile through the trees until we reached a small clearing. There was a fire already going, some old chairs and logs set around it. A couple of bottles passed between them, cheap liquor by the smell of it, but strong. Someone handed me a drink. My hands were still trembling. My head was spinning, but I took it, and then we drank. I can't explain the rest of that night in any logical way. We didn't talk much, mostly because my Spanish wasn't good and their English was worse. But there was this weird energy in the air, like something unspoken had passed between us. They laughed a lot. I laughed when I could, even though it hurt. My face was bruised, and my ribs ached every time I breathed, but in a strange way, I wasn't scared anymore. We sat around that fire for hours, just passing bottles, listening to the wind in the trees, and laughing. At what? I couldn't tell you. I don't even remember how it ended, only that at some point I woke up back in my truck, still parked in the same spot. The tree was gone, just gone, no sign of it ever having been there. The sun was rising behind the hills, casting that golden light across the road. I checked my pockets. My wallet was gone. So was my phone. My lip was split, my eye was swollen, and my shirt was crusted with dried blood. I had a headache from hell and a pain deep in my chest. But I was alive. I started the truck and drove. Slowly, carefully. The road felt different now. Not safer, not easier, just known, like I'd crossed into some strange place and come back. When I finally reached my wife's town, she saw me and screamed. I looked like hell. I didn't tell her everything right away. I said I got jumped, which was true. I said I lost my wallet, which was also true. I left out the part about the drinks by the fire, the laughing, the strange shift from violence to something like camaraderie. I still don't know what to call it. In the end, I didn't get my money back. I had to cancel all my cards and borrow a phone to call the banks. I spent the next few days sore and slow, flinching every time someone brushed against me. But I wasn't dead, and for some reason, I felt like I'd been given a pass. Not just spared, but accepted. In some weird, backwoods, backhanded way, those guys let me live, and I think deep down they respected that I didn't beg or cry or lash out. Maybe they respected the joke. Maybe it reminded them I was human. Or maybe they were just drunk. I don't know. But every time I think about going back to Mexico, my stomach knots up a little. Not out of fear, more like respect. Like I left something behind in those mountains, and if I ever go back, I'll have to answer for it. Not to the law, not to my wife, but to those same men, sitting in the woods with a bottle in hand and firelight dancing on their faces. And this time, I might not be so lucky. I've always liked being alone. Not in the sad, dramatic way people sometimes mean when they say that. I just like the quiet. I like having space to think without anyone talking over me. No buzzing of phones, no music, no chatter. Just stillness. When I lived near a graveyard, barely a 5-minute walk from my place, I found myself going there a lot, especially at night. It sounds strange to most people, but the place was peaceful. The air felt heavier there, like the world pressed down quieter, more solid. There weren't any houses too close, so it was dark, and aside from the occasional hoot of an owl or some far-off traffic, you wouldn't hear a thing. That silence became kind of addictive. I'd go there after work sometimes, or on nights when sleep wouldn't come. I had this spot I liked, just past a cluster of trees that marked the edge of the older section of the cemetery. It was a flat stone bench that faced a line of crumbling graves. The names were worn off, the dates barely legible. The trees hung overhead like a curtain, and I could sit there for an hour or more, just breathing. Somewhere along the way, I started getting curious about the place in a different way. Not just for quiet. I've always been a little into the paranormal. Not in the full believing, ghosts are real sort of way, but enough to wonder. I've watched the shows, read some of the forums, even tried a few things myself. EVP recordings, cold spot testing, all that. Nothing really came from it, but it made those nights in the cemetery feel a little less lonely, like maybe I wasn't the only one sitting there. I told a few friends about it. The kinds of friends who are into the same stuff, urban legends, late-night hikes, weird books. Some of them were really against the idea. One even told me that places like that are meant to be left alone. The dead are quiet for a reason, he said. Don't poke the bear. I laughed at the time. I figured if anything was out there, it would have shown itself already. I'd been going there for weeks, months even. Nothing had happened, but I wanted something to happen. So one night, technically early morning, I decided I was going to go there and try something. Not just sitting around, not just vague questions. I was going to talk directly. I figured if something was there, it would need more than polite curiosity. So I walked out the door around 2:40 a.m., jacket zipped, flashlight in my pocket. The night air was cold and still. No wind, no moon, just a big, flat black sky over everything. I reached the graveyard just before 3. The gate was always slightly ajar, probably because no one cared enough to fix the hinge. I slipped in like I always did, the gravel crunching under my shoes louder than I remembered. I walked past the newer stones, all polished and upright, the plastic flowers in their holders trembling slightly from my steps. Then past the low dip in the ground where water sometimes pooled, then up the incline to the old section. I sat for a bit in my usual spot, just breathing, letting the calm settle in. It always felt colder there, and not just because it was nighttime. There was something about the soil, the air, the silence that felt weighted. I clicked on my flashlight and walked to the middle of the graveyard, the section where the old graves were packed tighter, where the names had long faded off. Some headstones had sunk, others leaned. I stood among them and turned off the light. I started simple. Is anyone here that wants to talk? My voice sounded stupid out loud. If anyone can hear me, why are you still here? Nothing. Can you give me a sign? I stood there like an idiot for 10 minutes, maybe 15, repeating different versions of the same question, asking again and again. But the only answer was stillness. A plane blinked across the sky in the far distance. I could barely hear it. There was no breeze, no rustling of trees. Then, because it felt stupid just standing there, and because deep down I think I was frustrated with how quiet it was, I changed tone. Are you all cowards? I said. Is that what this is? A bunch of weak ghosts too scared to even answer a question. I don't know what exactly made me say it like that, but I kept going. I came here for something. And I get it, you're all just names on rocks now. Maybe that's what you were in life, too. Just shadows. Empty, scared nothings that couldn't even handle a little conversation. I was starting to get angry for no reason, talking louder. My voice echoed a bit, bouncing off stones. I said things I won't repeat, but I went off. I remember standing there with my fists clenched and my breath starting to fog in front of me, even though it hadn't been that cold earlier. That's when I heard it. Laughter. It was low at first, just a sound that didn't match anything else around me. Then it got clearer. It wasn't crazy, cackling laughter. It was mean, deep, guttural, and close, too close. It came from my left, maybe 10 feet away, just beyond a leaning grave marker. I couldn't see anything. I didn't turn on my flashlight. I don't know why I didn't. I think part of me didn't want to confirm something was there. The sound alone was enough. It was the kind of laugh you'd hear from someone who's enjoying a private joke at your expense. But there was violence in it. Like whoever was making that sound wanted me to know they'd been waiting for me to mess up. That now I had their attention. I left. I didn't run at first. I walked fast, trying not to trip over the uneven ground, trying to act like I wasn't scared. But the faster I walked, the more I felt that tightness in my back, that instinct, the one that says something is following you. I kept looking back over my shoulder, seeing nothing. When my house came into view, I started to calm down. The streetlights, the familiar sidewalks, porch lights on timers. I felt stupid for getting worked up. I slowed down. My house was only a few houses down. That's when I heard it again, right behind me, just over my shoulder. That same laugh, quieter but just as sharp. It wasn't an echo. It was too close. And this time it felt aimed right at my spine. I ran. I didn't look back. I sprinted down the block, up my steps, through the door, slammed it shut. Locked it. Double locked it. My heart was racing. I didn't even take off my shoes. I just went straight to my room, closed that door too, and crawled into bed like a kid. Not because I thought my blanket would protect me, but because I didn't know what else to do. I didn't hear anything else that night. The next day, my friends saw me and didn't ask anything at first. Then one of them looked me dead in the eye and said, "You pissed something off, didn't you?" I didn't answer. I didn't have to. Apparently, I looked like hell. One of them said I looked like I'd been screamed at by the devil himself. That was a joke, but I didn't laugh. Days passed. I didn't go back to the graveyard. Didn't even walk by it. I tried to forget about it. Chalk it up to a trick of the mind, to stress, to imagination. But then maybe a week later, I was walking my dog just after sundown. We were coming up on this small hill near my neighborhood, a grassy patch between houses. It's always been empty. Just a slope, a couple of trees at the top. That's when I heard it again. Not a full laugh this time. Just giggling. Light and broken, like someone trying not to be heard. It came from the top of the hill. But there was no one there. Just the shape of the trees. My dog stopped walking and stared up the hill, ears up, completely still. I pulled his leash, but he wouldn't move. His tail was stiff, his whole body rigid. I stood there for maybe 20 seconds, listening. The giggling stopped, but the hill felt wrong, like the silence was watching me. I turned and we went home. Fast. The feeling didn't go away. I moved a few months later to another state. Got a new job, new place. Thought it was behind me. But there are nights, quiet nights, where I'll be outside, maybe taking out the trash or walking alone, and I'll hear something that doesn't fit. A chuckle, a snort, just the hint of laughter on the edge of hearing. And I'll freeze. Sometimes I turn and there's nothing. Sometimes I feel like someone was just there, just 1 second earlier. The worst part is, it's never gone completely. Even when I moved back years later, thinking enough time had passed, it didn't feel like starting over. It felt like coming back to something that had been waiting. I haven't gone back to that graveyard. I don't talk about it much. But every once in a while, late at night, when everything is still, I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't said anything. If I hadn't pushed. I wonder if the quiet I loved so much was never really empty. Maybe it was just someone listening, waiting for me to speak first. And now that I did, they don't feel like staying quiet anymore. I was jolted awake by the sharp hum of tires against the pavement long before dawn. August air had settled like a thin sheet of warmth around the empty driveway. My brother and I were packing the car for a road trip to Canada, but a nagging feeling kept twisting in my gut. I felt raw like exposed nerve endings. We grabbed the last few necessities, snacks, extra socks, that crumpled map we'd been relying on for our journey. Fatigue clung to my bones, but excitement spurred me on. When we pulled out, the neighborhood was still groggy. Streetlights cast long, wavering shadows across the cracked asphalt. Wind rustled lazy through freshly cut grass. We hadn't been on the road more than a few minutes when something small and white caught my eye. There, pads scraping across concrete, was a little dog, its fur dirty, a rude tan breaking through the whiteness, tail low, head down. It moved without purpose, like a ghost with no destination. I pointed. My brother glanced over. "Probably just someone's backyard dog," he said, glancing for a fence, a collar, anything. I nodded, though unease kept pooling in my chest. We drove on. The the dog disappearing behind a siding shadow. Time passed. We reached the store under a bright sun that felt too hot for morning. Inside, the air conditioning pumped out icy breaths. We wandered the aisles, energy drinks, bottled water, trail mix, but the image of that dog kept replaying. A small white figure trudging unknown. Responsibility niggled at me. After checking out, we climbed back into the car. Before pulling away, I looked out the window. Across the way, on a busier street, the dog stood again. Further than before, centerline of traffic pulsing with cars and trucks. No owner in sight, no leash. He seemed tiny compared to the roar of vehicles around. I started the engine. "We should help him," I said softly. My brother didn't answer, but I saw the same worry on his face. He pulled into a small parking spot down the road. We turned our hazard lights on, alerting drivers as we slid to a stop. I jumped out and whistled, a short, friendly sound I hoped would reach him without startling him. The dog hesitated, head lifting, ears perking. He glanced at me with bright, hopeful eyes. They shone with something: longing, trust. And then he bolted. Not toward me, but away. My chest sank as I watched him sprint deeper into traffic. I didn't chase him. The lanes were full. I could see the fear in his every step, and I convinced myself running would push him to dart into more danger. I turned back to the car, heart threatening to burst out of my chest. "Oh shit, he's crossing." My brother's voice cracked through the roar of passing vehicles. I spun around. The dog had made it across one lane, then another. He bounded toward my brother, tail wagging like he'd finally found a rescue. My brother, with instinct I still can't fully understand, stepped into the street, arms wide. The dog veered. My brother opened his arms, but the moment stretched out, slow enough to see every detail. The dog's tongue lapping at air, the way his eyes pinned to my brother's face. And then, a black SUV came into view, tires humming like thunder. It didn't slow. Maybe the driver didn't see. Maybe they saw too late. The dog, caught between lanes, tried to leap. Heat and metal collided. I heard a sound I'll never shake, a snap so sharp it drowned out everything else. The dog yelped, one terrible, piercing cry, then collapsed. I was 2 steps behind, frozen. My brother screamed his name. I didn't move for a heartbeat, then I did. I sprinted through traffic, my heart bursting in my ears. Sharp rubber and hot engine noise pressed against me, but I forced myself forward. I scooped the dog up, his body limp, but his small limbs quivering in my arms. His lower half was crushed, bones popping like brittle sticks. Dark blood dotted my hands. I swallowed bile as I strained to hold him. Teeth rattled in his throat as he trembled. Urine soaked my shirt. He cried again, low, pitiful. Then he froze. I felt the last tremor pass through him. He was gone. I sank to my knees on the asphalt, clutching him. The world became still. The birds, the traffic, my brother's breaths, ragged beside me. The SUV vanished around the corner, no lights, no apology. I stared at the road. I hated it, hated the asphalt, hated how it waited to swallow something alive. I picked myself up, carried the dog back to the car like he was weightless. My brother held the door open. I laid him inside. He still wore his collar, satiny against his neck, glittering with tags. One tag gleamed in the sunlight bearing a name and an address nearby. Tears fell, mixing grief with guilt. I couldn't decide which one burned brighter. We sat in silence. I traced the route we'd driven and directed my brother home. Our pulse slow, shock settling like lead. We parked outside a small house with white trim and a neatly trimmed lawn. Through windows, I could see family pictures, children, holidays, dogs. Pictures of this dog on couches, in laps, noses pressed to smiling faces. My brother knocked, holding the dead dog. A woman opened the door, her face bright with anticipation. Maybe she'd been looking for him too. Maybe she already knew. I couldn't know, but her smile froze. Her eyes widened as she saw him in my brother's arms. Then something broke inside her. Her body convulsed. She staggered forward. "No," she gasped. "Please God, no." She reached, trembling, fingers brushing the dog's fur as if she could wake him. Tears rolled down her cheeks, thick and fast. She collapsed to her knees, burying her face in the dog's body. Her wails shredded the air, sharp, raw. I knelt beside her and softly handed her his tiny body. She sobbed and shook. I wanted to disappear. I tried to apologize, but words died in my throat. She whispered his name, something soft, something broken. The sun hit her through the front window, illuminating tears on the dog's blank fur. I looked away. My brother rested his hand on her shoulder. She ignored him, all eyes on the dog, on the stillness in his eyes. I thought I'd never hear a sound worse than that yelp. And yet here, there was something deeper, a low, steady cry that rolled in waves through the quiet house. We left. Car silent, change draining out of me. Every mile back felt like I was carrying weight in the seat next to me. The dog's weight, the woman's grief, the horror of that collision. We didn't speak until we turned onto my street. Then my brother exhaled hard. He didn't deserve that, he said. And I couldn't argue. The words stuck in my throat, heavy true. Inside, I flicked on lights. My heart hammered. I found an old blanket and folded it carefully. I wrapped it around a small box, my way of making sense. I labeled it with the dog's name. I cried silently. The box sat by the door. August ended. I never did take that trip to Canada. We couldn't drive far without the image of those crushing wheels. I kept staring at the empty spot in the driveway, imagining him curled up waiting to come home. I imagined the woman we left behind, her grief unresolved, her arms empty. Weeks later, I took the box and placed it in the woods near my home, a quiet clearing under tall pines. I dug a shallow grave. I whispered his name. A breeze rattled leaves above. I buried him, wrapped in that blanket, under soft earth. I placed a small stone on top. I walked away, head bowed, the setting sun painting the sky in dim oranges and pinks. I never knew the SUV driver. Maybe they drove on, lost in their own world. But I carry that moment with me, the look in his eyes when he first saw me, trusting, unaware, the sickening crunch, the final stillness. If I close my eyes now, I can still feel the weight of his body in my arms. I can still hear the woman's grief cutting through the air. And I know when I step outside and feel the breeze, that somewhere the world is sharper. That life can be gone in breath. That a small act, whistling, pulling over, trying to help, can lead to something no one wanted. Nothing about it was fair. Nothing about it felt like it should have happened. But it did. I learned a lesson I never wanted. It's that the world can be brutal in a blink. That love doesn't protect. That horror doesn't always end with a story. Sometimes it ends with silence, or a grave, or a name whispered to empty sky. And still sometimes I find myself whistling low, hoping he'll answer, just once more. I was 12 when it happened. I still remember it all too clearly. It started off like any other night. It was a Saturday, and I had stayed up later than usual, flipping through the TV channels long after my parents had gone to bed. There wasn't much on, but I eventually landed on an old episode of The X-Files. It was one of those reruns that came on late, probably past midnight. I didn't catch the title, but I wish I had never watched it. In the episode, there was a guy who believed he was being followed by government agents, and at some point, he started seeing cockroaches crawling under his skin. Not just a few, dozens wriggling and burrowing in under the surface of his arms and neck. The show didn't hold back. They showed the bugs moving inside him like they were alive, like they had a purpose. His skin bulged and shifted as the cockroaches squirmed under it, and all I could do was stare. I was frozen. The sound of the bugs, the squelching, skittering noise, kept playing in my ears even after I turned off the TV. Outside, a storm had started to roll in. Not a big one at first, just some distant thunder and flashes behind the clouds. I turned off the TV, still feeling that weird mix of fear and thrill from the show. I made my way upstairs in the dark, the only light coming from occasional lightning bursts outside the windows. Our house was old, 2 stories, with creaky wooden floors and narrow hallways. I passed the family portraits on the wall, not really looking at them. I just wanted to get to bed and forget about the crawling feeling on my skin. I climbed under the blankets, but sleep didn't come easy. I couldn't stop thinking about that episode. I kept scratching my arms, even though there was nothing there. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those bugs again, felt them. At some point, I must have drifted off, but it wasn't like normal sleep. It was deep and heavy, like I had been pulled under by something stronger than just being tired. And then the dreams started. They weren't like regular dreams. I've had nightmares before, ones where you fall off a cliff or someone's chasing you. But this was something else. It was like I was awake and dreaming at the same time. I was lying on my back, not in my bed, but on a cold metal table. My arms and legs wouldn't move. I couldn't even turn my head. There was an intense white light shining down into my face from somewhere above me. It was so bright that it didn't seem to come from a source. It was just everywhere, pressing into my eyes no matter how tightly I tried to shut them. Shapes moved in and out of the light. At first they were just shadows, then outlines, and then I could see them clearly. They were tall, thin, gray-skinned figures with oversized heads and huge black eyes. The classic look. They didn't say anything. They didn't even move much. They just looked at me, studied me. Their faces didn't have any expressions, but I could feel something coming from them, something cold, clinical. Not hate, not curiosity, just cold observation. I wanted to scream, but nothing came out. I wanted to move, but my body felt like it wasn't even mine. There was a sound in the background, this low hum that never changed pitch. It just filled the air like the light did. One of them raised something that looked like a long metal rod and lowered it toward my chest. I braced for pain, but I didn't feel anything. Just pressure, like a weight pushing down right through me. And then all at once, everything went white. I don't mean bright. I mean everything disappeared into pure white. The table, the aliens, the light gone. Like someone had erased the dream halfway through. Then I was back. But not really. I woke up in my bed, gasping. I sat up fast, chest heaving, and for a second I couldn't tell if I was still dreaming. The light was still there. Bright, but not the same. It was coming through the windows, shining into my room from outside. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I could still feel that pressure on my skin. A loud bang hit the air like a gunshot. The entire house seemed to vibrate with it. I looked around my room, trying to get my bearings. My nightstand lamp was still off. Everything was in its place. My digital clock blinked, 12 o'clock, like the power had gone out and come back on. I threw off the covers and stood up, still feeling unsteady, like my body hadn't caught up to where I was. The light outside wasn't fading like a lightning flash normally would. It was lingering, glowing. It came through the cracks in the blinds, casting harsh white lines across the floor. I walked over to the window and pulled the blinds up. Outside, the sky was lit in this strange electric glow. It wasn't quite white, not quite yellow. The clouds were low and thick, and the light was flickering through them like they were pulsing. I opened the window, but the smell of rain and ozone hit me hard. I leaned out and looked toward our neighbor's yard. That's when I saw it. Their paperbark tree, this massive old thing that had been there forever, was split straight down the middle. The entire top half looked like it had exploded outward. Chunks of bark and branches were scattered across their lawn. Embers floated in the air, glowing orange and red, tiny bits of burning bark drifting like fireflies. There was smoke rising from the tree, curling in slow, spiraling columns. The grass around the base was scorched, flattened like it had been blasted by something. Even from where I was 2 stories up, I could feel the heat radiating from it. It wasn't a normal fire. The embers were floating too slowly, almost unnaturally, like they were hanging in the air longer than they should. I walked out to the hallway and stepped onto the balcony. The air outside was heavy, charged with that after-lightning smell, wet, sharp, metallic. I stood there barefoot, watching the glowing bits of bark rise and fall, lit from beneath by some unseen source. I felt like I was still in a dream, or like I'd woken up into the wrong world. Everything was quiet. No wind, no voices, not even insects. Just the occasional crackle of burning wood from the tree across the street. I looked up at the sky again, and the clouds seemed lower than they should have been, like they were pressing down over our neighborhood. There were no stars, no moon, just that strange pulsing glow still hanging above. It was hard to look away from it. The light wasn't natural, but it wasn't fake either. It didn't flicker like lightning. It felt alive, like it had intelligence, like it was still watching. I don't know how long I stood there. Could have been minutes, could have been an hour. The glow eventually started to fade, and the sky darkened again. The embers burned out one by one, the smoke thinned, and the normal night sound started to return. I heard a dog bark somewhere far off. A car passed on a distant road. The spell, if that's what it was, started to break. I went back inside. My skin felt cold even though the air was warm. My sheets were still messed up like I'd been tossing and turning. My clock still blinked 12 o'clock. I didn't sleep again that night. I just laid there with my eyes open, watching the ceiling. The image of those gray figures over me wouldn't leave. Neither would the feeling that I hadn't just dreamed it, that I'd been somewhere else. The next morning, my parents were talking about the storm. Apparently lightning had hit our neighbor's tree. The sound had woken them up, but they didn't check outside. They just went back to sleep. Everyone assumed it was just a freak strike. No one else mentioned any strange lights or noises. No one said anything about embers floating in the air. And definitely no one said anything about the power blinking off at midnight, even though our clocks all had reset. I never told them about the dream. I didn't tell them about the white light, or the cold metal table, or the gray figures leaning over me. I didn't tell them how I still felt like I had been gone somewhere, and brought back all at once in a flash of thunder and electricity. It all sounded insane, even to me. But sometimes I wonder, what if that lightning strike wasn't just a coincidence? What if that tree wasn't just unlucky? What if I really was taken, and that bang, so loud it shook the house, was me being dropped back where I was supposed to be? It's been years since then, and I still don't have an explanation. The memory hasn't faded like most childhood memories do. In fact, it's only gotten sharper, more detailed. I can still feel the weight on my chest, the way the light pressed into my face, the silence in the air afterward. Some nights, during storms, I lie awake and wait for the light to come back. I watch the clouds and listen to the hum of the power lines. I wait to see if maybe this time they'll come back, or maybe they never left. But nothing ever happens. The lights stay off, the sky stays dark, and the tree across the street is just a stump now, cut down and hauled away years ago. Still, I can't forget that night. I don't think I ever will. It had rained earlier that day, one of those thick, hot summer rains that came out of nowhere and vanished just as fast, like the sky just had to dump the weight off its chest. The sun came right back out afterward, baking the wet ground, and everything smelled like warm dirt and tree bark and mildew. My garage apartment always smelled a little bit like that anyway. It sat above the old detached garage behind my landlord's house, just a box of a place with creaky stairs and windows that barely closed right. I didn't love it, but it was cheap and quiet, and for the most part it was mine. There was this weird deck-like carport that jutted out right below the big windows on the side of my apartment. I didn't spend much time out there. It didn't have rails or anything to stop you from stepping off into thin air, and it always gave me a weird feeling, like it was solid, but not safe. The kind of place you'd step on, then hear that low wooden groan, and get a flash in your head of what it might feel like to fall 12 feet straight down. Still, after the rain, I figured it was time to sweep it off. Leaves, sticks, dead bugs. All of it tended to collect out there, and when it was wet, it stuck to the boards like skin on a burn. So I grabbed the old bristly broom I kept near the back door and stepped out there barefoot. The boards were still damp and cool under my feet. The smell of rain hadn't quite lifted yet, and I could hear the wet trees hissing as water dripped from branch to branch. Every now and then, a car passed by on the street out front, tires slicing through puddles, and I could hear kids playing down the block somewhere, their laughter muffled by distance and humidity. I swept for about 15 minutes. Leaves in messy piles, rotting pine needles stuck in the corners. The broom made a harsh scratching noise that echoed under the boards. I kept looking down through the cracks, seeing the dark shape of the driveway below, half expecting something to move down there. A raccoon maybe, or one of those stray cats that sometimes watched me from under the hedges. But it was just still, damp and dark and still. I didn't stay out long. I never did. Something about that space just rubbed me wrong. It was like the air didn't move right out there. The smell of wet would made the back of my throat itch. When I finished sweeping, I gave the piles a little kick off the edge, watched them fall in a lazy scatter, then went back inside, closed the door, and locked it. That night it was still warm, too warm to sleep with everything closed up, so I left the windows open. Just the screens between me and the outside. The ones in the kitchen and the ones near my bed, both cracked halfway to let the air move through. No AC in that place, just fans and hoping for a breeze. The ceiling fan clicked like it always did, and I lay there under the sheet, one leg out, not quite asleep but getting there. Around midnight, I woke up. At first, it was just a sound, this low, weird buzzing noise. Not like a single bug, not a mosquito. This was bigger, deeper, and fast, like a toy drone maybe, if someone was flying one just outside the window. It zoomed past my ear, and I flinched, sat up halfway, then froze. Something brushed my cheek. It was quick, like a dry finger dragging over my skin, and then I felt weight. Not heavy, just wrong, light and moving, skittering up my arm. That's when my body caught up with my brain. I jumped up, full panic, heart slamming against my chest, and I smacked at my arm with both hands. Got the light on. I wish I hadn't. They were everywhere. Not just a few. Hundreds. Cockroaches. All over the walls. Big ones, reddish-brown and shiny, twitching legs and twitching antennae, moving like they were being chased by fire. They were pouring in through the window screens like the screens didn't even exist. Flowing in. Crawling up the walls. Crawling across the floor. On the ceiling. I saw one land near the ceiling fan and immediately take off again, wings buzzing, spiraling through the air like it didn't have a plan, just chaos. Flying cockroaches. I backed away from the bed, screaming, actual screaming. Not the kind of scream you keep inside your head when something spooks you. I mean loud, unfiltered, ragged screaming like something was eating me alive. Because it felt like they were. I could feel them crawling on me, my back, my legs, one across my foot, fast as hell. I kept brushing and swatting and spinning, trying to make sure they weren't under my clothes or in my hair. I ran out the door. Didn't even close it. I just bolted down the stairs barefoot, past the garage, out into the street. Kept running until the street lights got brighter and the houses looked cleaner. I slapped at my arms and my neck the whole way, convinced they were still on me, still clinging in my hair or crawling in the folds of my clothes. I stopped under one of those buzzing yellow lights, panting, hands on my knees, legs shaking like jelly, and I just stood there for a long time, making sure. I stripped my shirt off right there on the sidewalk, shook it out like a lunatic, turned it inside out, checked every seam. Same with my shorts. Took them halfway off just to make sure nothing was in the waistband. I must have looked insane. I didn't care. I needed them off me. It took maybe an hour for the panic to settle. I sat on the curb, shaking, watching the slow trickle of cars pass by, wondering what the hell had just happened. I'd lived in that apartment for nearly a year, and sure, it had bugs, spiders in the corners, ants when I left food out, but never roaches. Never like that. And flying? I didn't even know they could fly like that. Eventually, I made my way back, moving slow, like someone walking back into a nightmare. The door to the apartment was still wide open. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking up into the darkness, and my stomach turned. Every part of me screamed not to go up there, but I had to. I had to see if they were still there. I stepped in slow, careful, expecting a wall of them to hit me. But nothing. The light was still on. I scanned the walls, the ceiling, the bed. Nothing. I walked the whole apartment, one step at a time, like I was stepping into a minefield. Looked behind furniture, in the sink, under the bed. Not a single cockroach. Not one dead body. Not one wing. It was like it never happened. I stood in the center of the room, breathing hard, trying to understand what I'd just lived through. My sheets were on the floor. The fan still clicking. A half-empty glass of water on the nightstand. Everything just as I'd left it, except clean. Too clean. It was like they came in just for me. Just to make a point. And then they left. I cleaned that night. I didn't sleep. I took everything off the bed, wiped every surface, vacuumed twice, checked the window screens, even though I knew they weren't enough. I closed the windows tight and stuffed towels in the cracks. Sprayed every corner with the one can of bug killer I had, even though I doubted it'd matter against whatever I'd seen. The next day, I bought 5 more cans. I sprayed everything. Corners, outlets, doorways. I put down traps. I taped the windows shut. I didn't care if it was 95 degrees. I kept the place sealed. I slept in my car that night, and the night after. When I finally moved out 3 months later, I still checked under the bed every night. Still heard that buzzing sometimes, even if nothing was there. Still felt that tickle on my skin in the middle of the night, and sat up in a cold sweat, slapping at invisible things. I told a few people about it. Most didn't believe me, said I must have had a dream, or that it couldn't have been that many. But I remember what I saw. I remember what I felt. It was like something had decided that night was mine, that I was going to learn what fear really was. And I did. I never found out why it happened. No leak. No food left out. No nest. Pest control came once, weeks later, after I complained enough, and said the place looked fine. No signs of infestation. No droppings. No eggs. Nothing. But I remember. That night stuck with me like a scar you can't see. It changed how I live. I never sleep with windows open anymore. Never sweep without checking the corners first. I keep my lights on a little longer than I need to at night, just to be sure. I check walls always. I listen for that sound, the one that woke me up that night, the zooming, buzzing sound of wings too large and too fast. It only happened once. One night. Just a few hours. but I swear to God, I'll never forget it. A few years ago, I noticed something strange happening with my wife. It started quietly, in small, barely noticeable ways, twitching in her sleep, turning over suddenly, sometimes mumbling nonsense. At first, I didn't think anything of it. I'd roll over, maybe check on her, but usually fall back asleep. We were both light sleepers, so a little movement here, and there wasn't unusual. But it escalated. She began waking up in the middle of the night, sitting bolt upright in bed, eyes wide, breathing hard like she had just surfaced from drowning. The first few times, she didn't say much, just that she had a weird dream. Then, the dreams turned into night terrors, recurring, vivid, disturbing. She described the same thing each time, a shadowy figure standing over her. Not just a shadow, but something thicker, darker. A black, blobby shape like oil, just hovering above her, almost touching, but never quite. It would vanish after a few seconds of panic, sometimes after she blinked, sometimes after she screamed. But it always left her shaken, pale, and drenched in sweat. She couldn't sleep afterward, sometimes staying up for the rest of the night with the lamp on, hugging her knees and trying to act like it didn't scare her. She's not the superstitious type. She's practical, logical, kind of sarcastic, and quick to laugh things off. She chalked it up to stress, or some mix of insomnia and her brain firing in weird ways. The kind of random, chaotic stuff dreams are made of. But even though she never said it, I could see the change in her. The lack of sleep was wearing her down. Her eyes got darker underneath. She grew quiet, withdrawn. She'd fall asleep in front of the TV more often, barely eat in the mornings. And she stopped cuddling up to me when we went to bed, like she was already bracing herself for the night. The strange thing was, it always happened on her side of the bed. Never mine. It was consistent, like clockwork. She'd wake up shaking, and always on that side. Every time. Now, I'll be the first to admit, I'm not the bravest guy. I get nervous walking around in my own house if all the lights are off. I hate horror movies. I don't even watch the trailers. The last time I watched a scary movie was The Ring, and I barely slept for 3 nights. It stuck with me in this weird way. I kept expecting to see something move in the dark corners, hear whispering from the TV static. I know it's irrational, but once that fear takes hold, it's like your brain plays tricks on you. You see things that aren't there. But seeing my wife, this strong, grounded, rational woman, fall apart night after night, it did something to me. I started to get angry. Not at her, not at the dreams, but at whatever the hell it was that kept showing up in her mind. Even if it was just stress or chemicals or bad dreams, I wanted it gone. I wanted to protect her from it, whatever it was. One night, after she had a particularly bad one, woke up crying, which she never does, I told her to switch sides of the bed with me. She didn't ask why. She just nodded and climbed over. We didn't say anything else. The room was quiet. The kind of quiet that makes your ears buzz a little. I turned off the lamp. I laid there, looking up at the ceiling, letting my eyes adjust to the dark. And I remember thinking, over and over again, like a kind of chant, "Bring it, you son of a bitch." I repeated it in my head, not even really consciously. It wasn't a prayer or anything. It was like trying to focus all my energy, all my frustration, into this one thought. It gave me something to hold on to. Like I was daring it, whatever it was, to come. To try me instead. I don't know how long I lay there. Probably a while. Eventually, I drifted off. I remember the feeling just before falling asleep. Tense but determined, like I was about to have a confrontation. Sometime in the middle of the night, I don't know the time, didn't check the clock, I woke up with this jolt. Not from a dream. I wasn't tossing or sweating. It was like my body knew something was wrong before I even opened my eyes. That kind of pure instinctual awareness. Like when you're walking alone and suddenly feel like someone's behind you. I opened my eyes. There was something above me. Now, I know how it sounds. But I need to describe it exactly the way I experienced it. It wasn't a person. It wasn't a shadow, not exactly. It was, I don't know, dense. Darker than dark. A kind of black that didn't reflect anything, didn't move like air. It was like spilled ink floating. Like when oil floats on water and shifts in this slow, blobby way. There was a shape to it. Vaguely human, torso, head, maybe arms, but it wasn't solid. It just hovered there, just above me. I couldn't hear it, couldn't smell anything, but there was this presence, this disgusting feeling. It wasn't just fear. It was something worse, a kind of emotional emptiness that came from it, like standing next to something that's not just void of warmth, but void of meaning. I felt disconnected from everything all at once, from my body, from the room, even from her next to me. It was like I didn't belong anywhere, like I was just wrong. But instead of freezing or panicking, like I thought I would, something in me just snapped. I wasn't scared, at least not in the way I expected. I was angry, purely, deeply angry. I didn't speak. I didn't move. But in my head, in the deepest part of me, I lashed out. It's hard to describe. It wasn't a thought exactly. It was a force, a feeling that surged outward. I imagined shoving it, pushing it, throwing this hot, furious wall of rage and protection at it. Not with my hands, mentally, emotionally. I just kept sending out this one message. Asterisk, get the fuck out of my house. Get away from my wife. Don't ever come back. Asterisk. And then slowly the shape faded, like a stain being absorbed. No dramatic poof or puff of smoke. It just dissolved. One moment it was there, and the next it wasn't. I lay there, breathing hard. My heart was pounding. The air felt heavy, but lighter than before. It's weird to say, but I didn't feel scared. Not even after it left. It was like some kind of tension had been lifted. Like I had faced something I'd been dreading for a long time, and come out the other side. I turned over and looked at my wife. She was asleep, peaceful, for the first time in months. Her face wasn't tense. She didn't twitch. Just deep, relaxed sleep. I stared at her for a while, then eventually drifted back off myself. She didn't have a night terror that night, or the next, or the one after that. It's been 2 years now. She sleeps through the night. Every night. No more shadows. No more terror. She never brought it up again. I don't think she even realized that was the night it stopped. And I never told her what I saw, what I felt. I didn't want to make her relive it. And honestly, I don't know what I would even say. What words would I use? What would she think? Most days, I just push it to the back of my mind. Tell myself it was just my imagination. That I was dreaming. That we were both just stressed. That our brains, tired and overloaded, created a feedback loop of shared anxiety that finally resolved itself. That's the rational answer. But deep down, when I lay in bed and the lights are off and everything's quiet, I still think about it. I remember how real it felt. I remember that thing standing over me. And I remember the way it left, when I told it to. That's what sticks with me. Not what it was, not what it looked like, but the fact that it listened. And that it never came back. I was around 7 or 8 years old when this happened. It's been well over a decade now, but I can still remember it with this weird clarity, like it's burned into my memory. Not just the visuals, but how I felt. The cold, the dampness of the woods, the pressure in my chest, the silence afterward. That day felt normal in every way except how it ended. It was a weekday, sometime in early spring, I think. School had just let out, and I was invited over to my friend Caleb's house. We were in the same grade, lived maybe 10 minutes apart, but his place always felt like a different world. He lived on this quiet street with only a few other houses, and behind his backyard was a thick stretch of woods. It wasn't just a line of trees either, it was real woods. Tall pines, thick underbrush, narrow dirt paths. Some of the trees were dead or leaning, with branches that looked like arms reaching across the trail. The kind of woods that were beautiful in the daylight and probably terrifying at night. His little brother, Owen, was a couple years younger. He always tagged along, especially when we went outside. We didn't mind. He was a quiet kid, but not annoying, and he listened when we told him to do something. That day, Caleb and I had this idea to build a tree fort. Nothing fancy. We weren't about to build a 2-story cabin or anything, but we had talked about putting some boards up between a few trees and making it our hideout. That word felt cool to us then. A hideout, like we were in a movie or something. We grabbed some tools from the garage. A hammer, a few nails, some old boards that were leaning against the fence. Caleb had a red backpack that we filled with smaller stuff. Rope, a plastic water bottle, duct tape, random things we thought might help. Owen insisted on carrying one of the hammers, so we gave him the smaller one. I remember feeling responsible in a weird way. We were the older ones. We were leading the way. Before we left the yard, Caleb's mom reminded us not to go too far and to be careful. There had been talk, more like rumors, about coyotes being spotted in the neighborhood during the day. Someone's cat had gone missing, and another neighbor said they'd seen a thin, scruffy animal standing by the woods around noon. Everyone was a little on edge, especially with kids running around after school. We talked about it as we made our way along the trail behind his house. The three of us weren't scared, exactly, but we were definitely thinking about it. I think that's why we started joking about it. Like if a coyote showed up, we'd smash it with our hammers. The idea seemed brave at the time. I remember laughing with Caleb about swinging from a branch like Tarzan and hitting the coyote midair. We were little kids trying to act tougher than we were. The trail was worn down just enough that you could follow it easily. Dirt packed tight from kids walking it over the years, small roots poking out from the sides. The further we walked, the quieter everything got. The backyards faded out, and it felt like we were farther into the woods than we probably were. Maybe only 100 yards from the house, but when you're small and surrounded by trees, it feels like miles. We were walking in a line, with Caleb in front, me in the middle, and Owen behind. I was watching my feet, partly to avoid tripping, partly just distracted. When Owen stopped. Just stopped cold. I didn't see it at first, just felt the change in the air behind me. I took a couple more steps before realizing he wasn't moving. Caleb noticed too and turned around. "Why'd you stop?" he asked, or something like that. I looked back and saw Owen standing there, hammer in hand, staring straight ahead. Not blinking, not moving. I followed his gaze, and that's when I saw her. About 25 yards ahead, standing slightly off the trail but still in plain view, was an old woman. Mid to late 70s, maybe older. Curly, shoulder-length gray-white hair that seemed to move slightly even though there was no wind. She was wearing a long white gown, like a hospital gown or a nightgown, and she was just standing there. No expression, no movement, just standing, not looking directly at us, but not looking away either. It felt like she was staring through us. That's the only way I can describe it. Not past us, through us. We didn't say anything. None of us did. The woods, which had been filled with birds chirping a few minutes earlier, were completely silent now. No rustling leaves, no distant dog barking, nothing. Just that tight, heavy silence that you can feel in your chest. I don't know how long we stood there. Probably only 30 seconds or so, but it felt like time had stopped. Every part of me felt like it was stuck in place, but my heart was racing. I could hear it pounding in my ears. The woman didn't move, didn't even flinch. She was just there, like a statue someone had dropped into the woods. Then, slowly, she raised her right arm. Not fast, not dramatic, just slowly, steadily, lifted her arm and pointed behind us, back toward the way we came, the direction of Caleb's house. That was it. That was all it took. We dropped everything, hammers, nails, boards, the red backpack. Caleb took off first, then Owen, and I followed. I didn't even look back. My legs moved on their own. I was running so hard that my chest hurt. The woods blurred past me. Branches slapped my arms. My feet tripped over roots, but I didn't stop. I don't think any of us said a word the entire way back. We just ran. We burst out of the woods and into the backyard like we were on fire. Caleb's mom was on the patio and looked up, startled. We tried to tell her what happened, stumbling over our words, tripping over each other's sentences. She listened for a few seconds and then gave us that look. The one adults give when they think you're making something up, but don't want to hurt your feelings. She told us we probably saw a neighbor, or a trick of the light, maybe someone walking their dog, maybe even a mannequin someone dumped in the woods. I remember her trying to calm us down and saying something like, "There's no one out there, sweetie." We didn't go back outside. Not that day. Not for a while. The tools and backpack stayed in the woods until Caleb's dad eventually went out and got them. He said he didn't see anything, didn't find anyone. Just the stuff we dropped and some footprints in the dirt. Over the years, we've talked about it a few times, me, Caleb, and Owen. All three of us remember it the same way. The woman, the gown, her hair, the way she pointed, and something else. A kind of faint light around her, like she was glowing slightly. I don't know if that was real or just how my brain remembers it, but the other two said they remember it too. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a lost hiker. Maybe a neighbor with dementia who wandered too far. But that's what makes it worse, in a way. If it wasn't something supernatural, if it was just a real living person, then why was she out there, standing completely still in the woods, alone, staring like that? I've gone over the memory 100 times, tried to find cracks in it, tried to poke holes, but it's all still there, unchanged. The dirt path, the weight of the hammer in my hand, the sting of panic when I saw her point, the sound of our footsteps slamming into the ground as we ran. I know we were kids. I know kids can be dramatic and scared of nothing. But this wasn't that. It wasn't imagination. It wasn't a shadow or a deer or a dream. It was a real person. A real mumin. I don't think about it every day. Life moved on. We grew up, went to different schools, found jobs. But when we do talk about it, there's always this silence that follows. No laughter, no jokes. Just quiet agreement. We saw her. And whatever her reason for being out there, whatever it meant when she pointed, whether it was a warning or something else entirely, I'm just glad we listened. We never went that deep into the woods again, and we never built that fort. I'm late as shit to this story, but I'll start where it all burned into my memory. I can't remember exactly how old I was, maybe 2, maybe 3, possibly 4, but that feels too old. I know it happened when I was very young, before the world made sense, and even before I could speak more than a handful of words. I was in the car with my dad and my uncle, riding somewhere north of Anchorage along that long, flat highway that cuts through endless swamp and black spruce. If you've ever driven that road, you know, nothing changes for miles. It's just gray pavement, low brush, and the smell of wet earth. It all feels like it should go on forever. The inside of the car was quiet except for the engine's hum and the low crackle of the heater. I was bundled in that baby carry harness strapped across my dad's chest. I don't remember much about the conversation, probably none at all. I was just awake enough to notice shapes, hear the wind through the broken window seal, and see the lights flicker off the trees as we moved. My uncle was in the passenger seat beside my dad, and though I was too small to know it, I know now they were bored, maybe arguing about something I wouldn't understand. But then everything changed in an instant. One moment, the road was clear. The next, a motorcycle roared into view, wheels spinning like they were untethered. I remember the sound, a growl, a scream, a brightness. I was jostled forward in the harness as the bike hit us, smack into the front of the car, like 2 pieces of wood in a rush. I remember my dad's hand reaching back to steady me, but his eyes were fixed on where the bike had gone. I couldn't see the guy right away. He flew, went spinning across the road like he was some rag doll, and I tasted something sour. My dad and uncle jumped out of the car before it fully stopped. The world outside was cold gray and smelled of gasoline and broken metal. My dad carried me over his shoulder in a way I could feel, but not question. I could see the bike, crushed, twisted, lying in the swamp 20 feet off the highway, its chrome bent and track marks staining the black scrub and peaty water. The swamp was still, like it didn't even want to breathe after what had happened. We reached the biker. He was face down on the asphalt. That's the part one remember best. His helmet lay cracked a few feet away, exposed. My dad crouched down, still carrying me, so I was level with the man's head. I only saw blood at first, dark, thick, slick. It pooled in the cracks of the pavement, reflecting like oil in a puddle. My memory holds on to the smell there, iron and wet rubber, diesel fuzz on asphalt. I could taste it. Slowly, maybe just seconds, maybe minutes, the biker rolled over. He made a noise that I would recognize in nightmares decades later. I don't know what it was called, part howl, part whisper, part dying animal, but it shook me inside. I saw his face. From the tip of his nose down was nothing but raw muscle and bone. His cheeks, his mouth, they were gone, like someone had peeled them away. I stared as close as I could, carried on my dad's chest, and his eyes met mine. I don't think he even knew what he was doing, face down, rolling over onto what was left of his face, and staring right at me. And he made that sound again, that pained, breathless noise, and then he just stopped breathing. His chest didn't rise again. His eyes stayed locked on mine. And then nothing. Dad and Uncle were at his sides. I remember Dad shaking, visibly, shaking me in his arms, like he was fighting to stay standing. My uncle was shouting something, but I didn't know words yet. Then I remember Dad easing me away, back to the car, where he strapped me in and slumped into the driver's seat. The world blurred after that. I remember the sirens and bright lights and people talking fast. I smelled antiseptic and diesel and something sweet. I tasted fear. That's the last I remember of that day. I don't know how we got home. I don't remember supper or bedtime, but I remember that man's face. I remember how it made my heart feel, like someone had pressed a white-hot brand to my chest and left it there. It never left me. I grew up carrying that image in the back of my mind. When I slept, sometimes I'd wake in the dark, drenched in sweat, seeing that shredded face screaming at me in slow motion. The long road through the swamp, the stillness of that highway, the black rubber smell, and that pool of blood. I'm late as shit for other things, arrive at parties minutes behind. But I never want to be late to remembering that, because it shaped everything. Even now, I feel it. The biker's eyes, the raw muscle, the red-black smear on the road. And when I close mine, I hear that noisy rattle in my head. I don't hear ghosts or anything supernatural, just the memory, stubborn as stone, that pulls me back. And now tonight, I'm thinking about it again. Not because it's close to the anniversary, or because the road's in my path. No, because memories don't wait. They slip out when you're unprepared. They come when you least expect it. I haven't yelled about it in years. Haven't cried over it since I was too young to know words. But there's something about this memory, something clear and sharp, that wants me to feel it again, right now. I see the man's torn face just as clearly as I did that afternoon. The torn flesh hanging, the dull white of skull, and his eyes, so empty and hollow. It presses against my skull like a weight I can't shake. And so tonight, I know, I'll dream of him. Not because of any ghost, because I don't believe in ghosts. It wasn't fairy tales or magic. It was real, and real things stick. My mind will replay that moment. The curve of the road, Dad's gas pedal lifting, Uncle's shout, the smash, the man flying, the soft thud as he hit the ground. And I'll wake up with the taste of blood in my throat, and my heart pounding like I'd run a mile. But in the end, tonight I'll wake. I'll sit up and look around my room, my adult room, with grown-up things. I'll feel safe, and I'll know it's just a memory, however ugly. I'll breathe, rub my eyes, maybe splash cold water on my face. I'll figure out why tonight it came back so hard. And then I'll go on. I'll live my life. Because that's what people do. They remember the bad, they survive it, and they step forward anyway. That memory will never stop being terrible. But it doesn't get to stop me. Because all we get is the next moment, and I'll face it, even if I'm late as shit to everything else. In August of 2006, I was living on the north end of Pittsburgh, tucked into the hills that surrounded the city. I was attending the Culinary Institute at the time, trying to keep my head above water with school, working part-time at a small bakery, and managing the steady hum of stress that came with being 19 and broke. The neighborhood I lived in wasn't fancy, not by a long shot. Most of the people who lived there were in the same boat, college students like me, lower-income families, a lot of immigrants. It wasn't unsafe, but it had that edge to it, the kind of place where you kept your head down and didn't ask too many questions. You minded your own business. My apartment was in this large, pale gray building set on a main road that ran straight through the complex. The architecture was unremarkable, blocky, functional. But what made it stand out was how the road in front of it split in two like a Y, one part continuing straight, the other veering off at a shallow angle around the middle of the building. The result was this awkward intersection where cars would cut through too fast, trying to save a few seconds, even though there were kids around and people walking from the bus stop all the time. That day had been like most others. It was hot, sticky, the air thick with late summer humidity. I'd gotten back from class around 5:30. Still wearing my uniform, I remember peeling off the heavy chef coat the moment I got inside, dropping it in a pile near the door. My little one-bedroom apartment always smelled vaguely like grease and old carpet, but it was my space, and I liked coming home to it. I took a quick shower, changed into a clean t-shirt and cargo shorts, then decided I'd head up the street to hang out with a few friends who lived in another building a couple blocks north. I left through the back entrance of the building, same route I always took. There was a small, cracked sidewalk that wound around the side to the east. From there, I'd walk up to the street, cross over, and head uphill. The sun was low, throwing long shadows, and everything was bathed in that golden light that makes things look softer than they are. The concrete glowed. I could hear a lawnmower buzzing in the distance, maybe from one of the other complexes across the hill. As I rounded the corner and started toward the street, I saw her. She was about 20 feet ahead of me, walking in the same direction. I recognized her, though we'd never spoken. She was quiet, always kept to herself. Usually wore a scarf tied around her head and long sleeves, even when it was hot out. I'd seen her many times on the bus we both took from school. She always sat near the front, near the windows, looking out, never talking to anyone. I don't even know if she recognized me. But she was familiar in that way people become when you see them in the same places every day. I remember that moment with an almost disturbing clarity now. The way the light caught on her hair, the slow swing of her arms, how she stepped carefully like she was always thinking about where she placed her feet. She was maybe 10 steps ahead, already nearly at the road, and I was distracted looking past her, half checking to see if any cars were coming. I glanced across the intersection without really looking, didn't see anything, and stepped off the sidewalk with the intention of crossing behind her. That's when I heard it. Screeching tires. A noise like someone slamming a hammer into sheet metal. The sound came from my left, from the angled road that split from the main one. It all happened too fast to fully process, just a flash of motion and instinct. I jumped backward, lost my balance, and fell hard on my side, scraping my elbow on the pavement. My knee slammed into the curb, and the breath shot out of me. But I was alive. Then I saw the car. It had come out of nowhere, speeding down that offshoot road, and swerved so violently it tilted on 2 wheels before landing back down. It missed me by maybe a foot, maybe less. It went past me, hard and fast, tires burning rubber, and then without slowing down, it jerked into a brutal 180-degree turn right at the intersection. The tires caught and screamed, and then the car slammed front first into the building on the other side of the street. The sound was horrible, crunching metal, breaking glass, the solid thud of a car smashing into brick. At first, I didn't move. I was lying there, trying to understand what just happened. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I blinked a few times, stunned, and then sat up slowly. The car was right there in front of me, maybe 30 feet away, its front end jammed against the base of the building like it had tried to merge with it. Smoke hissed from the hood, the engine ticking with heat. The windshield was shattered but still holding together, spiderwebbed from the impact. And then I saw the blood. It took me a moment to realize what I was looking at. I stood up, slowly, legs shaky, and started toward the wreck. My phone was in my hand. I must have grabbed it from my pocket instinctively. And I was dialing 911 without even fully realizing I was doing it. My thumb trembled on the buttons. As I got closer, the details sharpened. The front of the car hadn't just hit the building. It had hit her. She was between the car and the wall. Crushed. Pinned. There was so much blood I couldn't tell where her body ended and the car began. I saw something that looked like a hand sticking out from under the bumper, but it was bent in a way no hand should ever be. Then I saw what was unmistakably brain matter, smeared across the crushed grille. Part of her scalp was tangled in the metal. Her torso had been split open at the waist, and pieces of her insides were pouring out, pressed against the brick, glistening in the dimming sun. The 911 operator was speaking. I was barely hearing her. I remember her asking if the person was alive. "She's dead," I said, voice hollow. "She's definitely dead." Sirens came fast. Police, ambulance, the fire department. They taped off the area and started pushing people back, but at that moment, it was still mostly empty. The usual stream of neighbors, kids running around, people heading home from work. None of them were there. It was just me, the wreckage, and the thick, suffocating smell of burning oil and blood. I gave my statement. They walked me through everything, had me explain what I saw, where I was standing. I remember feeling like I was floating, not because I was in shock, but because it felt surreal, like I was watching myself from outside my body, like I was just reading it off a script. The officers were calm, professional. One of them had to step away after getting a closer look at the scene. Another vomited behind the building. After about an hour, I couldn't take it anymore. I thanked the officers, told them I was going to head home. But when I rounded the corner to go back to my apartment, I found the entire area taped off. Cops and investigators were crawling all over it, measuring tire marks, taking pictures, writing things on clipboards. My entire building, and the 2 on either side, were now part of a crime scene. So I turned back around and went to my friend's place instead. They had heard the sirens, but hadn't realized what happened. I told them the basics, just enough to make them quiet. I didn't want to talk about the details. I couldn't. They let me crash on the couch, and I didn't sleep much. I kept seeing it, the way she was pinned, the way her body folded and smashed, the look on her face frozen in shock. The next morning, my phone rang. It was a detective. He introduced himself, said he'd reviewed my statement, and wanted to talk more. They didn't have any other witnesses who could give them the same level of detail I did. No one else had really come forward. He asked if I'd be willing to be the main witness in the trial. I didn't really know what that meant. At 19, it sounded like the right thing to do. So I said yes. Over the next few years, I left Pittsburgh, graduated, got a job in another state. But I came back 5 times, maybe 6. Each time for hearings, depositions, prep meetings. I was flown in, driven to the courthouse, and sat in rooms with lawyers and detectives who went over every single detail again and again. They asked me about the angle of the car, the speed, where she was standing, how far I was from the intersection. I got used to saying things like, I was 20 feet behind her when I saw the car, and I estimate it was going at least 45 with a kind of flat, rehearsed rhythm. Eventually, the full story came out. The man who killed her was her ex-husband. They had divorced recently. The separation hadn't gone well. There were records of him making threats, texts, voicemails, even a few reports filed by her with the local police. They had 2 kids, both under 10. The family had come to Pittsburgh from Bosnia as refugees years earlier. She worked cleaning offices downtown. Quiet, kept to herself. He waited for her. That road he sped down, it wasn't random. He knew her route, knew she would be walking from the bus stop at that time. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't a mistake. He aimed. He drove with intent. That was what they told me later. The jury saw it too. He was convicted of first-degree murder. I never saw him face-to-face in court. They kept me out of the courtroom until I had to testify. But I saw his mugshot, staring straight ahead, cold eyes. I didn't feel anything when I looked at it. Just empty, just tired. After the trial was over, they told me the kids were staying with her sister. I didn't ask more. I didn't want to know more. To this day, I can't walk through an intersection without looking twice, sometimes 3 times. I don't cross streets casually anymore. I don't assume people are paying attention or that cars will stop. I remember how fast everything changed that evening. How 1 second, I was just heading to meet friends, and the next, I was standing in front of a woman who had been obliterated by someone who used his car as a weapon. There's no lesson to this. No twist. No cockroach. Just a moment in time that carved itself into my memory like a scar. I think about her sometimes. I never knew her name until the detective told me. I grew up in a small town in the middle of Ohio's Amish country. One of those places with more silos than streetlights, and where the loudest thing on a Saturday night was usually a cow giving birth or somebody's rusted-out truck backfiring. Most people around here either farmed or worked construction, and by the time you hit 16, you'd seen all there was to see. The boredom felt like a weight sometimes, constant and low, pressing down every night when we had nowhere to go and nothing to do. By the time we were juniors in high school, my group of friends and I had a tradition. When the boredom hit hard enough, we'd pile into trucks or beat-up hand-me-down cars and head off to find someplace off the grid. An old barn, an abandoned church, sometimes just an open field to start a bonfire. It gave us something to do and made us feel like we were making memories instead of just killing time. One night, we were packed into my friend Connor's living room, all 10 of us. The air was stale with popcorn and the smell of the old couch cushions, and someone had just popped in the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Grainy, loud, disturbing in all the right ways. We laughed at parts, but the longer it played, the more the unease settled in. It wasn't a jump scare kind of fear. It was slower, more grounded. The kind that sinks in and stays with you. After the credits rolled, we were all sitting in silence. Then Kyle, who always had the worst ideas but the most convincing voice, grinned and said he knew of a place that gave off the same creepy vibe. An old house deep in the woods, way off any road. He said his older brother had found it a couple years ago while out hunting, but never went inside because it looked like it was ready to fall in on itself. That was all we needed to hear. We packed up within 20 minutes. 2 trucks, 10 people. I grabbed my shotgun just for the hell of it, more of a prop than anything. It was an old 12-gauge my grandpa gave me when I turned 15. I never kept it loaded unless we were hunting, but that night I loaded it with birdshot just in case. We all had flashlights, most of them dim or flickery, because no one ever remembered to replace batteries. The house was about a half-hour drive from town, and then another 10 minutes down a gravel road that ran parallel to a river. When we parked, it was almost midnight. There were no houses nearby, no streetlights, no sounds except for the crickets and the river rushing nearby. You couldn't even see the moon through the tree cover. We had to cross the river to get to the woods. There was no bridge, just a line of rocks someone had stacked up at some point. We helped each other across, some people slipping a little and getting their shoes wet, but no one complained. The adrenaline was already starting to kick in. The walk into the woods was a mile, maybe a little more. The trees were tight, old-growth stuff that hadn't been touched in decades. Every few hundred feet, the ground would shift, and someone would trip over a root or step into a dip they didn't see. The air felt heavier the deeper we went, thicker, like the woods were swallowing the sound of our voices. After a while, the trees started thinning out, and that's when we saw it. The house just appeared between the trunks. No driveway, no cleared space around it, just this massive turn-of-the-century mansion planted right in the forest like it had been dropped there. The roof was sagging, the windows were either broken or completely gone, and ivy had overtaken the walls on one side. You could tell it used to be something grand. Big porch with pillars, ornate trim along the edges of the roofline, double front doors hanging off their hinges. We stepped into the clearing slowly. Everyone went quiet. Not out of fear exactly, but more like awe. It didn't make sense that a place this big could be out here, untouched. The front steps were cracked and half-rotted. We started to go up, but as soon as we looked through the doorway, we saw that the second floor had completely collapsed onto the first. The middle of the house was just a pile of beams, plaster, and what looked like part of a bathtub. You couldn't walk inside more than a couple feet without risking it caving in more. We spread out around the outside, just looking around. People pointed out busted windows, vines growing through cracks, a rusted swing set half buried in the underbrush behind the house. That's when someone noticed the writing. It was on the left side of the house, scrawled across the faded wood siding in what looked like black paint, or something darker. Big blocky letters, running across a 10-foot stretch of wall. It was hard to make out at first. Most of it was just gibberish, phrases that didn't make sense, maybe song lyrics or random sentences. But at the very end, lined up in a neat column, were 10 sets of initials. We stared at them for a long time. Each set was about 5 inches tall, and one by one, we matched each set of initials to someone in our group. No duplicats, no extras, just the 10 of us. That's when it stopped being fun. The girls immediately wanted to leave. A few of the guys tried to play it off like it was just a coincidence, or maybe one of us had done it as a prank. But there was no way. Carl hadn't been out here in years, and we'd never even mentioned this house before that night. No one else even knew where it was. And even if someone had come out earlier in the day to paint something like that, how would they have known who was coming? Who even had all of our initials? As we started to back away from the wall, still staring, someone called out from the other side of the house. It was Derek. He'd walked around the back and found a window that wasn't completely boarded up. We walked over quickly, glad to be doing anything other than standing by that writing. He was just standing there, pointing his flashlight into the window, his face pale. We followed his beam inside and saw what he was looking at. It was a wedding dress. White, or at least it used to be. It was hanging from the ceiling by a thick, knotted rope, suspended in the air like some kind of decoration. The fabric was stained and filthy, and across the front was a dark, reddish-brown smear that looked a hell of a lot like blood. The kind of thing you can't really mistake, even if you try to convince yourself it's something else. We didn't say anything. Everyone just took a couple of steps back. The ground felt soft under my boots, like the earth had been disturbed recently. And then, without warning, the ground gave way beneath us. There was a crack, a shift, and then the noise of wood splintering and collapsing. 6 of us dropped like rocks. It happened so fast, I didn't even have time to yell. 1 second I was standing, the next I was falling through darkness. We hit hard, about 10 feet down. The air was thick with dust and the smell of old dirt and rot. I landed on my side, shotgun still in hand. My shoulder was screaming, but I could move everything. A few people were groaning, one of them cursing over and over. We were in a room. Not a basement exactly. It didn't have any cement walls or signs of construction. It was more like someone had dug it out underneath the house. The walls were packed dirt, rough and uneven, and the floor was the same. The ceiling was just rotting floorboards and broken beams from above. My flashlight flicked back on, and I swept it around the room. Hooks, chains, old rusty saws, ropes coiled neatly on a wooden table. There were large nails sticking out of one wall, each one bent at different angles, and below them was a drain that looked too clean for the rest of the place. There were chairs too, heavy wooden ones with leather straps on the arms. One of them had deep gouges dug into the seat, like someone had clawed at it with their bare hands. I didn't stop to look any closer. My stomach was already turning. One of the girls was crying quietly. Another had backed into a corner and was covering her mouth. Derek was already trying to climb back up, calling for the guys above to help us out. One by one, they pulled us up. Someone had brought a tow rope from the truck and dropped it down, looping it around us to help hoist people up. Everyone got out okay except for Sean, who landed wrong and twisted his ankle bad. He couldn't walk. Two of the bigger guys, Jake and Marcus, lifted him between them and started carrying him back through the woods. The rest of us moved tight, flashlights bouncing all around. I took the rear. The shotgun was loaded, safety off, and I walked backwards the whole way out, scanning the woods. Every sound made me jump. Branches cracking in the distance, rustling leaves, the wind. I wasn't thinking about ghosts or monsters. I was thinking about the kind of person who would dig out a room like that under a house in the woods and fill it with chains and saws. I was thinking about what would have happened if they'd come back while we were in there. We made it back across the river and to the trucks. No one said anything the whole drive back to town. Everyone just stared out the windows or checked their phones like we were trying to wake up from it. The next morning, a few of us couldn't stop thinking about it. It was one thing to see it in the dark, another to look at it again in the daylight, maybe prove to ourselves that it wasn't as bad as we thought. So around noon, 4 of us drove back out. When we hit the gravel road, we saw them. 3 cop cars pulled off to the side. One of them was blocking the path into the woods. We parked behind them and got out, trying to look casual. One of the officers approached us. He looked tired and on edge. He asked what we were doing out there. We told him the truth, that we'd gone out to explore and ended up falling into some hole under the house. We didn't say anything about the wedding dress or the writing. The cop nodded and said someone had called in noises in the woods the night before. They'd come out to check it out and found the house. When they went inside, they found what we had, and more. They said the place had been used to cook meth, but they also found bones in that room. Not animal bones. Human. There wasn't much more they could tell us. It was an ongoing investigation. But from the way they looked at us, I could tell they thought we were lucky to be standing there. We never went back. We never talked about it much either. Sean ended up in a cast for a couple weeks, and after that we just moved. It happened just a week ago, but it's still sitting in the back of my mind like some unfinished conversation I wish I could forget. I don't scare easily, not really. I've lived in this city for most of my life. I've been on the night buses with all kinds of drunk people. I've walked home from parties at 3 a.m. I've heard sirens outside my apartment more times than I can count. I'm not jumpy. But this one night, is something different. It keeps replaying. Not because it was dramatic like in a movie or filled with screaming. It wasn't. It was quiet, cold, and the kind of real that makes your gut sink when you remember it. I'd been home alone for 6 days by that point. My roommate had gone on some trip with his girlfriend, and I had the place to myself. At first, it felt great. Silence, no one moving around, no shoes left in the hallway. But the novelty wore off fast. I'm not someone who's great at looking after myself when no one's around. I don't cook. I barely clean. I tell myself I'll do it tomorrow, and suddenly tomorrow's 5 days later, and I'm still surviving off toast and instant noodles. By that 6th night, I didn't even have bread left. It was around 2 a.m., and I'd been up watching random YouTube videos for hours. I had headphones on, lying there in the dark, stomach growling. I checked the kitchen one more time, even though I already knew there was nothing edible left. I looked at my phone. McDonald's was open. I wasn't in the mood to cook even if I had anything to cook. And since I live near the edge of the city, it wasn't far to drive to the 124-hour location. Just a quick trip, I thought. No big deal. I threw on a hoodie, grabbed my keys, and headed to the car. The streets were dead quiet. It was a Tuesday night, or technically Wednesday morning, and I didn't expect much traffic, but the silence was still unsettling. Even the air felt a bit thicker than usual, if that makes sense. Like everything around was just a little too still. I remember locking the door behind me and looking up the street before getting into the car. Empty. Not even a stray cat. Driving was easy. No traffic lights to wait at. No one cutting me off. But as I turned into the area where the McDonald's is located, I noticed something odd. Normally, that place is lit up like a small city. It's a big commercial zone, a whole grid of wide streets, massive store windows, neon signs from cinemas, game centers, all that stuff. Even at night, it usually buzzes a bit, especially on weekends. But that night, it was completely dark. I mean blacked out. I kept thinking maybe there was a power outage or maintenance going on, but it didn't sit right. The buildings were all closed and dark, and even the usual orange glow from the streetlights was missing. Not a single one was on. I remember frowning and checking my headlights, thinking maybe something was wrong with them. They were fine, just the streets were off. It felt like driving through an abandoned mall parking lot, except stretched out across blocks. I slowed down out of instinct. My brain was trying to make sense of the dark, figure out if I'd missed some road work signs or something. But there was nothing, just my car headlights cutting through black. I had to go through most of that area to get to the drive-in, which was located on the far end near the main road. I'd done it a dozen times before. But this time, as I came up a slight curve in the road, I saw someone. At first, I thought it was a pile of trash, or maybe a traffic cone someone had knocked over. But then it moved. It was a man, standing, or maybe stumbling, in the middle of the road, dead center. He didn't react to the headlights, didn't flinch, just slowly moved forward. I couldn't see him clearly at first. He blended in with the dark. He had on dark pants, a dark jacket, and some kind of white hoodie underneath. My lights were on normal beams, and I couldn't make out much. But his shape was wrong, like he was hunched or lopsided. I switched the headlights to high beams, just to be safe. And then I saw him properly. He looked like he'd been through hell. Blood on his mouth, all down his chin and neck. It had soaked into his clothes, but some of it was still wet and shiny, catching the light. His left arm was crossed tightly over his stomach, clutched over a dark spot that spread wide across his hoodie. It didn't look like dirt. It looked thick, like he was bleeding heavily underneath it. He was walking straight at me, slow and dragging his feet, like one foot was heavier than the other. His whole body leaned slightly to the left, like he could barely stay standing. And the way he moved, it reminded me of someone trying to stay conscious, or someone who had already passed out but hadn't realized it yet. I stopped the car. It was instinct, I guess. Maybe because he looked hurt. Maybe because he looked dangerous. I don't know, but I didn't get out. Instead, I just rolled the window down a tiny bit, maybe 2 fingers wide, just enough to hear if he said something. I was gripping my phone already, ready to call an ambulance or the police, whatever it took. But I also had the car still in first gear, foot resting on the clutch, just in case I needed to bolt. He came up to the driver's side, close enough to lean on the car. He left a smudge of blood right there on the window when he touched it. His hand kind of slid down the glass like he didn't have strength to hold it there. His head was low, eyes dark. I couldn't tell how old he was. Maybe late 20s, maybe older. His skin looked pale and sweaty in the harsh light from the beams. Then, in a deep voice with a heavy accent, he said something. I could barely hear it, but it sounded like drive to XYZ. He said it like it was obvious, like we'd just been talking and I had agreed to give him a ride. I froze. My brain was still stuck on the blood, on the way he looked. I didn't know what to say. Then he snapped, sharper this time, louder. I said drive to XYZ. Same words, but with a kind of anger behind it, like I was being difficult, like this was some favor he was owed. I didn't wait to figure it out. I pressed the gas and took off. Fast, not crazy fast, but fast enough to make the tires screech a little as I pulled away. I didn't look back. I didn't want to. I couldn't. When I finally reached the McDonald's parking lot, just a minute or 2 down the road, I pulled in and parked at the far end, heart racing. My palms were sweaty on the steering wheel. I sat there for maybe 30 seconds, just breathing, trying to calm down, trying to process what just happened. Then I looked at the side of the car. There were drops of blood, dozens of them, splattered across the door, the mirror, the handle, and the smeared print from his hand on the window. I got out and opened the trunk. I keep a pack of those wet paper towels in there, the kind you buy for wiping dashboards. I tore open the pack and started wiping the blood off, shaking with every pass. I don't know why it mattered so much to clean it off right then, but it did, like I needed it gone, like having it on the car made it real. I kept wiping until the towels were red and the car looked clean again. My hands were freezing, and the cold air made the blood dry fast. I tossed the used towels into a trash bin at the edge of the lot. Back in the car, I thought about calling someone, the police, an ambulance, but I also thought about how things work around here. You get involved, you answer questions. Maybe you get blamed. Maybe you're dragged into some mess you didn't want to be part of. And anonymous calls? They don't do much. So I just sat there, waiting in the line for the drive-thru, even though I'd lost my appetite completely. My hands still smelled faintly like iron. The inside of the car was quiet, except for the low hum of the engine. And then I saw something. Ahead of me, near the edge of the parking lot, there was a figure moving. Slow, limping, just like before. It was him. He was about 50 meters away, moving toward the bus stop. There's a small glass shelter with a bench there. Not really used at night, especially midweek. But he went right to it, slumped down onto the bench, holding his stomach like before. He didn't look around, didn't seem to notice anyone. He just sat there, hunched forward, like he was waiting. His shoulders rose and fell with each breath. I couldn't see any more detail from that distance, but I knew it was him. I recognized the shape, the way he held himself. 5 minutes passed, the longest 5 minutes I've ever sat through. Then a cab pulled up, a small, older model sedan. Slowed down, stopped near the curb. He got in, slowly, stiffly. The car waited a moment, then pulled away. No drama, no sirens, just gone. I picked up my food, even though I didn't want it anymore. I sat in the car for another 15 minutes, staring at the spot where the cab had been. Driving home, I kept checking the mirrors. Every shadow looked wrong. Every pedestrian felt suspicious. I locked the car doors, even though I was the only one out there. I parked right under the only working streetlight near my apartment and rushed inside, locking the door behind me and double-checking it twice. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept thinking about what could have happened. If I'd rolled the window down a little more. If I'd agreed to drive him. If he had a weapon. If he had help waiting somewhere else. Or maybe he really was just hurt and panicked and needed help. But the anger in his voice, the assumption that I'd drive him, the way he didn't ask, didn't plead. It didn't feel right. And that blood, it wasn't just a scratch. It was a wound, deep, possibly life-threatening. And yet he wasn't panicking. He wasn't begging. Just focused on getting to wherever he needed to go. Like it was more important than getting help. I cleaned the car again the next morning. More thoroughly this time. Inside and out. Scrubbed the handle. Washed the window. But the handprint still shows faintly when the sun hits it at the right angle. Just a smear. Just enough to remember. I didn't tell anyone for a couple of My junior year of college, I moved into this big old house just off campus. It was one of those classic, slightly run-down, multi-story homes that had clearly been converted into student housing decades ago. The outside looked like it had once been beautiful, big porch, tall windows, lots of charm, but years of weather and college parties had worn it down. The paint on the siding was chipped and fading, the porch sagged a little in the corner, and the railing wobbled if you leaned too hard on it. Still, the rent was cheap, and with 11 of us splitting it, I was only paying a few hundred a month, utilities included. The house was split across 3 floors. 4 people, including me, lived on the first floor. 5 lived on the second, and then there were 2 people up on the 3rd floor attic space, but we hardly saw them. They kept to themselves, and we mostly just referred to them as the attic guys. I think one of them was in a band or something. I heard guitar sometimes, but that was it. The inside of the house had this strange mix of college filth and old-world detail. Beautiful carved wooden trim lined the doorframes, and every room had these big windows with wide sills that looked out over the patchy yard. But the floors creaked when you walked, and some rooms slanted noticeably. My room was off the main hallway downstairs, next to the kitchen and across from a small bathroom that always smelled a little weird no matter how many air fresheners we tried. One thing we all agreed on from the start was that the basement was creepy. Even before I went down there myself, people said it gave them the chills. It had one of those old wooden doors that stuck a little when you tried to open it, and the stairs creaked in a way that made it feel like they might break under you. I didn't go down for the first few weeks. There wasn't any reason to. The washer and dryer down there hadn't worked in years, and most of us either used the laundromat down the block or went home on weekends to do laundry. But we did use the basement for parties. Not often, maybe once a month. Someone would bring down a speaker. We'd string up some Christmas lights and throw down rugs to make it less depressing. Even then, nobody ever really lingered near the back of the basement. There was this door at the far end, old and heavy, with a rusted knob and a lock that looked like it came from a different century. That door made people uncomfortable. You could be 3 drinks in, surrounded by your friends, and if you caught sight of that door from across the room, it'd give you a weird, tight feeling in your chest. I didn't know the whole story until later, but apparently when some of the girls had moved in at the start of the semester, that room in the back wasn't locked. One of them, Becca, I think, said she was poking around the basement looking for a place to store extra furniture and opened that door. She found a bunch of what she described as strange tools. She didn't go into much detail. Maybe she didn't want to freak everyone out, but she did say there were some human teeth in a little glass jar. Not fake ones. Real, yellowed, root and all teeth. She said it looked like someone had pulled them with pliers. Apparently she told the landlord about it, who had just recently bought the place. A few days later, the door was locked. No explanation, no follow-up. The landlord never brought it up again. We just assumed he cleaned it out and decided to seal it off. But still, none of us wanted to hang around that end of the basement anymore. Life went on. Classes got busier. Midterms came and went. The house was loud and chaotic most of the time. People coming and going, music playing, food burning, yelling from upstairs. I got used to the creaks and bumps. I told myself it was just the house settling or people moving around. One afternoon, I had a gap between classes and decided to take a nap. It was one of those deep, drooling naps that leaves you disoriented when you wake up. I had a slight headache and a weird taste in my mouth when I got up. I remember feeling groggy as hell and craving something greasy, so I went to the kitchen to make a grilled cheese. It was quiet, which was rare. Everyone was either in class or out. I had the kitchen to myself, and I liked it that way. As I was flipping the sandwich on the stove, I noticed the hallway light to my left flicker off. I didn't think much of it. Old house, probably a burnt-out bulb. But then, a few seconds later, it flicked back on. I frowned, glanced over at the switch, then remembered that the switch for that light wasn't in the hallway at all. It was in the stairwell leading down to the basement, behind a door that was currently closed. I stared at the light for a second, not quite processing what that meant. Then it flicked off again. Something about the rhythm of it, on-off, pause, on-off, made my stomach tighten. I turned off the burner and walked over to the door, opened it slowly. The stairwell was empty. The light switch was just sitting there on the wall like always. I walked down a few steps, listened. No one. Nothing. No creaking, no footsteps, no voices. I stood there for a few seconds, unsure what I was expecting, then went back to the kitchen. I told myself it had to be some weird electrical issue. The house was old, and we'd had flickering lights before. Maybe the wiring was messed up. I went back to my sandwich. The light turned off again. This time I didn't move. I just stood there, spatula in hand, staring at the dark hallway. I was still trying to convince myself it was just a glitch when the music started. It wasn't loud, more like background noise, but it was clearly coming from the living room, just around the corner from the kitchen. It sounded like some slow, echoey jazz, the kind you hear in old movies or empty hotel lobbies. I figured someone had come home and was playing music. Relief started to set in. Maybe I was just being paranoid. I walked into the living room, and the first thing I noticed was the television. It was on, but there was no picture, just static. White and gray fuzz, that buzzing snowstorm sound. We didn't have cable, so the TV was usually off unless someone was watching DVDs or using it for games. Then I saw the laptop. It was sitting closed on the windowsill, plugged into a pair of old speakers. The music was definitely coming from the speakers. I walked over and touched the lid. The laptop was cold. I opened it. Nothing. The screen stayed black. No power light. It wasn't even on. I pressed the power button and nothing happened. I unplugged the speakers. The music stopped. I remember just standing there for a few seconds, heart racing. The air in the room felt thick, like someone had just left or was about to walk in. I suddenly realized how quiet it was. Not calm quiet, heavy quiet, like the whole house was holding its breath. I walked back into the kitchen, turned off the stove, went to my room, grabbed my keys and wallet, and left. Didn't even grab my bag. I got in my car and drove to the coffee shop near campus. I stayed there until it got dark, and then crashed on a friend's couch. It took me a couple weeks to work up the nerve to tell my roommates. I waited for a time when everyone was just hanging out, and I told them what had happened, expecting someone to laugh, or confess to messing with me. Instead, the room got quiet, like really quiet. Nobody looked surprised. They just kind of glanced around at each other, and slowly, people started sharing things. One of the girls, Mia, said she often woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of movement in her closet, like hangers bumping together. Once she even saw one of them swing like someone had just nudged it. She'd gotten so freaked out she stopped using that closet altogether. Another guy, James, said he'd been hearing footsteps above his room at night. But when he'd go upstairs to check, nobody was home. At first, he thought it was just noise from the attic guys, but it didn't line up with their schedules. One of the attic guys, Marcus, finally admitted something too. He said he woke up one night around 3 a.m. and saw a shadow standing in the kitchen, just standing there, still, facing toward the hallway. He didn't recognize it as anyone he knew. He stared at it for a few seconds, and then it turned and walked back toward the stairs, disappearing from view. We didn't know what to make of all of it. None of us believed in ghosts, and there was no sign of forced entry or squatters. But the unease grew. People started locking their bedroom doors at night, even when everyone was home. We started hearing things more frequently, knocking sounds, random creaks, lights flickering, doors that were opened suddenly shut, or vice versa. Eventually, I started thinking about that locked room in the basement, the one with the teeth and tools. I don't know why it got locked, or what else was in there, or who owned the house before the new landlord. But the idea that someone had used that room for something violent, it stuck with me. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was just a leftover artifact from some dentist hobbyist or a weird collector. But maybe not. I started looking up old property records. The address had changed hands a few times, mostly owned by landlords or companies. Nothing too strange. But I did find one newspaper article from about 30 years ago. It was just a small piece, buried in a crime report section. A man had been arrested for illegal medical procedures being done out of his home. He wasn't a licensed doctor. He claimed he was trying to help people who couldn't afford proper care. The address wasn't the same, but it was one number off. And it was on our street. I tried to find more, but that was it. No follow-up, no trial info. Just that one arrest. Still, it made my stomach turn. By the end of the year, almost everyone had decided not to renew their leases. I was one of the first to move out. I packed my stuff during the day, made sure I was never in the house alone, and didn't look back once my car was loaded. I never figured out exactly what happened in that house, or why it felt the way it did. But I do know this, whatever it was real. Not ghosts, not magic, just something dark that had left a stain on that place. A kind of history that doesn't go away just because people stop talking about it. I grew up in a house built in 1809. It was the kind of place that, from the outside, looked like it belonged in a history book. Tall windows, deep green shutters, stonework that looked handmade, and a porch that wrapped halfway around the front. When my parents first bought it, they were thrilled. The lady who had lived there before was 89 when she passed away. Her name was on some of the old mail we still found behind the built-in cabinets. Her handwriting had that perfect, old-fashioned cursive. The house had been hers for a long time. It was beautiful in the kind of way that draws people in. But for me, even as a young kid, something about it never felt quite right. I can't say exactly when it started. It just always was. My bedroom was upstairs, on the right side of the house, and the closet in that room was the first place that made me feel weird. Not afraid at first, just cold. It was always so cold in there. Even in summer, when the upstairs would heat up like an oven, the closet would stay freezing. And the smell, it smelled like perfume, but not a light spray. It was thick and heavy, sweet but sharp at the same time. It clung to the back of my throat, made me want to cough sometimes. If I left the door open, the scent would drift into the room like someone had walked out of it. I remember nights when I'd be lying in bed, facing the wall, and the door to the closet would creak open behind me. Sometimes I'd turn over quickly, heart pounding, and it would be wide open. Other times I wouldn't hear anything, and I'd just look up to find it already ajar. The worst was when I'd feel the weight on my bed, like someone sitting at the edge near my feet. There wouldn't be a sound, no footsteps or anything, just that slow shift in the mattress. The first few times it happened, I'd call out, thinking maybe my brother had come in, but there was never anyone there. I didn't always say anything to my parents. They were busy, working a lot, and to be honest, they didn't always take stuff like that seriously. They'd just say it was an old house. Things settled, floors creaked, air moved funny through old walls. But it didn't feel like that. It felt deliberate. It felt like something or someone was always around, even if I couldn't see it. When I was about 10, I started noticing the smell in other parts of the house, especially on the stairs. There was this window that looked out over the neighborhood. Every time I walked past it, I'd get hit with that same perfume smell, just like in the closet. Strong, like someone had just sprayed it and walked away. But it would move. Some days it was near the window. Other days it followed me to the kitchen or the living room, always with a cold draft. The kind that cuts through even warm air, the kind that makes the hairs on your arms stand up. The main floor started changing too. Things would go missing. A remote, a single sock, a book I'd been reading. We'd find them days later in places that made no sense. A spoon in the hallway. My brother's sneakers behind the couch, perfectly lined up like someone placed them there. Picture frames started falling off the wall, always the same ones. My mom blamed the nails, or said maybe the floor was sloped. But it wasn't just frames. Keys went missing. Light bulbs blew out more often than they should. There was this drawer in the kitchen, the one where we kept all the batteries and tape and junk. You'd hear it open and shut when no one was in there. My brother and I were old enough to be left home alone, and we often were. Those were the times I hated most. The silence wasn't peaceful, it was tense, like the house was holding its breath. I'd be reading or watching TV and feel like someone was standing just out of sight. Not in a fantasy way. Not ghosts or monsters. Just that unmistakable feeling of being watched. Like someone was waiting for you to turn around. But the basement was a whole different story. Even as a kid, I avoided it as much as I could. It had dirt floors and cold cement walls, and the stairs were the kind you can see through, each step a few inches thick, with nothing blocking your view underneath. I always pictured someone reaching through those gaps to grab an ankle. When I had to go down there for something, I ran. No shame in it. Full sprint, get what I needed and get out. If I had to do laundry, I'd wait until someone else was home. And even then, I'd turn the lights on before opening the basement door. Just in case. Nothing big ever happened down there, not until I turned 14. That's when my parents decided it was time to renovate. They thought it would be a good idea to turn the basement into a livable space, new floors, drywall, better lighting. They said I could move my bedroom down there when it was done. I didn't know how to tell them I didn't want to. I'd never liked the basement, but at the time, it felt like something I had to go along with. The renovation took a couple of months. Contractors came and went. I tried not to be down there much while they worked, but the feeling got stronger. Every day they peeled away old layers, insulation, broken shelving with beams. It was like the basement didn't want to change. The air felt heavy. When the work was finished, it looked like a completely different place. It had carpet now, painted walls, a closet, even a small window with new glass. It looked normal, but it didn't feel normal. I moved in anyway. My parents were proud of the work, and I didn't want to seem ungrateful. For the first few weeks, it was fine. Cooler than upstairs, quieter too. But the feelings started to creep in again. That sense of being watched. I'd catch myself turning around suddenly, expecting someone to be behind me. Sometimes in the corner of my eye, I'd see a shape, a shadow, a blur, and when I'd turn my head, it would be gone. Not dramatic. Not like in movies. Just little moments that made you doubt yourself. Then came the pounding. Late at night, I'd be lying in bed, and it would start softly, like someone lightly knocking on the wall. Always from the same spot, the corner by the closet. At first I thought it was pipes or the house settling, but it never happened during the day. Only after midnight. It would start small and then build. Slower, louder, until it felt like someone was hitting the wall with their fists. I never told anyone. I don't know why. I think part of me knew they wouldn't believe me. Or maybe I didn't want to admit how scared I was. The watching feeling got worse too. I'd sit at my desk doing homework and feel someone standing right behind me. I'd be brushing my teeth in the basement bathroom and see a shape in the mirror, only to turn and find nothing there. It made me restless. I stopped sleeping well. I started keeping a flashlight by my bed, even though I had a lamp. I couldn't explain it. It just made me feel safer. The worst night happened that winter. I was 15. My parents were out. My brother wasn't home. I went upstairs to get a glass of water. There was a glass door in the back that led to a screened-in porch. It was cold that night, snow still on the ground, and the condensation on the glass made it look foggy. As I walked past it, I stopped. Two handprints appeared on the inside of the glass, right in front of me. Not smudges, clear, defined prints, like someone had pressed their hands flat against the door. A second later, a breath mark showed up, a foggy circle that expanded and disappeared in the cold. My stomach dropped. I didn't hear anything. I didn't move. I just stared. My brain didn't know what to do. It was like I was frozen, not by cold, but by fear. I must have stood there for a few minutes. Then I snapped out of it and ran outside. I didn't even think. I grabbed my coat on the way out and sat on the front porch, shaking. I stayed there until my brother came home. After that, I stopped trying to convince myself that it was all in my head. I didn't care what the explanation was. I just didn't want to be there anymore. I started staying out late, going to friends' houses, doing whatever I could to not be home. My grades slipped. I stopped talking much. I felt like I was disappearing into that basement. Everything felt heavy. I couldn't explain it. I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't eating. I just wanted out. I left for college early. I moved out at 16. Took classes over the summer just to make it happen faster. I didn't pack much. Just what I needed. I left a lot of stuff behind. I didn't say goodbye to the house. I didn't walk through the rooms one last time. I just left. I think a part of me was afraid that if I looked back, something would look back at me. Years later, after my mom divorced my dad and they sold the house, she told me things started getting worse after I moved out. Things being thrown, doors slamming, pictures falling, that perfume smell showing up more often. She didn't tell me until much later, and she never brought it up again after that. My dad didn't say much either. Eventually, I found out more. The lady who owned the house before us had died in what became my original bedroom. Her husband had some kind of accident in the basement years before. No one gave me details, just that he wasn't a kind man. That was the phrase they used. Not a kind man. I don't know what happened to him. I don't want to know. I've never been back inside that house. I couldn't. Even now, thinking about it, I get this tight feeling in my chest. Like something old is still clinging to me, just from remembering. I've heard from people in the neighborhood that the new owners had problems too. Things flying off shelves. That same thick, sweet smell. Cold spots that move through the rooms. No one in my family really talks about it anymore. If it comes up, people change the subject. Maybe it's easier that way. Maybe everyone just wants to forget. But I don't think you really can. I think when a place affects you that deeply, it leaves something behind. Not a ghost. Not a curse. Just a feeling. A memory that waits, tucked into the corners of your mind like the cold air in a closet. I've lived in a lot of places since then. Some noisy, some quiet. Some old, some new. But I've never felt anything like that house again. I never want to. And if I ever smell that perfume again, even for... It had been a long, hot day. Carowinds was fun, yeah, but by the time we left the park, the excitement was worn off and the exhaustion had sunk in. We were sunburned, sweaty, and our legs ached from walking back and forth across that massive place. Roller coasters, overpriced food, loud music, and crowds. Fun in the moment, but they drained you. I wasn't even supposed to be driving that night. I was only 16. No license. No real driving experience outside of a parking lot. But my friend, the only one in our group with an actual license, looked like he was about to pass out. Eyes half closed, slumped against the window, mumbling that he couldn't drive anymore. It was 1 a.m. on a Monday night during summer break. We still had a good couple hours of highway driving to get back home. Everyone else was half asleep or already knocked out. I didn't want to wake up any parents or risk getting in trouble for staying out late. So I did what felt like the only option. I climbed into the driver's seat of his old silver Honda Civic and started the engine. The car felt unfamiliar under my hands. The steering wheel had a loose wobble to it. The brakes were soft and slow to catch. The seat smelled like fast food and stale sweat. It was terrifying, honestly. I didn't know if I was more scared of crashing, getting pulled over, or waking up my mom to come get us. But I told myself to keep it together. Just drive the speed limit, stay in the right lane, and don't do anything dumb. The road was mostly empty. Just dark, quiet highway stretching ahead and behind. The yellow lines blurred by steadily. Occasionally, we'd pass an exit sign or a flickering rest stop billboard. But there weren't many cars. Not even headlights in the distance. It was peaceful in a way, eerily peaceful. The kind of quiet that doesn't feel comforting. Just empty. 20 minutes went by without us seeing another car. Just us and the darkness. I focused hard on staying in my lane, keeping my hands steady at 10 and 2 like I was taught. My eyes burned from the dryness of the air conditioning, and my shoulders were locked up from how tight I was gripping the wheel. I wasn't used to this kind of focus. I hadn't even driven on a real highway before. Then I noticed something behind us. A pair of headlights, way in the distance, small at first. I saw them in the rear view, just dots of white light cresting the black horizon line. They didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary. Another car, finally. But the longer I watched, the faster those lights got bigger. I thought maybe it was someone going fast in the left lane. Plenty of people did that, even late at night. But no, this van, or what I could tell now was definitely a van, pulled right up behind me. Right up behind me, like a few feet away from my bumper. Way too close for comfort. I felt my stomach drop. Immediately, my mind jumped to the worst case. Was it a cop trying to bait me into speeding? An unmarked car just waiting for me to make a mistake? My heart started thudding harder. My hands went clammy on the wheel. I glanced down at the speedometer, 55 on a 55 stretch. I was doing everything right. There was no reason to pull me over. But the van just kept riding my bumper like it wanted to push me off the road. I tried to focus. Keep steady. Eyes forward. Don't panic. I looked over at my friends. One was still asleep with their head against the window. Another stirred in the back seat, rubbing their eyes. I whispered to them, and soon everyone was awake, bleary-eyed and confused, but quiet. The tension in the car thickened fast. No one said anything, but we were all watching the rearview mirror now. After a couple miles of this, the van suddenly swerved into the left lane. My gut tightened, thinking he was going to speed past and cut me off for something worse. But no, he just blazed by, fast and loud, tires hissing against the road. I remember letting out a shaky breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Relief flooded in. I thought that was it. Just some impatient jerk in a hurry. But a few moments later, I saw the red of his taillights ahead, glowing bright as he slowed down and pulled off onto the shoulder. It wasn't a real exit, just one of those gravel areas sometimes used by cops or utility trucks. He stopped there, just off the road, barely out of view. As we passed, I kept my eyes forward, trying not to look directly. But I saw the shape of the van parked crooked, like it had been pulled over in a rush. And then, as soon as we passed, the headlights lit back up behind us. He was back on the road, not tailgating now, not trying to pass, just staying behind us, a good distance back, but clearly following. I stared at the mirror, heart pounding again, every muscle in my body tensed. It didn't make sense. Why follow us? There were no other cars around, no exits, just stretches of highway and occasional rest stops. We were alone out there. Time dragged. 10 minutes. 15. Maybe more. The van stayed behind us, matching our speed, never getting too close, never drifting far. It felt deliberate. My friends were all wide awake by then, hushed and watching. We didn't have music playing. No one joked. Everyone was just waiting, watching. We all needed to pee too. That made it worse. It was getting harder to ignore. We saw a green sign glowing ahead, rest area, 1 mile. We didn't even need to talk about it. We needed to stop. We just hoped the van wouldn't. But it did. As we turned off the highway, I hoped he would keep going. I slowed and turned carefully into the rest stop lane. And for a second, it looked like he might continue down the road. Then his turn signal blinked on. The van followed us in. I felt sick. The rest stop had a few cars scattered across the lot. Some big rigs parked along the outer edge. A couple cars near the bathrooms. It wasn't crowded, but it wasn't deserted either. That was the only reason we dared to pull in. If it had been empty, I would have kept going, no question. We parked in a space closer to the building. The van pulled in a few rows back, angled weird, parked crooked again like the driver didn't care to line it up. Nobody got out. We didn't either. We just sat there for a while. The van's lights turned off, but the outline was still visible in the dim glow from the parking lot lamps. Our car was dead silent, except for the soft hum of the engine and the ticking of the cooling system. Everyone was too tense to move. I kept watching the van through the rearview mirror, convinced that at any second, the door would slide open and someone would get out and start walking toward us. But nothing happened. Eventually, the pressure in our bladders became too much to ignore. We couldn't just sit there forever. After a whispered plan, we decided to go in shifts. Two would go to the bathroom, while the others stayed and watched the van. Then we'd switch. The lot felt a little safer with a few other people around, including a man walking his dog near one of the semis. I went in second. I remember how cold the bathroom tiles felt under my sneakers, how quiet the building was even with other people around. Just a few men brushing their teeth, one guy washing his face in the sink. The light was harsh, buzzing faintly. It felt sterile, almost surreal. I didn't take my time. Back in the car, we waited, watched. Still no one got out of the van. We sat for what felt like 20 more minutes, just hoping someone else would leave so we could follow them. Eventually, a sedan with its headlights off flicked them on and slowly started backing out of a spot a few rows down. I didn't hesitate. As soon as they turned toward the exit, I threw the car in reverse and followed, keeping 2 cars' length behind. I watched the van through the rear view as we turned out of the rest stop. It didn't move. We waited as long as we dared at the on-ramp merge. Still no movement. No lights. I exhaled again, this time deeper. My shoulders ached from how tight I had been. My fingers were stiff from gripping the wheel. The rest of the drive home was quiet. We didn't say much. I stayed focused, driving carefully. Every now and then, someone would glance behind us, but the van never reappeared. We stuck behind the sedan we'd followed out for as long as possible. Eventually, it took an exit and we were alone again, but it felt better somehow, like the worst of it had passed. We got home just before 3:30 a.m. I parked the car in front of my friend's house and sat there for a moment, hands still on the wheel, trying to feel normal again. The house was dark. Everyone shuffled out slowly, exhausted. No one said it out loud, but we were all still shaken. I laid in bed that night and couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the van, what they wanted, why they followed us, why they didn't get out at the rest stop. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe just some weirdo messing with us. Maybe they were tired, too, and pulled over by coincidence. But the way they tailed us, the way they waited, it didn't feel like coincidence. It's been years since that night. I've driven hundreds of times since then, but I still think about it. Every time I see a van behind me late at night, every time I pull into a quiet rest stop, that night sits in the back of my head like a shadow, quiet, waiting, reminding me how alone you really are out on those roads when it's dark and the world's asleep. We never saw the van again, never heard anything about it. Nothing happened after. We got home. We were safe. But that silence, that unknowing, it stuck.